Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, city, water, quality of life. We get used to the fact that in the beautiful city of Wrocław we are discussing these topics, touching upon these very important components that are the foundation of our Congress: water, city, and the quality of life. We all know they all complement, but where can we discuss it in terms of water, if not in the most hydrologically interesting city of Europe that Warsaw certainly can aspire to. It's the 6th edition of the International Congress, City, Water and Quality of Life. Michał Koper, it's my pleasure to host this Congress, so I want to welcome you in Wrocław. I'm happy to have you all here.
Szanowni Państwo, to już kolejne wydarzenie, na którym
It's yet another event
całość relacji zachodzących między środowiskiem wodnym a środowiskiem
whole relationships between water environment and the urban environment are discussed together. Welcome everyone who joined us online and everyone who joins us here in the conference center of Wrocław University. We have over 160 experts who over the next 2 days are going to share their knowledge on the stage, share their experience and knowledge. This Congress is organized by the city of Wrocław, so I want to welcome the host of the Wrocław, Michał Młyńczak, the Vice President of Wrocław, Vice Mayor of Wrocław, whom in a moment I'm going to ask to open this Congress.
Współorganizatorem kongresu jest
The Congress is co-organized by Open Eyes Economy Summits. It's within this series of Open Eyes Economy Summits that we hold this meeting. This is a movement based on social movements, during which we share the economy of values. It's also a think tank, so I want to welcome the president of Open Economy Summits, Professor Jerzy Hausner.
Współorganizatorami wydarzenia są również Politechnika Wrocławska w murach
Technology of University of Technology, where we are now. So thank you very much for this partnership and co-organization to the Wrocław University of Technology.
Kolejny współorganizator to Miejskie Przedsiębiorstwo Wodociągów i Kanalizacji we Wrocławiu. Serdecznie
Wrocław
powitać pana prezesa
Works.
Witolda Ziomka.
Welcome to Witold Ziomek, the president of the company. Wrocław Water Works.
Współorganizatorem naszego kongresu
Another
jest także
co-organizer is also Convention Bureau in Wrocław. So welcome to Katarzyna Kawczewicz, the president of the company.
Partnerem wydarzenia jest
The partner of our event is ING Bank Śląski, and the honorary patronage is held by the European
Partnerem wydarzenia jest również Narodowe Centrum Kultury,
European
finansuje wystawę opracowaną przez Studio Centrala
Technological.
we współpracy z Muzeum Architektury.
So there is also the Museum of Architecture,
Wrocławskiej. Korzystając z okazji,
who is another co-organizer. So I want to encourage you and welcome you to have a look at accompanying events such as Open Eyes Grow Festivals, the exhibition Quality of Life prepared in cooperation with the Academy of Fine Arts near Boulevard at Księcia Witolda Street. So we've got the American Dream exhibition by Wojciech van Gogh. And we want to extend great thanks to our media partners who decided to support our Congress. So the patronage is held by the most important topics, organizations who deal with the topic of water management, such as the National Water Works, Polish Waters, the Institute of Polish Meteorology and Water Management, Regional Chamber of Water Works, and the Regional Fund for environmental protection and water management, among others. So I think that they all deserve a round of applause now. All our partners deserve that.
Serdecznie dziękuję.
So thank you very much for that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask to open officially this Congress, and this honor goes to Michał Młynczak, the Vice Mayor of Wrocław.
Przed chwilą.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, I prepared a very reliable 20-minute long speech, but I'll try to make it much briefer and just move to the nitty-gritty, which is water, and the link between water and Wrocław, because water is the main topic of this Congress. So, in a nutshell, I want to present Wrocław as a city by the river. What has been done in water management recently in Wrocław? Because Wrocław water node has been extensively overhauled. I'll also do my best to very briefly describe what activities and actions have been taken by Wrocław over the last days when Wrocław was flooded, significantly flooded, and why we managed, in fact, to avoid it in Wrocław, even though the effects of flood were very detrimental elsewhere. Still, in Wrocław, despite all the strategy, we were successfully able to cope with it. So Wrocław covers the system of the Odra River with its tributaries, several branches, so it's very diverse. It includes several islands which are located both in the very city center along historical Piasek Island and the Old Town and other parts of the city. The city has always had a very strong link with water, and together with its further spatial development, apart from Odra and Oława, it also includes other rivers such as Ślęża, Bystrzyca, Widawa, and some smaller ones, Ługowyna, Kasina, and several others. So modernizing the Wrocław water node, it has been very expensive. It happened after the great flood of 1997. So it both improved the security and opened new opportunities to develop different functionalities along rivers. It also opened the riverbanks for recreation and for free navigation along the Odra River. So there were the following investments that were made, such as creating city beaches, some beach bars, and water equipment rental facilities, for example. So social and investment interest has been very high recently, so it shows how much Wrocław and its inhabitants feel the bond with the city. During social consultations, the inhabitants express their will that they want to use the areas around the river. They want to have it developed. They clearly declared that their bond with the river and the banks is very important for them. So activities related to equipping and organizing areas around rivers are an important part of shaping public areas, leisure and sport areas, among other places. It is a regular process, an ongoing process that aims not only at raising security, but also satisfying the inhabitants in their needs of having access to the river. Nevertheless, what seems most important here, the aspect that matters most today, when the world by 2030, in fact, can have this perspective of having a very limited access to water. So what we need to do is to manage rainwater. So one of the largest challenges for modern cities is to adapt to climate changes, to prevent droughts and urban heat islands and rainwater management. So we need to manage it and collect it to reuse during drought. Since 2022, we've had over 200 investments from this area of green and blue infrastructure. These are solutions that help us to manage rainwaters, and they are priorities when we plan subsequent urban investments. And we have the strategy for rainwater management and melting water management, which is an act that was published by the mayor of the city in 2023 in November. Wrocław has one of the most complex hydrological systems in Poland. It's 48 rivers, tributaries and water floods. This is why it's so important to manage the entire system. We need to implement modern solutions that will increase the retention of rainwaters when they happen, and hence they will also improve the quality of life of inhabitants of the capital of Lower Silesia. So, to move on to the areas related to activities that happened during the flood of 2024, I want to say that the prognosis that we made indicated two different scenarios. The potential wave was expected to be a bit lower than the catastrophic one in 1997, but higher than in 2010, when we had another flood in Wrocław. So during the meeting, the emergency meeting that we held, the mayor decided to apply the so-called Scenario 6. So-called Scenario 6, in which we expected a wave that would be slightly lower than the one we had 27 years ago. The choice of this scenario was very apt, a good one, because we assume that it's better to do a bit more, be ready for a higher wave, make everything more watertight, rather than have consequences such as unexpected water movements. And eventually it was water that decides where it flows. So the actions that we eventually took helped us successfully survive the flood, which in other parts of the Poland was really destructive. The flood caused huge damages in assets, nature and infrastructure. Water is very closely linked to Wrocław, so I'm very happy that this Congress that discusses, among other things, and above all things, water is held here in Wrocław. So we support, and we have been supporting and will be supporting this kind of initiatives. So I'd like to officially open the 6th International Congress, City Water and the Quality of Life.
Panie prezydencie, bardzo serdecznie dziękuję.
Mayor, thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have this honor to announce that we also have with us the Undersecretary of State in the Ministry of Infrastructure, Przemysław Koperski. So welcome to the Minister, and I can promise you also that in a moment Mr. Koperski will also share his thoughts and experience. Meanwhile, I'd like to welcome the host of this place where we are now, Director of Wrocław University of Science and Technology, Magnificence, Arkadiusz Wójs. So, Mr. Wójs, if you can take the floor is yours.
Szanowni Państwo, jest mi ogromnie
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure. It's not the first time that I opened this Congress on behalf of Wrocław University of Science and Technology. I'm very proud that co-organizers of this event include our university and many other honorable partners. Welcome Minister, welcome Mayor, and all other honorable guests. A few words from me. Water, as you know, for myself, we are not physicians, theoreticians, just as I am. So for me, water is a very special substance. If it was different, several things on the earth would be different. We probably wouldn't have our civilization at all. I'll give you 3 examples where water is a totally unique compound in environment, even though it's such a small element. You remember from school that water has very special thermic capacities. It holds a lot of water, of heat, sorry. It has incredible optical capacities. For example, when we have steam in the atmosphere, it emits exactly the same light that comes from the sun, that is white. It is a great solvent. So we would have several things if water wouldn't be the way it is. It also has surface tension. This is why water drops are formed. We have the river. This is why Wrocław exists. We have oceans and clouds, and everything can circulate. That also results from specific physical capacities of this tiny particle. So Wrocław has been at the river for hundreds of years, and cities have formed for thousands of years by riverbanks. We are very happy that we are a river city. It affects aesthetics, the water transport. We have drinkable and potable water, water necessary for our economy, but it can also be very dangerous because we have floods and chemical contaminations which come with water as well. And we've had it some time ago as well. So, because on the one hand, water offers so much to people, cities and civilizations, while on the other, it also brings serious threats. This is why we have a congress like this with several very serious people dealing with properties of water and presence of river in the cities, including Wrocław. So I'm joining this event with great joy, and thank you that Wrocław University of Science and Technology can be the host of this congress. About 2/3 of our university are scientists. We professionally deal with different topics that are connected to water in one way or another, both when it comes to chemistry, purity of water, construction, dams, bridges, or other elements of infrastructure. During the flood, not only me, but other people who are not professionally dealing with that, we've learned a lot about how the water system and anti-flood system operate. So, transport, barges, boats, so river communication, river transport. How military operations on the river can happen. So the natural environment, so both the pollution brought by rivers and how rivers collect different things from the land. And then they move this pollution to the sea. This is what we all deal here with as scientists. Aesthetics, architecture. We are absolutely immersed in this subject. So again, I'd like to thank that our university can be the co-host of this wonderful congress. So enjoy this meeting.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję panu rektorowi za.
Thanks very warmly to the Dean for his speech.
Teraz zaproszę państwa.
Now I would like to invite you to the following lecture, The Management of Water Resources in Water Challenges and Solutions for the Sustainable Development of Cities and the Safety of Flood Safety. And it's going to be given by Undersecretary of State in the Ministry of Culture, Mr. Koperski.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie, Panie Rektorze.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, dear Dean, dear Mayor,
Panie Profesorze.
Professor.
Jeżeli mogę prosić
If I may,
wsparcie
right away,
technicznej konferencji, żeby ta prezentacja leciała w tle.
to have support from the technical team of this conference to push this presentation forward, because if I'd like to talk about each and every slide, I wouldn't have enough time to fit into the time slot reserved for me, but the presentation is available in whole in the conference documentation. I'll focus on few chosen elements only. First of all, thanks to Professor Hausner for the invitation to this conference today, taking place in a scientific heart of Wrocław. Wrocław is a special place with a lot of experience in water management and the consequences of the activities of the state in this area. I will not be able to participate in the whole Congress since the plenary session of the Parliament starts today, as well as the sessions of the Commission. I wouldn't want to break road rules, so allow me to spend the rest of the conference with you online. But I'm accompanied by the representatives of institutions responsible for water management in Poland. From a physical and practical point of view, we have the representative of Polish Water, Professor Balcerowicz, and we also have Professor Zalewski, who you very well know, especially in Wrocław, the main expert of the World Bank. For me, it is extremely important and valuable to be able to meet you during this event that gathers experts and practitioners as well as leaders in managing waters and sustainable development. It is vastly important for the voice of the expert and the practitioners to be heard and to update our knowledge on water management, so that in the face of the climate changes that we are experiencing and intensifying urbanization, you in Wrocław know very well how the city can conquer subsequent areas that were the domain of water for hundreds or tens or dozens of years, and that are governed by human today. We need to face those challenges jointly. We need to be able to react to the changing world swiftly. In here, I'd like you to pay attention to 5 key elements. First of all is the proper management of water resources and the institutions who are supposed to be dealing with that, and it's also about how the institutions who govern that should cooperate, like the self-governments, the governments, and the institutions directly created to deal with those issues, especially in the context of securing us against flood and drought. Ladies and gentlemen, you definitely have encountered notions like 100 years and 1,000 years water and the parameters that have to be fulfilled by the installations and devices to counteract such events. If we are dealing with the 100 or 1,000 years water every 10 or 15 years, it means that, does it mean that it's still 1,000th year water, or should we change the approach and say that it is no 1,000 years water, and that it's actually a phenomenon that occurs every 10 or 15 years? The world is changing very dynamically in front of our eyes and need to react properly on the local and governmental level. It is also about a proper environmental and natural approach. We are currently working on a law on the Odra River. This is a special law offering a new approach, but we should not let out of the sight the safety of inhabitants, and the eco elements should also be heard, because just the title, the renaturalization of water of Odra, shows where we mainly focus and where other matters should be dealt with that are not directly related to the renaturalization of water. Then we are dealing with the infrastructure and its challenges. On one hand, these are social challenges, and on the other, these are economic challenges, also related to urbanization. They all have a social context, so that the inhabitants and the representatives of science and the experts to be in unison in terms of the direction of changes that we should have. Our experiences differ a lot. We remember the great flood from about 30 years ago, and those guidelines and actions taken then
okazuje się, że
appear
byliśmy wszyscy zgodni jako społeczeństwo, jako eksperci,
to be
że należy w taką, a nie inną stronę zmierzać.
necessary
Teraz, popatrzymy na to z perspektywy
from
30
the
lat,
point of
to
view
musimy
of
stwierdzić,
these
że nie
30
wszystko się
years.
udało, pomimo tego, że
Now,
były
after these
przecież
30
ogromne
years, we
środki
need to
finansowe
conclude
na ten
that
cel
not
przeznaczone,
everything
były również
worked
ogromne
fine,
środki finansowe
although we
przeznaczone na
have
projektowanie
taken a lot of
rozwiązań
financial
infrastrukturalnych. Ale
expert resources
żeby
to
nie być
plan the
takim
new solutions.
pesymistycznym,
But
tutaj
let's not be
państwo
that
pewnie
pessimistic,
też,
because
są
you
tutaj też przykłady na
definitely
prezentacji tych
can find
zadań
examples of
infrastrukturalnych, które udało się
infrastructural tasks
zrealizować,
that
ale
we managed
wyzwań
to
przed nami
accomplish.
jest sporo.
But
Przed
there
nami
still
nowy
are
projekt
many
Banku
challenges
Światowego,
ahead of
przed
us.
nami
We have the
środki
new
finansowe z budżetu
project
państwa
of the
i
World
przed
Bank
nami
and
wyzwania,
new
które stoją,
budgetary
żeby
resources
zabezpieczyć
available,
odpowiednią
and other new
mieszkańców
challenges
i Kotliny
aim
Włoskiej,
to secure the inhabitants
całego
of
dorzecza
the
Odry i również dorzecza
Kłodzka
Wisły. Szanowni
Valley
państwo,
and as well
jesteście-
as the catchment
jesteśmy w
area
sercu
of
Wrocławia,
Vistula
Dolnego
and
Śląska.
Odra.
Ja jestem
We are in the
z
center of
województwa
Lower
śląskiego
Silesia,
i muszę
Wrocław.
państwu
I'm from
powiedzieć, że
Silesia,
również
and I
ogromny
must tell you
opad
that
deszczu w tym samym
great
czasie, kiedy
precipitation
odbywało się to w
has
Sudetach, miało
accompanied
miejsce również w
us
Beskidach. Ogromna
while
woda,
the water
płynęła
was
rzeką Wisłą i te działania
flooding in
ratunkowe,
Sudety
które
mountains,
zostały
and those
zrealizowane przez zbiornik w
anti-flood
dla rzeki Wisły odegrały zbiornik w
activities,
Czałkowicach, który
this
przyjął
anti-flood
przecież kilkadziesiąt
project
milionów metrów sześciennych wody i
that
zahamował tą
was
ogromną falę, która
accomplished
szła
by the
z tamtej
huge
strony,
reservoir
powodując,
in
że
Racibusz
w kierunku
has
Oświęcimia,
managed
Krakowa
to lower
nie
the
mieliśmy
threat
do
of
czynienia
the water
tylko
flowing towards
czy
Wrocław.
aż z bezbranymi rzekami
In our
rzeki,
area,
rzeki
the
Białej
water level
czy Soły.
of
Bez tego
Biała and
zbiornika
Sowa
ta
were
katastrofa
increased, and without this
mogła
reservoir, this
doświadczyć
catastrophe
mieszkańców
could also be
miejscowości leżących
the
poniżej,
part of all the cities
poniżej
below
Czałkowic. W związku z
Czałkowice.
tym musimy to wszystko jakby brać pod uwagę. Ten
We need to
zmieniający się
consider
świat,
it
te
all,
potrzeby infrastrukturalne.
those changing
Ja,
needs
szanowni państwo,
and
głęboko
changing
wierzę w to, bo
infrastructural
widzę na
challenges.
sali wielu ekspertów,
I
wiele osób, które
trust in that
żyją
strongly. I see a lot of
tymi
experts here who
że efektem
basically deal with
tego
those
dwudniowego
topics on an
spotkania będzie
ongoing
wypracowanie
basis,
również
and I hope that after
rekomendacji,
this
pewnych
2 days
rozwiązań, które
meeting
my w
we'll be
praktyce
able
na
to prepare
poziomie
recommendations and
rządowym będziemy mogli
solutions.
wprowadzić w życie.
Will be able to implement
Wierzę
at
w
a
to, że
governmental
uda
level.
się tak
I
skoordynować te
believe
działania,
that we'll be able
żeby w
to
przyszłości
coordinate these activities
inwestycje
so
infrastrukturalne,
that
te
the future
planowanie
investment
przestrzenne, bo
in
ono jest niezwykle
infrastructure
ważne,
and the zoning,
że edukacja,
as well as
świadomość społeczna,
education
to wszystko
and social
stworzy
awareness,
taką,
will
synergię, która
form
pozwoli
a synergy
te
allowing
środki finansowe, które chcemy przeznaczyć w najbliższych latach
for
na
the financial
gospodarkę,
resources that we want to spend on the
również
economy
to
in
zabezpieczenie
the
przeciwpowodziowe,
subsequent years
przeciwsuszowe będzie
to
odpowiednio wykorzystane.
be invested into anti-flood and anti-drought
Mówimy
measures.
o tym, dzisiaj skupiamy się
We are
jesteśmy
now
doświadczeni
focusing
tym, co się
on
stało w miesiącu wrześniu,
what we've
ale
just
trzeba
experienced
pamiętać,
in
że w
September,
sierpniu
but we
mieliśmy
have
do
to
czynienia w
remember
Polsce
that in
z
August
problemem
we were
ogromnej suszy.
dealing with a
To
huge
też
drought.
Państwo możecie przywołać sobie te obrazy.
You can recall the images still.
Działając, myśląc o tych działaniach
And thinking
przeciwpowodziowych,
about
musimy
those
również planować te
anti-flooding
działania,
measures,
które
we also need to
zmierzają do
plan
poprawy
measures to
gospodarki wodnej i
improve
przeciwdziałania
the
suszom, takim właśnie jak
water
retencja wody, jak
economy
efektywność
as
zużycia
well,
wody,
retention
integracja tego z
and
ekosystemem.
water usage
Te
economy
wszystkie
and its
elementy,
integration with the
o których
ecosystems,
wspomniałem,
as
są
well
przedmiotem
as all the
pracy w
other
ministerstwie,
elements that I've mentioned
ale,
today. We are working on that in the
szanowni
ministry,
państwo, tylko i wyłącznie
ladies and gentlemen,
wspólnie
but
jesteśmy w stanie wypracować
only
takie działania,
jointly
których nikt
we'll
za rok,
be
czy za
able
dwa, czy za
to
5 nie będzie przewracał,
create measures
tylko
that will
uznamy,
not be
że
turned
to są
upside down
rzeczy
in
ponad
4 or
bieżącą
5
politykę,
years.
które wspólnie
These
powinniśmy zrealizować.
actions
Jeszcze
should
raz bardzo
exceed the
serdecznie
goals of
Państwu
the
dziękuję,
current
panu
policies
rektorowi, panu
to be
prezydentowi,
successful.
panu
Thanks to the
profesorowi
dean, thanks to the professor
za
and the mayor
zaproszenie
for the
na dzisiejsze
invitation
wydarzenie
to
do
this
Wrocławia.
event to
I Jestem
Wrocław.
z Państwem, tylko już
I'm with you, but if you allow me,
perspektywie online i moja
online.
prezentacja oczywiście jest
And the
dostępna
whole
w
presentation is
materiałach
available in the
konferencyjnych.
conference
Jestem jeszcze przez chwilę do Państwa dyspozycji.
documentation,
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję.
and I'm available for questions for the next couple of minutes. Thank you for your attention.
Panie ministrze, bardzo serdecznie
Minister,
dziękuję za
thanks
ten
for
głos.
this
Tymczasem
voice
przechodzimy
of
do
yours.
kolejnego
And
wystąpienia.
now we're
To także
going
będzie
over to the next
głos,
presentation, and
tak
it's
zwany
also
w naszej
going to be
kongresowej nomenklaturze
the
głos
so-called
wezwanie do
voice,
pilnego przyjęcia zasad i
a
działań niebieskiego ładu Unii
call
Europejskiej.
to
Wygłosi go Pietro Francesco Delotto, the president of the Consultative Commission
call for urgent adoption of the EU Blue Deal
European Economic
principles and
Social
actions, and it's
Committee.
going to be given by Pietro Francesco Delotto, the president of the Consultative Commission of Industrial Change, European Economic and Social Committee.
Dzień dobry, everybody. I'm so sorry. I have some problem with the Polish accent, so allow me to speak in another language. I'm afraid not in Italian. I'm Italian. Okay, don't be scared. I will not read my speech. I would like to share with you some institutional and some personal feeling as not the father, maybe the grandfather of the EU Blue Deal, we call some in the last period, in the last 2 years. Allow me to start that I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for having me here in Poland, in Wrocław. I feel at home. I'm so often here for different things. But I would like to start, of course, thanking Open Eyes, the city of Wrocław, the Polytechnic, to organize this important event. Water. You know exactly what it means, not managing or managing. Water event. In '97, I remember the absolutely destroying floods you experienced. But I know and I saw how in this period was so amazing, the result achieved after 30 years of investments, management, works, and in few weeks we realized how the flood was less and less destroying and affecting the city. But nevertheless, allow me to say that water is not just a matter of preparedness for floods or drought. As you see, I'm the president of the Consultative Commission on Industrial Change, but the main architect probably as first institution in Europe calling a comprehensive policy, with a cross-cutting approach, a new policy, a standalone policy on water. We approach in a totally different way the water matter. From social aspect, from international relation aspect, from internal market, from, of course, the economics. From agriculture to household, and from households to industries. Because we all know, that at European level, we have, of course, a very good policy on the quality dimension of water. But by treaty, we have no competencies on the quantity dimension of water. But now is exactly this the problem we have. The quantity dimension of water. After 2 years, when we started to work, raising the attention of all other institutions, when we had on board the European Parliament, the Water Group, the Committee of Regions, we forced, allow me to say, we forced European Commission for the first time. It was not the case, President von der Leyen said, when she announced 1 year ago the water resilience strategy. It's not the case that now, finally, we have, for the first time in our history, in our common institution and history, a commissioner on water for the first time. So we did a lot, but we had to put water not in the chapter of the environmental policy we have as a subchapter, but as I said, as a standalone policy. It's necessary to have a standalone policy. And I would like to stress some few points, and let me be a bit provocative in this very high-level Congress, also opening new questions. After 2 years, we have few member states adopting a national strategy. At the management level, we have very few countries adopting a real coordination activity among different authorities at different levels, national, regional, local, basin, very few of them. And very often, like in my country, all authorities are discussing every day, overlapping, maybe fighting daily, sharing or not sharing common views on water. So management. Water, I said, is not just a matter of infrastructure. Of course, we know, I'm Italian. Old Romans built as first pillar of our common civilization, from Scotland to Segovia to Mesopotamia to Northern Africa, sewage and aqueducts as the basis of our civilization. But now, it's not an infrastructure anymore topic only. Of course, in 2024, we have to admit that we are losing up to, in average, up to 60% of our fresh water from our pipelines and infrastructure. Amazing in 2024 in so developing regions in Europe, across Europe. But I would like to stress another point. When we talk about water, it's not just an environmental topic. Of course it is, but it's not enough. I said that the quality of water is crucial, but also the access to water for farmers, for industries, and of course from households. We are aware that it's a very tough exercise because we have different systems of permissions, concessions systems in Europe. And for this reason, we call a fair price to access water, because we don't want to be a negative actor or adopting a penalizing approach to access water for farmers or for industries. We don't want to, as Europeans, we don't want to lose any single agricultural activity or single water consuming industry. But that's it. We have to manage. How to manage? Using technology, of course. We encourage to adopt the smartest and the newest technology, and I would like to stress also that in Europe, the clean technology is one of the least sectors where we are leaders in the world. So it could be not a constraint, but also an opportunity for all of our economies. I said we don't want to close any single or to push any single actor to close their activity because of the water constraints. But we have also to be aware that we have to finance in order to incentivize all these actors to adopt these technologies, for example. We called for a EU transition fund, blue transition fund, as a single point of access of EU funds, also including a very provocative concept, conditionality. I give you European money, but you have to achieve some result. Some result not just like in the Green Deal, cutting, but achieving, and believe me, representing companies is a very tough exercise. But we have to push all our actors in introducing smarter technologies in order to save water. The Blue Transition Fund, if you ask to anyone to have a single picture about the European funding on water, you cannot. You can't find. There isn't. In 2024, we have no reliable set of data, official data. No data, no policy. No policy, no management for water. Data is crucial. Allow me to go in, because I'm, as a former professor at the university, I can talk for 5 hours, so shoot me if I will be longer, but I'm checking the watching and the timing. Allow me to go in to conclude. We endorse some actions we need now at European level. We encourage the European Commission to establish a new, for example, knowledge and innovation center coming from the European Technology Institute. But it was thought some years ago, before the water resilience strategy. And I'm afraid, when we talk about the water, marine, ocean, we have to admit that it's a bit bizarre if the problem we have now in Europe is fresh water, inland water, including groundwater. So I hope, I really hope, that in the selection of the European consortia will be privileged consortia dealing with mainly on inland water. And allow me to conclude with another good news, because we achieved another amazing result in the last few weeks. European Commission accepted the proposal coming from a civil society organization to have a European citizen initiative calling actions on water. In the first chapter is mentioned to adopt the EU Blue Deal. I'm honored, I'm privileged, I feel so honored for that. But nevertheless, we are just at the beginning of this marathon. It's not a 100-meter run, but it's a very long marathon. I hope that all together we can achieve further results. For this reason, I'm here, and for this reason, I'm exchanging with all authorities, national, EU presidencies, governments. I'm here today, but I'm sure that we'll be together a very good actor in pushing and strategic policy on water. Thank you so much for your attention, and have a great Congress, and will be absolutely delighted to follow all the works. Thank you so much. Dziękuję.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this speech. Teraz, drodzy Państwo,
And now,
do
ladies and
kolejnego
gentlemen,
głosu,
let us move to yet another
także
speaker,
w formie pytania.
which is
Mianowicie,
also
czy Odra
posed as a
powinna mieć
question.
prawa?
It is, should the Odra River have rights? A new way to improve our relationship with rivers by Jene Vega Cárdenas, President of the International Observatory on Nature's Rights.
Dzień dobry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Buenos dias. I'm going to talk in English. I don't speak Polish. I'm so sorry for that. I'm very honored to be with you today in this beautiful city. And I have the pleasure to say hi to the Odra River yesterday and to touch the water. I was very happy also to see some kids fishing in the Odra River. It was beautiful to see around the city that is alive and kids are alone, not connected in the internet or in the networks, but fishing outside. So I am really happy and very proud of being in this city with you. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. And I'm going to present very fast the international observatory I'm leading in Canada. Let's see. Okay. This is a non-profit organization. Our mission is to promote the recognition of the rights of rivers around the world. Research, analysis, and juridical advices are our most powerful tools. We work alongside lawyers and experts from different backgrounds. In fact, it's important to know that the new edition of the Living Planet report, WWF, shows that 73% of the wild vertebrate population have declined in the last years. And more important decline is in freshwater population, 85% of declination of biodiversity. Some species in the list include turtles, trouts, eels, and invertebrates, elephants. But what is really sad is that human activities are responsible for the collapse of biodiversity. Climate change could also soon become the main threat. And we humans, we only account for 0.01% of life on Earth. But what can we say about our impact? Let's remember what happened in summer 2022. The Odra River, just the Odra River, the Horse River here in the Congress, experienced a severe ecological crisis, resulting in around 3 million fish that were found dead along the lower Odra. And it seemed that it was totally legal. The rapid decline of the river's biodiversity highlights the urgent for action and the importance to change our current legal system. In fact, we must acknowledge that our system, legal, political, and economic, have failed to protect the environment. Given this failure of the system, especially the legal system, we must ask ourselves, is there alternative mechanism, forms of knowledge or epistemology that could facilitate more optimal solution to the contemporary planetarium problems? In fact, we really need a paradigm shift. And there's a solution, a proposition. The recognition of the rights of nature involves changing the current anthropocentric paradigm that allows for humans to be the masters of the nature toward an ecocentric approach that shifts the focus on the entire legal protection framework. In doing so, ecosystems acquire value and are deemed subjects entitled to respect, not only because of their use to humans, but as living entities which possess a dignity of their own. Christopher Stone is a pioneer in this perspective. He proposes in 1972 in his book, Should Trees Have Standing?, to name a representative who can act on behalf of nature, in our case, in behalf of the Odra River, and to recognize that an autonomous damage can be caused directly to nature, rivers, and so on. And of course, that the compensation should be for its own benefit, of course, for restoration, for preservation, and maintenance. But at that time, we were too far of recognizing the importance of preserving nature. But now, the movement has grown. We have around 40 countries in the world that have recognized inside their legal systems rights of nature to rivers, forests, animals by different ways. Constitutions, jurisprudence, statutes, resolutions, local and indigenous too. We have around 200 initiatives around the world adopted usually bottom up, coming from communities that want a real change. In fact, rights of river is an instrument of peace, a peace with nature. And what happens when we recognize the legal personhood of a river is just that the river is considered an equal, another partner, our partner around the table that we need to consider as it is alive and need to be protected. And also it changed the relationship we have with them, with river. And at the same time, we are empowering communities for change, because then local communities can act. They don't need to wait till the federal government or provincial government wants to do something. They can act immediately. And it's a grassroots movement that comes from the people for the communities, not only human communities, but the communities of life. And ecological law also will facilitate the transition towards an ecological economics. Originated in the global south and based on indigenous epistemologies who see themselves as guardians, as being part of nature, we have now 2 cases of recognition of rights of nature in Canada. This is the first case. The Magpie River is now a legal person. This was a beautiful collaboration between indigenous and non-indigenous who wanted to protect it. So they passed resolutions, the Indigenous Council of Aquanichit, and also different mayors, around 10 mayors of the regional county municipality of Manganee, who wanted to protect this sacred river. Now the river has a voice to be heard, and it's an inspiration in Canada and worldwide. But this case opened the way of protection to the magnificent St. Lawrence River in Canada. It's huge and it's very beautiful. It's the host of multitude of species, belugas, whales, different kind of fishes. It's beautiful. And now we have seen 2 bills, one presented before the Parliament of the provincial, at the provincial level, then Assemblée Nationale, and also at the House of Commons of Canada. It's 2 bills that have been tabled, and they are waiting to be discussed. But in the meantime, last year, the 11 indigenous nations of Quebec, Labrador recognized the legal personhood for this huge St. Lawrence River. And not far from here in Poland, we have the Mar Menor. This ecosystem collapsed, and hundreds of fish, shrimp biodiversity died. It collapsed twice. And then people really woke up. Now, at that moment, they understood that it is no longer to protect ourselves, but we need to protect also biodiversity with whom we are sharing this planet. And Professor of Law, Teresa Vicente, is a leader. She wrote the bill that was passed and adopted almost unanimously before the Congress of Spain. So now the Mar Menor is recognized as a legal person. It's a historic recognition with a committee of guardians and a committee of experts to look after the Mar Menor. This has brought about changes not only in the legal systems, that's the most beautiful part, but also in the relationship between the people and the lagoon. Recently, as you see there, over there, thousands of people were staying hand in hand to make a symbolic hug, a beautiful hug to the Mar Menor, because they really want to show the Mar Menor that they love this Mar Menor, they love the sea, and also that they want to take care of him, because you only can protect what you love. And if you love, for example, the Odra River, then you can protect it. And then people, they want to also spend time by the sea, swimming, fishing, sharing, gathering. And so this is changing the law in our neighbor country. And recently, the German case, we have the first recognition of the rights of nature in the border side. In fact, the Regional Court of Erfurt recognized the rights of nature last August 2024, August, 2 months ago, in a case concerning the Dieselgate scandal. Maybe you have heard about that. The judge interpreted the term person in the Charter of the Fundamental Rights of the European Union, so it's the same chart that is applied also here in Poland, as not being limited to human persons, but also to ecological persons, as rivers, mountains, forests, and nature in general. He said they raised the question of equality of arms. We have given to nature an equality of arms to protect themselves. The judge also said that if legal personality is extended to people, because we have legal personality, and it's also extended to companies, they have legal personality, why not to do it for ecological persons? And as you know, the Odra calls for help. The Odra needs your help. Firstly, it has become very intoxicated, and you know it. Secondly, it is showing its strength by trying to go to your homes to wake people up. What have we done since 2022? Can you imagine if the toxicity had continued and with the floods? So it is time to involve science or to create a scientific committee that could take into account the needs of the river and also the changes in meteorology. In fact, because climate change is provoking more drastic and more uncertain cycles, in order to prevent and better manage the risk, we should change our law systems. But the Polish people, your colleagues, Robert Rindt, a journalist, in cooperation with the law professors such as Stanislaw Kordakiewicz and others, and also thanks to the beautiful documentary made by Eva Evert, Until the Last Drop, they have launched a wonderful campaign to promote the recognition of the personhood of the Odra. I don't know if you have heard about that, about this beautiful campaign. So I invite you to use this opportunity to acknowledge the importance of the Odra River, which gives life to this region. We don't need to be afraid of the river. We need to know that it's a giver of life. The Odra deserves to exist in law, to have its voice heard, to be protected, preserved, and restored, because many people in this region identify themselves to the Odra River. Let's imagine that one day this beautiful river will be recognized as a natural entity with rights. It will be the first one in Poland. This initiative also changed the relationship between people and the river. As an example, the promoters of the initiative organized a march from the source to Wrocław, raising awareness during 44 days, walking almost 1,000 kilometers with hundreds of people joining the walk. I invite you to sign that petition, which has already been signed by more than 4,000 people. Sign it and share it. And to conclude, I don't know if you know, but next week is going to be the COP16 in Cali concerning biodiversity. And Poland has signed this treaty. And inside the treaty, one of the goals is to use the tool of rights of nature to meet the implementation of goals of the agreement. And this is a word coming from the Magpie River, from an indigenous that protected the magpie. She has something to say to you, and I wanted to share her because she is a fighter.
River is the gift of the life. Odra is the blood of your ancestor. And the choice we make to protect her is a strong way for all our children.
Short and sweet, and to finish, recognizing rights to a river is a question of allowing the river to protect us and to protect herself. It's a question of equality of arms. So thank you so much for inviting me. Dziękuję.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję.
Well, thank you very much.
Teraz zapraszam
Now I'd like to invite
Professor
Janusz Zaleski,
wiceprzewodniczącego
Vice
Rady
Chairman
Programowej
of the
Kongresu.
Congress Program
Będzie to
Council.
głos pod tytułem
And
Kolejna wielka
it's
powódź,
going
lekcje
to be
odrobione
about another great
nie
flood,
odrobione.
homework
Panie
done
profesorze,
and
zapraszam.
not done. Professor, you're welcome.
Szanowni Państwo, zawsze
Ladies and gentlemen,
szczególny
always
zaszczyt, jeżeli mogę
it's a great pleasure whenever
zabierać
I
głos,
can speak in my alma mater
dzielić się
and share
przemyśleniami,
my thoughts and reflections on the flood that
nie
has
na Dolnym Śląsku, a szerzej mówiąc na Śląsku.
flooded Lower Silesia and Silesia in September
Pan profesor
of this
Hausner
year. Professor
w
Hausner
zasadzie zasugerował ten
suggested
tytuł,
this
i to jest
title,
za dobry tytuł,
and I
żeby
think it's a good one,
tak miesiąc po, kiedy
to
jeszcze
talk
wiele
about
osób
it
jest w
one
stresie pourazowym.
hour after
Doświadczyłem tego,
after
spotkałem
many
się z
people still
mieszkańcami
have
Zdroja
a
Śląskiego,
post-traumatic
Radochowa
stress disorder,
i
and
Lądka
I
Zdroja,
met many people from Lądek-Zdrój and
aby powiedzieć o
other small
lekcjach
cities and
odrobionych
villages,
i nieodrobionych,
to
ale
talk
przede
about
wszystkim kontekst.
to
Kontekst
them
jest taki,
about the
że
homework done and not done, and about the context.
historia
The nature
powtarzać
shows
i w
us that
przypadku
the
powodzi
history
tutaj
likes to
na
repeat
Odrze, na
itself,
Dolnym
and in case
Śląsku,
of the flood
na
in
Śląsku,
Lower Silesia and Silesia,
szerzej mówiąc, mamy
broadly speaking,
dużą powódź co
we
13-14
encounter a
lat.
great flood every 13 to
To
14
są
years.
obrazy, które pokazują,
These are the
jaka
pictures
była intensywność,
picturing the
dlaczego w
intensity
2010
of precipitation
roku Kotlina
and
Kłodzka nie
why
doświadczyła takiej katastrofy,
the
jaką doświadczyła
Kłodzko
w
Valley not
1997
experienced such a
roku.
catastrophe
Ona w
as it did in
1997 roku
97.
została jakby
In 97,
przez
it has been
katastrofę
overshadowed
Wrocławia,
by the
wszystkich
catastrophe
miast,
in
duże
Wrocław and other
Żebry.
big cities along
Z
Odra
tego
River,
powodu, że rok 2010
because
to ta
2010
katastrofa bardziej była w dorzeczu Wisły, a
the catastrophe concentrated more on a Vistula catchment area, and
ale generalnie no,
this
pamiętajmy, że
eastern part wasn't
oczywiście to
affected
jest
that much.
matematyczne, nie
But this is
probabilistyczne,
not
ale mamy
mathematical,
13-14 lat, aby coś
probabilistic,
zrobić.
and
Tak
we have about
symbolicznie,
13 to
bo
14 years to
oczywiście,
do something about it
duża
symbolically.
powódź może być tak jak
Because
na
great
Renie,
flood
2 lata.
can happen
Następnie
every
polskie
second
wieś,
year, like on the Rhine, and in
też najstarsi mieszkańcy.
98 and 99, the Kłodzko Valley has also experienced the flood, and the oldest of us definitely remember about that. Now, the lessons,
Lekcja odrobiona to
homework
oczywiście
done.
racibus.
Racibórz.
oraz to, że
And
zapewnił on w czasie
the
tej
fact
powodzi
that
wrześniowej
has
bezpieczeństwo
ensured
wszystkich
safety
miast w Dolinie Odry.
of all
Oczywiście z
the
dokładnością
cities along
pewnych jakichś
the
drobnych
Odra Valley,
podtopień,
except for
ale
some
generalnie
small
mimo,
floods
że
along the
woda
way.
była
But
porównywalna,
despite the
znaczy
fact that
mniejsza,
the
ale
water was very, amount of water was very close to 97,
napłynęło,
and I'm talking about what we have received from Czechia.
zdjął nam falę
Racibórz
praktycznie z
took
ponad
the
2200,
burden of
a
us.
gdyby nie było
It
jeszcze
has
Łukowa, to by było praktycznie
lowered the
2600
way from
do maksimum 1200 metrów
2600
sześciennych na sekundę i proszę
or 700 to
wszystkim Wrocławian, żeby sobie
2500.
wyobrazili, że
And
nie
I
byłoby
mostly would like to ask
1200
the
metrów
Wrocław
sześciennych na
inhabitants
sekundę
that
przez,
please imagine
wiele
if we,
godzin niż dni.
whether it's
Byłby taki
better
klasyczny
to
pik
have
we Wrocławiu
1,300
czy
cubic
Wrocławiu
meters per
Trzeźnie.
hour instead of
Właśnie
2,600
to jest
would
ta lekcja
Wrocław survive
odrobiona.
that? And this is one of the
Po lewej
lessons
stronie
of the homework done.
zbiornik,
On the
w
left,
momencie, kiedy był
this is
jeszcze
the
budowany, bo konstrukcja została
reservoir
dokończona w 2020
under
roku,
construction
a
because
jak
the construction was
wyglądało
completed in
jego
2020,
napełnienie, wykorzystaliśmy mniej
and
więcej
then we
80%
see how it
retencji
was
tego
filled. We used
zbiornika.
about 80% of its retention
Ilustracja
capacity. This is
bardzo
another
ładna z 2020
one illustration from
fotografia
2020. This
zbiornika,
is a
kiedy został
photography
ukończony, a po lewej
of
stronie
its finalization, and on the
jaką pracował we wrześniu.
left side we see how it
No, oczywiście zapora
proved to
czołowa,
function
coś,
in
co-
September. And this is
coś,
the
co bardzo
dam,
podoba się hydrotechnikom,
the
co
head
bardzo się
dam, what
podoba,
the hydrotechnicians
e,
love and
wojskowcom.
what the environmentalists
Wrocław.
hate.
Mieliśmy
Wrocław
w 97
in
roku
97
35%
we
zalania
had
miasta. To
about
jest oficjalna
35%
mapka
of the
z
city underwater.
zasobów
This is the
miejskich,
official
pokazująca,
map
jak to
from
wyglądało.
the city
Tak wyglądało
archives.
wyglądał,
This is
różne miejsca
what
w
different
Wrocławiu.
places in Wrocław looked like
Przystąpiliśmy do zwiększenia
before we started
tej
to
przygotowania miasta na wysoką
prepare
wodę. Tak,
the
ta
city for
woda
high water, and this is
przechodziła
how the
bezpiecznie w
water
2024
safely
roku. Chcę wyraźnie
flown
podkreślić, że nawet
in
nie
2024.
otworzyliśmy
And I would just
przelewu
like to
na
underline
Widawę,
that we
czyli mieliśmy
didn't
rezerwę
even open the
120
Vidava
metrów sześciennych na sekundę.
Reservoir, so we had a sort of a buffer.
Czy podchwytliwe, czy życzliwe od
And I
dziennikarza,
was
czy
asked by a journalist, I don't know whether it was a tricky or a regular question, whether I would blow
moja
the
odpowiedź była taka,
embankments in
że
Słanie
ten
again. My
przelew
answer was
dawał,
that this
ten
overflow,
kanał przerzutowy na Widawę
this
dawał
transfer
większe
channel to
możliwości
Vidava gave
wysadzenia
us
wałów,
much
więc teraz po
bigger
prostu kompletnie nie
possibilities
byłoby sensu
in comparison
tego
to
robić. Mieliśmy gotowe otwarcie, z którego nie skorzystaliśmy.
blowing up the embankments, and we simply had a buffer we did not have to use. We've managed to open also 4 other reservoirs in Kłodzko Valley, but they were located in its south and western part, 2 per each, and the intense precipitation was concentrated on the western side of the Kłodzka area, and on Saturday I got taught the difference between the Kłodzkie area and Kłodzkie hollow of valley. This is the reservoir in Roztoka, Bystrzycka, and this is the voice of the citizens who were not fully convinced during its construction, but now they clearly declare their joy over the fact that it has actually protected them. Similar to Boboszów, this is also a reservoir in the southern part, in the Krosnowice. Have a look, it started already functioning using the surface overflow, and its capacity was too small in comparison to the gathered water, but the inhabitants are also happy with that, even considering the fact that they were flooded, but by Nysa Kłodzka, so a different river. And then Szalejów Górny, this reservoir is located in the western part. It has fulfilled its function, it has reduced the flow to Kłodzko, but as we see, not sufficiently. Now let's go over to the homework not done.
Stronie Śląskie.
Stronie Śląskie.
Lądek-Zdrój.
Lądek-Zdrój.
Wschodnia część
The
Kłodzkiej.
eastern part of
Oczywiście
the
Kłodzko,
Kłodzka
gdzie
area.
czy pada po lewej, czy po prawej.
Whether it rains on the left or on the right, or whether it rains in the south,
wszystko w
it
Kłodzku
always
się
ends up in
kumuluje.
Kłodzko.
No i tutaj stoimy przed takim
And
bardzo
this is
ważnym,
where we
trudnym
are facing an
wyborem,
important
dialogiem,
and
poszukiwaniem
difficult
rozwiązania.
choice.
A
A dialogue,
Już
a
w programie
search for
Drought
solution.
2006
In the program for
wiele lat
Odra
temu
2026,
praktycznie jest to
many years
opracowanie hydrogeologii
ago,
Wrocław
we've prepared
pokazujące
the
możliwe
hydrological
lokalizacje, suchych zbiorników
work on the
wodnych.
possible location of dry reservoirs in
30
Kłodzka Valley. These were about 30 locations.
W roku 2018
In 2018,
no, w bardzo
in a
zły sposób zostało przedstawione opracowanie, które
we've seen a work that was presented in a very wrong way,
sprzed praktycznie
illustrating
dzisiaj patrząc niemalże 25 lat.
from the
Natomiast,
perspective of 25 years,
pokazywało
illustrating,
na tym schemacie Państwo widzicie na czerwono
as you can see on the
te
scheme,
istniejące zbiorniki
those four
oraz
existing
możliwe lokalizacje,
reservoirs
które
in
miały
red
tylko
and possible
rozpocząć
locations that were supposed to
rozmowę,
start
dialog,
a
a skończył się
dialogue and a
ten
conversation,
dialog,
and
nim
this
się
dialogue
zaczął, w
has
wyniku
ended
mojej
before it
ocenie
even
bardzo
started.
dużej nieudolności.
And in my opinion, it is
Której najlepszym dowodem jest to,
because of
że
a big
w
lack
momencie,
of
kiedy
abilities.
przyjmowaliśmy do realizacji, mniej więcej to był
Once we started the implementation in about 2010,
czterech suchych zbiorników,
the construction of 4 dry reservoirs,
można powiedzieć uchwałę
I've
starostwa
received
w Kłodzku,
the
które zarzucało, dlaczego
law,
trzeba nie Natomiast no, to, co się
decision
stało,
of
i
the
ten
council
fatalny
in
dialog społeczny,
Kłodzko, why 4 not 8,
spowodował,
but this
że ten projekt został całkowicie
absolutely
zarzucony
failed
i złożono
social dialogue
deklarację, że nic się nie
resulted
będzie robić, nie
in
będzie się
dropping
prowadzić suchych
the
zbiorników.
idea and building
Oczywiście
dry
musimy wyjść poza ziemię
reservoirs. We need
Kłodzko,
to
trzeba
go
pamiętać
outside
o całej
of
Nysie
Kłodzko. If
Kłodzkiej
you need to
jako
remember
ziemi,
about the whole
ponieważ
catchment
natura
area
nam
of
pokazała,
Nysa
że
Kłodzka,
to jest kwestia
because the
dwóch oaz,
nature
to
has
jest
taught us
kwestia
that it's
Nysy,
about Kuchałazy
to
and
jest
Nysa.
ujęcie z wału znajdującego
This
się
is
tuż
the
pod
dam
zbiornikiem.
under
Ale
the
przede wszystkim to jest
reservoir.
kwestia Lewina Brzeskiego.
And Lewin Brzeski.
Praktycznie jest tu
In
taka,
practice,
jest tu pewien paradoks, bo
this is a
instrukcja,
paradox,
gospodarowania
because
wodą
the
na
instruction
kaskadzie
on
Nyskiej
managing
dopuszcza
water on the
zrzut
Nyskia Cascade
1400 metrów
allows
sześciennych na sekundę,
1,400
którego we wrześniu
cubic
nie
meters per
realizowano.
second
Maksymalnie
that we
zrzucono
did
1000
not
metrów sześciennych
accomplish,
na sekundę.
and
A
1,000
Lewin
cubic meters
Brzeski
were
jest przygotowany na
dropped,
600,
and Lewin
800
Brzeski
metrów
is
sześciennych na sekundę.
ready
Więc to
for
miasto
60 to
przy każdej
6 to 700
musi być
cubic meters. So
zalane.
this
Wobec
city
tego
has to
to
be
jest
flood.
najwyższy czas, aby
Every
every
time a flood happens, so the time has come not to restrict everything to Kłodzkie area, but to talk about catchment areas of the river Nysa Kłodzka, of its whole catchment area. Another small problem is the problem of the dams. This is the state of dams in a broader perspective. Overall,
jak widać,
in
tutaj
Poland,
jest
we can
też
see
bardzo dużo do zrobienia. To
that
są
lot
lekcje
still has to be done.
nieodrobione.
These are homeworks not done.
To są nakłady na wały.
This is the investment on the dam infrastructure
jednocześnie kilometraż.
and the length in kilometers.
Ten rysunek ma pokazywać,
This
że
graph is supposed to
następuje coś, co
indicate
powinno przede wszystkim
that
środowiskowców bardzo cieszyć, że
this is something that the environmentalists should be very happy about, that we stop building dams in the first place. We rather go over to
Natomiast
the retentions,
jeżeli chodzi o wydatki na modernizację
and in
obwałowań,
case of
to nie jest
the
tak, że
expenditures
przestajemy
on
wydawać na
embankments,
te
it's not
wały.
like we stop spending
na
money
te
on those,
obwałowania. Ale jak widać, no stan tych
but
obwałowań
the condition
dobrze,
of
że,
the embankments
nie było jakichś takich dramatycznych sytuacji
wasn't
jak w 97
particularly
razem
good.
na Odrze.
It's good that we did not
Jest,
encounter a
jak
situation
pokazywał
from
poprzedni
97.
slajd. Chciałbym
as we've
podkreślić
seen
to
on the last slide. Another thing I'd like to underline, because we talk about what the government is doing, it's usually not popular, especially when you say something good about it. Despite being thrown out of projects I have been working on twice by the government, I wanted to say that there is a logical long-term consequence of long-term activities despite changing incumbent governments. I don't want to say who was better or worse. All the political groups have led, except for a few exceptions, to the improvement of the anti-flood system. Let's not forget Vistula. I wanted to clearly underline I'm not forgetting Wisła. As in case of the Odra Valley, it has been secured against the high flood. I do not want to call it the 1,000 years flood, but in case of Vistula, we are prepared, and the project of the World Bank would contribute to secure the Vistula Valley similarly to Odra Valley. And this is a project we'd like to extend by adding Kłodzka Valley and the proxy of the government who is responsible for the removal of the flood consequences. I have twisted the name because it was the proxy of the government as in 97. Well, I'm being rushed, so the logic behind it. This is a very broad shortcut of on the management of the flood risk. This logic still remains, and the biggest problem of the Kłodzka Valley is that we ripped out one small element, the dry reservoirs, out of this logic. And when organizing social dialogue and when preparing the smallest possible acceptance level, we need to present complex solutions where we indicate that we start from the nature-based solutions, and this should be the main goal of the retention. We need to give the river its space, and after that we should think of relocations and resettlements of people endangered by the flood, and we should also do a preventive zoning. The embankments that can be built the fastest way out of those solutions should
Ja myślę, że
be
myśmy w
one of
Polsce
the last
tą
resorts.
logikę dość skutecznie na
And
przestrzeni tych 25
throughout these
lat
25 years,
wywrócili.
we have reversed this logic quite effectively.
Mnie najbardziej ucieszyła
What I've
strona
been mostly happy about
Zlutujmy
is
rzeki, gdzie
the
znalazłem
webpage of the
wyraźne,
coalition, Let's Save
stwierdzenie,
Rivers, where I found a
deklarację,
clear statement
że
and a declaration that
nie
the
są przeciwnikami
environmentalists
zbiorników.
are not against
Bardzo
dry
liczę na to, że
reservoirs.
właśnie te
And I really
organizacje,
hope that
pomogą
these
w tym
organizations
dialogu,
are going to help in this
że
dialogue.
w Kotlinie Kłodzkiej
And
zwłaszcza,
that especially
że
in
te rozwiązania, suche zbiorniki,
Kłodzka Valley, those dry
są
reservoirs
rozwiązaniami,
will be
które nie
considered
można
as solutions that
utożsamiać
cannot
z
be
zbiornikami pełnymi, jakby z takimi klasycznymi zbiornikami wodnymi.
perceived as the filled reservoirs, classical reservoirs. And dialogue with people who were
I ten dialog jest
damaged
bardzo,
by the
bardzo
flood
trudny.
in Kłodzka River is very
Będzie
difficult.
praktycznie koniec.
This is going to be the end.
No my jesteśmy takim narodem,
So
który
we are a
lubi zawsze
nation that
narzekać.
loves
A ja chcę
to
wyraźnie powiedzieć, że niewątpliwie to, co było w Kotlinie
complain and
nawet nie w Kotlinie, no to jest katastrofa.
what we've encountered in
Ale
Kłodzka
uzyskaliśmy,
Valley and in the Nysa Kłodzka catchment area has been a catastrophe, and we have avoided much worse catastrophe because of our activities throughout the last 25 years. We also need to remember why more has not been done, because these are activities that are relatively expensive and they are restricted by the costs.
Postępów. Kolejna rzecz to
The next element is the stabilizing role of the international financial institutions and the EU
działaniach
concerning the long-term activities. In many cases, they were ensuring that many initiatives undertaken by one government were not torpedoed by the next one. And that last element, we have planned what is supposed to be done in the Odra Valley. We can, of course, go down the valley and add the Vistula Valley to that, but we need to take excerpts out of the flood management project and pick priorities that is governed by both EU and Poland. And I like to finalize this presentation by the proposal of the Polish Academy of Sciences and its committee. It identifies the rivers in Poland with the biggest flood potential. The first catchment area approach should be directed towards Nysa Kłodzka and Vistula, that is almost ready, and we need to start the preparations and also include Warsaw in those preparations, and we also need to ponder the potential hierarchy and the possibility to implement activities with the most flood potential. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję, panie profesorze, za
Thank you very much, Professor, for this presentation that has closed the inauguratory session of our Congress. Now I'd like to inform you that at 11:45 we'll be meeting in this room again. And now if any of you would like to replace the lack of caffeine and caffeine, coffee waits you, and exactly at 11:45 we'll start the next session.
Serdecznie witamy Państwa po przerwie.
So, welcome after the break is the 6th International Congress City, Water, Quality of Life. Let me remind me that this Congress is organized by Open Eyes Economy Summit and the City of Wrocław with several partners on board. Let me remind me that our partners is ING Bank Śląski. Moreover, I want to tell you that during different breaks that we have, among other coffee breaks, I really encourage you to have a look at two exhibitions that are available here in our exhibition center. Art for Rivers, Art for Environment, organized by Sisters of the River, and also another exhibition. So please also have a look at the Open Eyes Economy Summit stall where you can buy different things related to sustainable economy. Now, let me open this session titled Water. Water Management is Sustainable Urban Development Policy. It is my great pleasure to present to you Mr. Georges Lemay from Water Governance and Circular Economy Unit from OECD, and his speech is titled Managing Water Resources for Sustainable Urban Water Management. So the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Georges Lemay. I come from the OECD. I work in the Water Governance and Circular Economy Unit. Before jumping into the substance, I would like to thank the organizers and the co-organizers for such a timely and necessary event, for bringing also such diverse disciplines and backgrounds all in the same room. So I will move to the topic of this presentation that will be focusing on delivering water governance for sustainable urban water management. I will divide the presentation between the why, the what, and the how. So without further ado, not working. So the why. So we have plenty of challenges at urban level today. So if we start with the mega trends, these challenges are being amplified by different mega trends such as demographic growth. We have also important urbanization. We have economic trends. So if we look at the different figures, we know that by 2050 we will have already 10 billion people in the planet, and most of this population will be living in urban areas. Today we know that around 70% of the global emissions are in urban areas, and we know that 80% of the global GDP is being generated in cities, without forgetting that many billions of people will be living in cities will be confronted to some level of climate-related events in the future. So this also translates into impacts on water security, global issues, local impacts. So if we look at this, we will see that there is an increasing demand for water, both globally, but especially at urban level. But we will see also that we are lacking quite a lot of water and sanitation access, billions and billions of people lacking this type of services. And we have still an urban and rural divide that is being important today, with urban areas having the most important coverage. And then we have also the climate change, which is exacerbating all these climate-related risk of floods, water scarcity, and so on. And we know that almost 60% of the population will be living in water-stressed areas by 2050. And this is particularly affecting urban areas, because we know that by 2030, the risk of flood will be multiplied by 3. We know that almost half of the population will be living in some level of water stress by 2040. And more worrying, we know that by 2050, almost 80% of the population living in sub-basins will be facing high to moderate levels of water pollution. So water governance is key for sustainable cities. So the first key message is that today water crises are mostly water governance crises. We need to fit policies to places and also to people. We need water governance as a means to an end. And this is why the OECD has come up with a definition of water governance as a set of the rules and mechanisms to ensure that everyone, everywhere, and at all times we have access to the water we need to protect also the people from the growing water-related risks. So this led to the OECD to create the Water Governance Program, which provides guidance on designing effective and efficient and inclusive water governance systems, both at national and subnational level, with a view also to achieve sustainable development goals. So now moving to the what. The what is important because we are trying to make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable, and at the same time ensure access to water and sanitation for all. So we have these 5 water management functions, but the current levels of service should not be taken for granted. We still need more action, and we still need more action, especially on infrastructure, on investments, also on institutions, and also on information. So just to give you an idea, it is estimated that around 23 trillion in water security investments will be needed to tackle the climate crisis by 2050. So just to give you a rough idea, this is almost equivalent to the GDP of the United States. Or it's even more than the GDP of all the EU countries altogether. In this regard, I would also like to mention that in the past few days, Water Europe just published a report on the water security in Europe, and they estimate that the EU needs around 250 billion euros in investments by 2030 to tackle the growing threat of water scarcity, but also the growing demand for important industries. So to make it work, we need enabling conditions, and this is where the OECD principles on water governance come into play. They were created in 2015, and they provide the 12 must-dos that both national and subnational governments need to follow in order to design and also to implement effective, efficient, and inclusive water policies. So these principles were very useful in allowing us to identify specific governance issues that are affecting cities in particular. So we have issues of roles and responsibilities, such as silos and fragmentation from water-related tasks. We have policy coherence with diverging or contradicting rationales and objectives among levels of the government. We have also capacity issues, lacking capacity, managerial competences. We have also accountability issues of asymmetries of information, funding issues also related to the difficulty of raising water tariffs, given the context in which costs are increasingly increasing. And then we have also issues of data, where we have complex, irregular, and incomplete data, and also the issue of scale, because we have a mismatch between the hydrologic boundaries and the administrative limits between cities and basins. So this led us to the 3 Ps. The OECD developed this 3 Ps coordination framework, in which we identified the different cities' complex interactions around people, places, and policies, and all of which bring opportunities of their own. For instance, on people, We have opportunities to building trust and also ownership, raising awareness, securing the willingness to pay for water services. On places, we have the opportunity to integrate planning, strategy setting, policy making. We have also the opportunity to set rural urban partnerships to help integrate water management, but we have also opportunities on policies to also manage conflicts on water allocation and also efficient allocation of resources. So this led us in practical terms to develop the handbook of what works, local implementation of the OECD principles at the local level. This handbook was published earlier this year, and it basically has a compendium of more than 50 practices, water governance practices, which in fact showed cities, regions, and basins how they are designing and also implementing efficient, effective, and inclusive water governance systems. It also identifies common pitfalls to avoid when designing and implementing these water policies, and it also draws some lessons from successful and challenging implementations, as well as the potential for replication of these water governance practices in other contexts. So just to give you an overview of the practices that you can find in this handbook with relevance to the urban level. For instance, if we go to effectiveness on policy coherence, we have a transversal and coordinated water and sanitation plan in Mar del Plata, Argentina, where they managed to, thanks to this sanitation plan, they managed to build a new wastewater treatment plant, which allowed to increase the wastewater treatment coverage to 100%, with important co-benefits for the local population by increasing the quality of seawater, but also increasing the quality of recreational beaches around the coast. If we go to efficiency, for instance, on financing, we have a participatory budget to finance urban-related projects in Paris, France, where collectives and individuals were able to propose solutions and projects to the municipality. And basically in 2023, there were around 50 projects that were proposed, 10 were selected for being financed. And just to give you an idea of a project that was financed, was creating educational courses for junior high school classes on the importance of protecting water resources. And last, for example, an example of trust and engagement on monitoring and evaluation, we have an example of water governance self-assessment in Pekalongan in Indonesia. And this assessment allowed to identify the water governance issues affecting the city, a city which is foreseen to be sinking by 2035 because of floods and also tidal waves. So this type of assessment is highly relevant, and it was able to also identify important deficiencies, especially in policy coherence and evaluation. So when it comes to pitfalls to avoid and lessons, here are some of them. This is not complete. If you want to have a global overview of all of these, you can go into the handbook and you will find much more. But if we go, for instance, to effectiveness, it is true that we don't need to forget the importance to communicate regularly, don't overlook the upstream and the downstream impacts of different sectors, to don't miss the opportunity to leverage water as a strategy to other different strategies on food, on energy, and on other sectors. It's also important to remember that land use and spatial planning affect water management within the city boundary, so it is important to take it into consideration. On efficiency, it's important to don't forget to propose incentives for robust monitoring. Don't prioritize quick fixes if they ignore financial sustainability in the long run. Don't fall in the trap of one-size-fits-all solution because it needs to be place-based. We need to take into consideration the circumstances and the perspectives of the local communities and stakeholders. don't let institutional inertia hinder innovation, and so on and so on. And also remembering that it's important to have city-to-city knowledge networks to allow exchange of best practices and lessons. On trust and engagement, it's important to don't overlook the potential of digital solutions. For instance, in Luxembourg, they have a water safety plan, which is completely digital. Don't ignore the need for spaces for dialogue. Don't omit the long-term impacts of trade-offs of different sectors. It is estimated by 2050 that we will have to find some trade-offs between food production and the competing water interests. Also important to promote rural-urban partnerships to optimize water use, also align goals and manage trade-offs effectively. So now I will move to the how. We have seen the why, the what, and now the how. So in this respect, the OECD has worked for the past decade on different national and local policy reviews, for instance, by informing the water allocation reform in Cape Town in South Africa, also by proposing economic instruments to to signal the water's value in Brazil, to propose an intersectoral approach to water in Peru. It was also able to do benchmarking studies based on surveys, which were basically done at national and subnational level. And at subnational level, I can point to the report that was done on water governance in cities in 2016 with around 50 cities around the globe. And the most recently in 2021 for African cities, counting around 40 cities. And last but not least, we have also been working in thematic reviews on the circular economy, working on water circular economy principles such as harvesting rainwater and also investing in biofactories which will allow to transform waste water into energy or gas. And also, we have been working on the blue economy by insisting that water security is essential for resilient blue economy sectors of fisheries, maritime transportation, and so on and so on. And we will be publishing in the next few weeks a case study in the metropolitan region of Rio de Janeiro, which will be insisting in this as well. So I will stop here, and I really want to thank you for your attention, and we remain at your disposal for any questions and potential collaborations for policy reviews and case studies. Thank you.
Mr. Lemaire, we kindly thank you for this presentation and this speech. Teraz, szanowni państwo, zaproszę.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome to hear the presentation about investing in climate resilience based off some global best practices and lessons learned by Frank Gossens, who is going to join us online. So Frank Gossens is Global Sales Director from Resilience Arcadis.
Good afternoon. Just checking if you can hear me.
Right. Yes, we can hear you. Everything is all right.
Very good, and I'll continue. Great to be with you, although it's virtually. I got tested positive on COVID yesterday morning, and unfortunately can't be there. I would have loved to be in Wrocław. It's been a while ago that I was there working on the upper and middle Odra flood protection plan. But now it's virtually, so at least I'm a little bit with you. And I would like to take you on a quick tour across some hopefully inspirational projects across the world that show that cities working on being resilient against climate change, how that plays off for the people, for the businesses, for the ecological value, and for all quite a few other components that build a resilient city. It's also in the previous presentation, a lot of us already said about cities and how the challenges they face. But one of the challenges, just to summarize this slide, is the competition on this very scarce square meters. The rural areas, there's more space, but city, everything's condensed. A lot of functions, a lot of lot of interest, a kind of fighting for space, fighting for space for water, for ecology, for infrastructure, for urban development, etc. And that's going to continue given the fast-growing population of cities across the world. In the global south, definitely also in countries like Poland, the Netherlands, the US, and across all of Europe and America. And just starting my tour with the Netherlands, where I come from, where we have a long history of fighting against water, but also the prosperity of the country is to a large extent related to water. We have a long history there, but one of the most recent things that we've been doing is building with nature. It's nature-based solutions that are integrated with, let's say, traditional solutions like using steel and concrete, but moving with the power of nature, moving the value and the strength nature gives in protecting our society. And one example there to start with is the city of Katwijk. It is a coastal city, and they are protected by the floodings by the North Sea with dunes, like most of the western part of the Netherlands. And the city of Katwijk had to strengthen the dunes, the protecting capacity, and at the same time, they also need parking space for the beach lovers that went to the sea every time when there was nice weather. So you see again the conflict of space in that city, and in the end the decision was made to have the parking garage integrated in the dunes, so at the same time while reinforcing the protection capacity of the dunes, the parking garage was built, generating revenue for the city and providing security against the flooding. Another program that's running right now, almost ready, will be followed by a new one, is Room for the River. Started after the almost floodings in 1993 and 1995. And the toolbox that we have is Room for the River. You see that at the bottom of the slide is about lowering floodplains to provide the river with more discharge capacity, dike relocation more outwards to provide more room as well, high water channels that can be used to provide additional discharge capacity in periods of high water, and strengthening dikes, obviously making them higher, more stable and stronger. And the most flood protection program that's currently running in the southern part of the Netherlands, that's probably the Meuse River is probably most comparable with rivers like Odra and Vistula, fed by rainfall and melting snow in spring and in winter, and there's relatively low water levels in summer and late summer. Although, if there's heavy rainfall, the water level can rise immediately and very quickly, causing a lot of safety and security problems. So that's why this Meuse flood protection program was started, still going on despite of the Netherlands flood protection program. A lot of investments in flood protection, in nature conservation, in adding nature quality, but providing a lot of additional safety for the cities there. So that's why the statement, the core message of our president is investing in the resilience pays off. If you look at the 2021 floods that we had in Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands, you see the amount of damage and the impact on the people, how many people died during these floodings. You see the big difference between Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands. So investing in the Meuse flood protection program really paid off.
Okazało się, że te programy ochrony przeciwpowodziowej w większości bardzo mocno się opłaciły, zmniejszając ryzyko powodzi.
Sorry, was that the message for me? I just continue if that's okay. Okay, thank you. Although it has a good impact, we also learned.
Nauczyli. Przepraszam, mamy bardzo złą jakąś dźwięku i mam nadzieję, że technicy pracują nad tej poprawą.
Should I just continue? Okay, I just ignore the comments. So we also learned that although this action program worked quite well.
Dowiedzieliśmy się, że też te programy działały dosyć dobrze, ale dużo jeszcze niestety nie działało w przypadku mniejszych rzek, które potrzebują często bardzo dużo działań na rzecz rozproszenia tej fali powodziowej. Chodzi tu o małe dopływy, chodzi też o transgraniczne systemy ostrzegawcze, chodzi o odpowiednie przekazywanie informacji. Tu jest inny przykład, to jest Rotterdam. Jest porównywalny z takimi polskimi miastami jak Gdańsk, Szczecin czy Świnoujście. Tutaj widzimy, że woda wpływa zarówno od morza, jak i od rzeki. Mamy też bardzo dużo różnych systemów ochrony przeciwpowodziowej i
structure, a dike, in combination with a park on top and a parking garage underneath. As I said, cities are fighting for space, and this solution is cheaper because and the river and the parking and the park will be way more expensive, and it integrates function, and it well, as you can see, it looks good and it attracts people. If you've been in Rotterdam, you might recognize the picture of the station, the central station of Rotterdam, with a huge square in front of it, and under the square there's a parking. But what you might not notice is there's also a water storage on top of the parking. So there again, a park and a parking, a square and a parking and a water storage are integrated into one project. More affordable and easier. Oh, it's not easy, more affordable, but if you do it in a smart way, it works well. It's also this example of underground water storage at the museum, parking garage. It's not a big impact if you can't use the parking for a couple of days every 10 years, because then it's used to store water after extreme rainfall events. Having this, if we had to build this water storage next to the parking on the other place, it will be extremely more expensive than in this case combining these two functions together. So it pays off. It's more affordable. It saves a lot of money, and it's easier and faster to realize given the, let's say, competition on the space in cities. Moving to New Orleans. You might remember there was this Hurricane Katrina in 2005, where 1,800 people were killed, and with a total of $150 billion of damage. So after that, and as you also can see, it's a flat area, a lot of water close to the Mississippi Delta and also close to the Gulf of Mexico. And after that event, a large program was conducted by the Army Corps of Engineers. And 16 years later, there was a test of the whole system with Hurricane Ida. And it showed it turned out that the Ida test that the Ida showed that the city was really protected against hurricanes. So while after Katrina, thousands and thousands of people had to leave their home, many of them never returned because they couldn't afford to rebuild their houses. During Ida, people could stay. And also important to notice in situations like this, people could keep their flood protection insurance. And right now, last couple of weeks, there were the hurricanes Milton and Helene in the US. And it became clear that people got paid for their damage because they were insured. But after that, they were kicked out of the insurance and they would not be able to get a new insurance against floodings. So it shows again, if you're protected, if you're building your resilience, you also are able for your people to return back, and either to stay and to make sure that it's also affordable because they reduce the risk, they don't kick out of insurances and just can continue to be there in a protected and safe place. Then move to New York, where there was this Hurricane Sandy in 2012, and only in New York City there was a $40 billion of damage. And as you on this slide, you can see the kind of different assets or infrastructure components that were impacted. Hospital, critical infrastructure, power generation was down for a while. Underground system was out for a long time. Some tunnels had to be closed. And also an interesting fact is that the New York Stock Exchange was closed for a couple of days because their data center and the communication system were stored underground in the basements of one of their providers, and they were flooded as well. So massive economic impact, and also their rather complex and comprehensive program was started. And this is an example of protecting hospitals, investing in security of hospitals, and at the same time creating a nice urban environment. As you can see, it was rather expensive, $1.5 billion US. But at the same time, it also protected the hospitals in this island of the East River. And then this is a picture of the southern part of Manhattan. There was a design competition called the title Rebuild by Design. And then in the end, a lot of projects came out of this. And also on this picture, it shows that the flood protection system, which is the yellow line, it's kind of lingering around on this picture, is integrated with parks. It's connected to ferries at the eastern part. It's connected to the Battery Park in the southern part of Manhattan, creating a lot of additional value. But as you can see, as you can imagine also, I guess it's not different in cities like Wrocław or Warsaw or Poznan, Krakow, difficult and complicated to integrate it in the whole city environment. This picture shows some of the projects, and I will start with an example that's just upright, and then another example that's a little bit more the blue part, which is the financial district of Manhattan. And this right one is the East Side Coastal Resilience Project. It's on one hand, on the top left, you see it's just steel and concrete walls protecting, but on the picture as well, you see this large park. And if you look at the apartment buildings behind it, which is social housing, you can imagine that with these parks, they really connect these houses, the people living there, with leisure and recreation areas nearby. It's make the quality of life for them way easier, way better, and it also adds additional value, nature, recreation to the city, which makes it a more attractive place to be, not only for people living there, but also for people working there, and for tourists coming to the city. And then a little bit south of financial district, this nice artist impression shows also that you can also extend the city outside of the existing boundaries, above the water. And this slide indicates that it's not only about reacting on events that happened in the past, Hurricane Sandy, but also if you look at this yellow line on the slide, it indicates the high tide, the daily high tide water levels in 2200. The sea level rise, land subsidence. You see that the impact of the sea and the rivers is getting more inland. So what they did over there is designing solutions that are not only look back in what happened, but also look back to what will happen in the future, including people participation, including bottom-up solutions next to top-down suggestions and top-down solutions that came from the authorities. And also in Europe, where we see these extreme weather events like this summer in Central and Eastern Europe, 2021 in Western Europe, it's important to realize that these events will be more extreme, and that we also have to anticipate in what we might expect into the future to keep our cities resilient. And coming to an end, given time, the core message is investing in climate resilience pays off. Prevention is always better than recovering afterwards, as you avoid damage, as you avoid impact on people, avoid impact on business, and avoid impact on the wider environment. And resilient cities create solutions that protect people and that allows them to build houses, to develop their business, to grow their families. It's not easy, as you all realize, all understand the complexity of cities, but we can do it. We can provide these solutions as we've shown in these examples. examples from the Netherlands, from Rotterdam, from New York, from New Orleans. And it requires collaboration between hydrologists and architects, between water engineers and city planners, between ecologists and economists. But we can do, we have these examples, and if we do it in the right way, we add examples from all over the world, including Poland, we will be able to protect our cities and create a quality of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gossensen, for this very inspirational speech. We are really glad that we could have heard your opinions. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Have a great conference.
Teraz, szanowni państwo, przechodzimy do panelu.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go over to the panel titled The Institutional Cooperation in Sustainable Urban Water Management. I'm very glad to be able to introduce the Vice President of the Congress Program Council, Elżbieta Nachlik, who is going to be the moderator of this panel. And our great panelists are Wojciech Falkowski, President and owner of Eco Group Company, Maciej Kamiński, the Director of the Technology Transfer Center, Andrzej Łazęcki, Director of the Department of Municipal Economy and Climate from Krakow City Hall, Professor Dr. Iwona Wagner from the University of Łódź, and Witold Ziomek, President of the Management Board of the NPW and KK in Wrocław, and remotely we'll have Iwona Wagner from the University of Łódź. You are very welcome.
Jeszcze raz tylko przypomnę, współpraca
Remind you again that this is an institutional cooperation that is worth mentioning here in sustainable management of urban waters. Let's see what is this cooperation supposed to be. So I leave you in very good hands for the next 90 minutes.
Na siedzącą. A ja będę stała. Proszę? Ja będę przywijać albo będę wam oddawała. Dzień dobry, szanowni państwo.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure and the honor to run the panel from the Polish perspective on the institutional cooperation on sustainable management of urban water. Let me
Może kilka słów takiego wprowadzenia.
Allow me in the beginning for a short introduction. The institutional partnership strengthened with the social support is the basis for the formulation and implementation of useful solutions in the cities where we focus most of the problems and causes challenges and problems to solve on an ongoing basis. These problems are problems on water management from the quality and quantity point of view. These two topics are intertwining. Very often these are problems generated or dependent on the surrounding, and they have to be considered on the regional level, considering the scale of the catchment area, because we have no other solution available. Mr. George Lamy has quoted and pondered some of the schemes deciding in these days on what this cooperation should be shaped like and what it should focus on. He focused on the efficiency and engagement, and in here we see areas of cooperation that have to be considered in a modern approach to manage water in the cities. And in here we start the institutional activities on the national level, then on the self-governmental level. They are the key to solve these problems. We also need social acceptance, so trust and engagement of the community is important, and it's starts from the transparency of problems to be solved to gain their acceptance, and it is very important for few entities that have something really important to say about it. The context of this discussion is the flood this year in the Odra catchment area, which indicates how important this partnership is, both in sharing the experience and removing the consequences and in searching for complicated solutions that was also mentioned in the plenary session before the panel. Now, the participants were already introduced, so I only would like to again tell the names and the functions of the people in front of us and participating in the panel. Now, in terms of the scope of the discussion, we've chosen a few problems considering the characteristics of two southern cities in Poland, starting from Krakow, because these are challenges related to urban water management in the context of their role and institutional cooperation on example of Krakow, and then we have cooperation in management of water from different perspectives, from science, authorities, NGOs, and there are useful solutions and examples of good cooperation. Then I would like to talk about the effective integration and monitoring, both quantitative and qualitative, of water and the actions of the Polish Forecast Institute. And this has been mentioned here very often, that information is a key, a credible, verified information that is available and prepared so that the end user could take advantage of it. This is the key. But as far as you know, this is still lacking in our reality. Now, the sufficient protection of water ecosystems, especially rivers and buffer zones in the closed circuit economy, this is something that closes this circuit. So this is of key importance, how we treat the water ecosystems and the ecosystems we then gain water from to satisfy the needs of the city. Also, the necessity of institutional cooperation in the urban water policy from the perspective of seaside cities. We have a guest who's going to tell us more about the problematic of seaside cities that is a bit different from the cities of the interior. So we'll be definitely very interested in listening about the problems this cooperation encounters. And then we end up with the risk related to drinking water and rainwater, and this is the perspective of Wrocław. And here we have the president of the Wrocław water delivery and sewage systems, and I'll ask the guests to give the preliminary presentations first and to show the problematic of the topic. This will spend about 8 minutes for each, and then we will talk about the problems that may arise from that. Now, I would like to ask the director first to take the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, I start from my personal reflection 5 years ago when talking about climate changes and their causes. I had to use complicated graphs, and now it's enough to look out of the window. Within the 5 years, our time horizon has shifted from 2020 to the current day, and the spatial horizon has moved from the Pacific Island to our surrounding, and it's good to note it down. The changes in the precipitation graphs, except for other changes, are the main causes. Causes we can feel in our latitude, and the management of water, except for green areas, is the biggest, most effective remedy. We all know what has to be done, but it encounters a huge resistance. The question is why? I wanted to indicate three main reasons, because I won't be mentioning the finances. The first, the fragmentation of decisions, many different entities with spread responsibility, a bad flow of information, and the challenges concerning the decisions taking within the particular boundaries, not taking into attention the catchment area, and then short-term particular interest, upper hand of a long-term interest.
It all sounds quite dry, and I'm not sure if everyone can understand this message, so I'll provide you with some examples and show you how it works in practice. These challenges are manifested in practice, so what we can do with that. I'd like to ask someone to play the first slide. Okay, I'll move because you can't see the best part. We have two rivers here, Drwina and Drwinka, and Trafa and Malinówka. These are my favorite locations, which zoom all problems that occur in the city. First, the catchment covers not only the region of the commune of Krakow, but also nearby Wieliczka, which is too densely populated and developed. Drwinka catchment, secondly, this catchment is divided by railways, several rails, 900 meters long, and this canal has a varied width, so we had difficulties to agree with railroads to clean the canal. We installed a grid that catches most of the debris, and we thought that the problem was solved, that the buildings next to the rail track will not be flooded. But no, because the water is really dirty, because there are some other, it's slimy, because there are several other elements of infrastructure that make the canal even narrower. Then we also have the problem of current maintenance by Polish waters, so we had to make the expertise whether the embankment is flood protecting or if it has something else. We have also the discharge from water treatment plant nearby, which is good, in fact. So you can see how many decision makers meet in one place, and we have to make several agreements and consents and permissions received to work it. Sarawka is a good example, positive example, because after several floods over the years, we agreed to have an anti-flood reservoir built. One has already been created when old water protection acts were still in place. Now we have 5 more reservoirs created, but it took so long that in one location in Wieliczka area, a developer has already built up part of the plot that was allocated to this reservoir, and the reservoir had to be redesigned. Next example, Bibiczanka River. You can see its elongated catchment. In 90%, it's located in Zielonka County. The green part at the bottom is Krakow, and the forest surrounding it. As you can see, the catchment is again divided into different counties. And waters flow from one county where everything is too tight and floods the county below. And we can see also the sea level differences in the flow of the river. We have 200 meters in height of difference. And several examples. We have a motorway built across the river, and it was flooded some time ago, and it was virtually flushed away. And with the efforts of the investor, the motorway management body, there was a reservoir built to protect this infrastructure. But we have several partners and we look for new solutions. In cooperation with Polish Waters, for example, we could make some geodesic and hydraulic studies. Polish Waters have an idea how to tackle it. Now we are looking for funding. Our project includes solutions that are focused in one point and along different areas of the river. So we want to have a flooding area in the forest that we can see on the bottom of this drawing. Next example is Gąbałów, a peripheric estate near Krakow. It was terrain which was protected. There was no possibility to build it up, and now it is being intensively developed with we had to agree because it belonged to the coal factory, and it belongs to them, so we had to agree with that. Well, we managed to have some agreement, and that's yet another positive example of cooperation between different institutions to build some infrastructure. So the solutions that we built in the upper part of the catchments are green solutions, the rain garden and retention reservoirs. So we manage this river, and this is the last example. This is Kabel real estate. It may be famous because it has been flooded several times. Here it has been modeled. In theory it's all clear, but we have railways here, and the railway is building a big investment financed by EU. It's a long-term investment, and now they said that there is no permission to enter to this particular area because it may cause some problems in carrying out the EU investments, and they would need to return the EU money. And for several years, we've been trying to counteract it, and that's probably the last problem. There are no special law solutions that enable us building water equipment or water pumping equipment. So we were thinking to build a road along railroads and use simplified procedure from reed to read some draining infrastructure. So we're on the way with our project, and we hope we'll be able to manage it. So let us now move to talk about the perspective of different stakeholders, different actors. So I'll ask to discuss how this cooperation can look like. We would like to hear about positive examples about this institutional and social infrastructure. So thank you for inviting me. I can say that practically I combine the role of different institutions because I'm an employee and a member of the committee of Gdańsk Technical University, and I also run my business. So there is this cooperation, this golden triangle, local authority, business and academia. It's there. I'm also acting on behalf of an NGO because I'm a founder of Business for Climates Foundation, which is very much involved in protecting rivers. So let me start with the perspective, business perspective. As people, we strive to make everything bigger profits, get new investment areas. Let me give you an example. We have an annual conference in Karpacz, and it shows clearly how we harm ourselves. The tallest building in the world, so far it's still in Dubai, where we want to still undergo bigger and bigger challenges. So all this is fact. We can think now. We can see on the upper picture. That's the company, our company today. So 5 years ago, it was all covered in concrete. Now in 50% it's green. We have some retention reservoirs. We have rain gardens. Our grounds are watered. We have regulated flows to streams. So we are all doing in an informed way in frames of within the framework of sustainable growth. We want to do it in the best possible way. So I added here the example of agriculture because it's not being discussed enough when we talk about flood threats and the pollution of our rivers. Over 60% of Poland is covered with rural areas, agricultural areas. And that's a huge storage area for water, a potential one. It can also be a buffer zone for us. On the one hand, we have some direct drainage to ditches. On the other hand, we have this buffer zone which can keep a huge number of pesticides, biocides on the fields. So there are different directives, be it of Blue Deal or Green Deal. We should welcome them, absolutely. When we talk about science, science drives us to look for best possible solutions. I don't know how about Wrocław Technical University. Our rector in Gdańsk is dreaming about a quantum computer, and in Poznań the situation the same. So these are very modern devices that help us find the best new solutions. There is also artificial intelligence in the nearest future, perhaps also autonomous artificial intelligence, which will help us manage a huge amount of data. It's been said several times today, also in business, it's very natural and coherent that without good data coming from the market or about production capacities, we could not be successful. So there are some examples of modern solutions applied, among other things, in Arabic Peninsula. We have sun collectors where water is gathered, it flows down, and it generates energy, and we can water plants. We can grow plants simultaneously. What we need to take into account is monitoring and controlling what happens in our rivers. We are in Lower Silesia, so we can talk about the Odra River here. That really matters for us to know, to be aware and model the conditions and flows that can happen. How we can get prepared for different risks. So we were to refer to the flood that has just happened in what we are saying. I remember small city town markets in Nysa, Kłodzka or Kłodzko. Small, nice towns very well regulated, but all covered in concrete. I was in awe. I was also amazed by how beautiful they are, but those paved and concreted riverbeds are one of the reasons for the flood. Even though on September the 13th we knew that there are going to be very intensive rains, we got those forecasts, and it was more or less obvious where the precipitation is going to be the highest. We had the data, but we couldn't be prepared more to this great precipitation. Professor Zalewski mentioned where we were successful and where we failed. From local government's perspective, we can see, especially in big cities, where we can manage rainwater. We apply technologies based on nature, and we are more and more successful there, both blue and green technologies. We can be really glad that even in smaller towns or even in villages, we have some artificial and natural ponds or rain gardens, small streams running across villages and towns. So it makes us hopeful that we'll retain water. On the right, we have photos of Singapore, where each space covered in concrete is covered in green. So our authorities think to make our lives better and better. And one more example, very strong example, not necessarily green, but technical. That's an example of Krakow and cooperation between our company, Krakow Waterworks, and stormwater management. We use canal retention. We can increase it and clean this sewage before we discharge it to Vistula. We have different catchment areas in the photo. In the slide. So just to conclude, when we combine different natural solutions and technical, which are applied and recommended by universities, if we combine science and artificial intelligence here, we can get an excellent example, for example, from Changi Airport in Singapore, where nature technology meets and clean everything. So I hope we can use these solutions in both big and smaller cities. So we have different examples from different scales and different areas of cooperation. But let us return again to information and data. That's our Achilles heel, to combine qualitative and quantitative data and to provide this information and to process it to make it useful for specific stakeholders. So now Paweł Wilk from Polish Forecasts body to refer to that.
Jest. Proszę Państwa, może zacznę od tego, że
Well, let's start with the fact that from the point of view of science and meteorology, I deal only with forecasting and modeling with the river flow, but we also monitor what goes on with the quality of water in those rivers. So this touching point between the information on how much is flowing in the water and what's the quality of water is a problematic issue for a while now, because we are still dealing with the topic mentioned on my slide with two converging and actually uncorrelated monitoring systems of quality and quantity on the other hand. The problem is what can be done about that. Well, yes, when looking at the map with the points where the quality and quantity monitoring is being performed, it's a whole list of points, but these points are very often not even close to each other. They are managed according to different rules. And the location, if location is the same, it's purely by accident. In addition, we have the impurity drops, and then the third institution, the so-called Polish waters, Wody Polskie. All three institutions, but recently, additionally, two more, the fishery and climate protection institutions are cooperating with those three institutions again, because since recently we have the automated monitoring, at least on Odra River, we have 32 monitoring stations since recently, and the plethora of these institutions should force them to cooperate better from year to year, and they should be more and more in sync, but it's not happening. This automated monitoring I've mentioned is visible on the map with points marked on the river Odra. This is the first operational monitoring system, monitoring the quality of water we have access to and we can take advantage of, and we can follow 24/7. The problem is that it does not solve the problem of the information on the quality of water in the river. And the problem appears especially when we are dealing with extreme events such as flood. Such monitoring that is automated and based on probes is very much restricted in case of parameters we can measure, and in extreme events it's being turned off because it's hard to expect that such a probe should function and measuring during such an event. This is the hole, the empty space in the information about water quality we dealt with during this flood. Until today, when searching for information on those 32 stations, not all of the stations are back to regular operational mode. The question is what should be done and how to correlate this information on quality and quantity that is necessary to monitor what's going to be done in the future. All these models are based on quality and quantity that have to be congruent. Now information appears well, or proposals appear to add satellite imaging to that, and they are resistant to extreme events because they deliver data not only on what's going on in the river valley, but also chosen information about water quality, but only the chosen, only the restricted information. Of key importance now is to get congruent points where we have access to information on both on quantity and quality. So the traditional monitoring that has been run by GOS and the operational automatic monitoring to be interrelated by adding subsequent points to what's going on now and where the measurement is performed. Because otherwise, if we add more institutions and more monitorings, won't bring anything, and we still won't have the full picture of what's going on in the river. And we know that extreme events such as the one we dealt with recently cause the river to carry everything from both agricultural land and urban areas. And currently we actually have no knowledge about what's in this water during the extreme event. This restricts our possibilities to model this and analyze what can happen in the future. Thank you. Well, I think that it is worth pondering. I don't know what's your look at that, but we should create new monitoring systems. This is a sort of an escape into the future, and it doesn't solve the current problems, but we can ponder how to use the already available information, because it's not the problem of monitoring itself, but of processing of the information. So we should combine information from different sources, not just from the water management institutions currently available. Now let's go back to the water ecosystems for a while. We went through information issues. Now let's focus on the water ecosystem protection. This is the last link in the closed circuit economy in the water sector. I would like to ask Iwona Wagner, who's connected with us remotely, to give her view on how she perceives the progress and how to approach it from the multiple level. Thank you very much. I didn't want to talk just about water ecosystems, but about all ecosystems within the catchment area, and I'll continue the first what the professor said, that there are no borders in both managing the water and the ecosystems, and both is closely interrelated. Because the water resources for water, for the city, is the water economy of the whole catchment area, that is climate and landscape dependent, and the landscape is the quality of the ecosystem, for example the biodiversity. But currently we rather have dealing with the crisis of the climate that is very much influencing the precipitation profile, as well as the biodiversity of the systems that influences the functioning of the whole environmental ecosystem, and its functioning is then added to the whole crisis. And then we have a huge crisis in the zoning plan that is completely not able to deal with the environment and nature. We are theoretically talking about sustainable management, and we remember that it's based on 3 pillars. This is economic and social pillars. There is also a third pillar we're struggling with, and this is the natural capital. What's the natural capital? As each and every capital, and the OECD is defining it very concretely, it tells about resources and assets, but there is a third important element, and these are processes that are dependent on the state of the ecosystem. The bigger the ecosystem, the better it functions, and the better different ecosystemic processes are functioning, and they are influencing many different functions that are of importance also to human. Let's look at the forest ecosystem in the catchment area. This plays different roles, and that are the side consequence of the well functioning of the ecosystem. It, for example, regulates the flows. It also influences the retention of water in reservoirs. It influences the evaporation and precipitation and the whole circulation of water. The more healthy the ecosystem is, and the more diverse, the more natural, the better those functions work. And then we get a ecosystem service like the flood protection that is then directly conveyed into safety. So the quality of the ecosystem is important not just as a characteristic of the ecosystem, but also it's important for the social and economic functioning. Not to be empty-worded, I'll give you the report on the function of forest in Europe in terms of surface water retention. This is the period of winter and summer, and on the scale you can see the percentage of forestation of the catchment area, and you also see the coefficient of flow. Based on this chart, we see that if the forestation breaches 30% of the catchment area, the forests influence the flow of water both in winter and in summer. Each additional 10% of forestation means 5% less water flowing, and if the afforestation exceeds 30%, then the catchment area can retain 25% more than the deforested catchment areas, and if this breaches 70%, it's even more. So it should definitely be calculated as an option for the mountain area catchment areas that retain much more water than deforested catchment areas, and it's very strictly related to the quality of the ecosystems within the catchment areas. Now, the catchment area, I refer to that for all the time after this flood from a couple of weeks ago, and I do not understand why the debate is mostly focused on the great precipitation and the drama in the river valley on the other hand. As we've already heard, we have this information available. We know that the flood is coming, but despite this knowledge, we were not able to do much about it. If the catchment area is not prepared for receiving rain, if it doesn't have well-functioning ecosystems, then we have to answer to the opponents' actions, and we can only do anything within the river valley. Within our social debate, the catchment area and the ecosystems that does not exist, the natural assets delivered by the ecosystem does not exist, and it is about the amount of those resources available for the cities and for the flooded areas depend on the precipitation and evaporation. We cannot influence that short term. We had this influence, but we've changed the climatic ecosystems and the system adapted. But we can influence the management of the landscape here and now immediately. The functioning of the catchment area will depend on the blue and green infrastructure, on its amount, on their interconnectivity, and on the biodiversity, meaning the quality of the ecosystems, and on the functional interconnection of the blue and green infrastructure, and on the interconnection of all these elements. And this is of key importance for delta R. This is the growth of the retention that we can influence directly. Why is it so important for the city? Because, as I mentioned last year during this Congress, everybody lives close to the river, everybody lives in a catchment area. All our space is a sort of a catchment area combination. Each and every city is located in a catchment area. What's happening outside of the city is of key importance to the functioning of the city, and the cooperation between all the municipalities is of key importance to the safety of many people, as we have encountered that during the last couple of weeks. Another example from the last year, I wanted to repeat that because I find it very adequate, but at a very much smaller scale than what happened recently. For example, this is how the catchment area can influence the city, and the city, the catchment area. This is a great big flooded area, and this is a big blue and green infrastructure area that doesn't need any conservation and retainment. It has cost nothing, it's there, but at some point the need has arisen. We don't know whether who has caused it, but we have somebody told that this area has to be dried, and it seems that currently it does not function as well as it should be. And then we have the river Ina that is being poisoned by the Stargard Szczeciński a couple of times a year, so the city influences the catchment area, and this interconnected influence, the dance continues. That is why the management of the catchment area is something we should really be dealing with, because we have the information necessary, we are ready for critical situation, and we've noticed that all of the authorities were functioning very efficiently, at least in my opinion. But let's give a chance to lower the glow and reach this green and blue infrastructure and this natural capital. Now, the way forward. First of all, I think that instead of preparing for crisis management, we should rather act in advance, and we should deal with zoning, and that is not functioning in our country at all, and the balance of the water in the catchment area should be the basis of the zoning. So first it's the catchment area and management, and second is renaturalization, and we have a great, very well prepared plan for the renaturalization of surface waters. It is time to get it out of the cupboard and to implement it. How do I see it in practice? And definitely we should exclude some areas from construction projects, and we should also, Professor, please start finishing closely soon, because otherwise we won't be able to give others to have their words. So we're very delayed, so please finalize as soon as possible. The next area is the secured areas for social and economic use. Now, the renaturalization of rivers, and it all has to be based on the catchment area balance. We also need substantial support for small municipalities, because currently they are not able to manage the threats they are facing. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, because we still be closing to an end. We need to give the chance to others. So let's move over to another perspective, to the seaside cities. I would like to ask Mr. Kamiński to tell us something about that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you in short what the main topics here are, and if possible we can go over to those. Today I'd like to share the preliminary results of quality research on public management of seaside cities in the context of the topic of our panel, which is the water economy and how it's being done in seaside cities. And in the beginning, I'd like to mention a few elements that determine why coastal cities are functioning the way they do. The city harbor is the place on the city map where different jurisdictions meet in terms of water management, and this is also the area where the intra-institutional cooperation should be paid attention to mostly. On the other hand, tourism and economic monoculture, that concerns only part of the coastal cities, and we mostly mean here the smaller cities like Kołobrzeg or Darłowo, where we're dealing with a situation where the local economy that is set to use the natural resources is strongly dependent on the quality state of water. The subsequent topic is the positioning of the coastal location of the coastal cities at the end of the catchment area. I did not show this graph on purpose, but if you may have a look at the catchment area of Odra, you can see that Szczecin receives everything that tributes to this water from all over Poland, and it will mostly determine on how these coastal cities are going to function in the future.
Moving on to institutional cooperation, as I mentioned, in the seaport and cities, first of all, inland and maritime authorities need to cooperate. And also, the city local government has to be responsible for water management.
Gospodarki narodowej.
And inclusion of seaports as a stakeholder in urban public policy and ownership structure of seaport and city-seaport dialogue matters here. So when I was asking for reasons or main barriers for this cooperation, and institutions show here environmental matters and the lack of institutional cooperation among other between Polish waters and management of smaller seaports. This results in very tangible economic results, because seaports as such are subject to several restrictions when it comes to water management and circular economy, but it brings no results when seaport management cannot control what flows into the port through the rivers. So everything that flows in from all over Poland to this port later on really slimes the water and the water trace, and then more money has to be spent to deepen the port and the river bed. Another matter is here this ownership structure of seaports. There is an act on seaports. There are two categories of seaports. A basic seaport for economic, general national economy, and more public. And there are differences, because for smaller seaports, this cooperation between the city and the port is much more effective, because seaport managements are municipal units and they are part of municipal policy. And there are differences for ports which are national, because they are owned by the state treasury, and we have different priorities in this case. And the dialogue between the city and the port in that case is hampered by riverly and expansion of ports deeper into the sea, and they fight for area, basically. So we mostly have this economic and environmental aspects which are important for coastal towns, because when it comes to floods, it's not the flood that is the worst for coastal cities, it's rather what happens once the water goes down and the wave gets into the sea. And then this flood water affects the local economy. So thank you very much for your attention. So we have a multidimensional overview of different topics and challenges related to institutional cooperation, also in the social dimension. Let us come back to another big city, that is Wrocław. Now I'd ask Witold Ziomek to provide us, to tell us about the challenges that you have experienced recently and that matter when it comes to institutional cooperation and limiting flood risks in case of floods as big as we had this year. Thank you for this introduction.
przypadkowo zupełnej okazji, w cudzysłowie, która nam stworzyła powódź.
Well, this quite random, so to say, occasion that flood gave us, we decided with Madam Professor that we'll spare a few minutes to discuss risks for potable, drinkable water, because I represent this industry that supplies both citizens and inhabitants and industry in water, Wrocław Water Works. So, risk for potable water exists at several layers, from the source, processing, storing and distribution, and last but not least, internal installations. Not everyone remembers about that, but waterworks are responsible for the three first elements. So we deliver water to the household, to the building, so to say. And very often the problems with water quality are generated by internal installations, especially in some complex systems. And very often estate managers need to face this challenge. So that's a bird's eye view on all this topic, why the floods jeopardize two first points of this infrastructure in Wrocław. So just symbolically, I'm going to show you here how water is supplied with water. Several speakers today mentioned Nysa in the context of flood. Nysa Kłodzka is a river, and most water for Wrocław comes from Nysa Kłodzka when there is drought. In Opole region, before Nysa gets to Odra, enters Odra, there is a special pumping station, Michałów. That's our infrastructure that is used to intake water and transfer it with a 27 meters long canal. We feed Odra River. It has very low state, so we have this weir between Nysa Kłodzka, which provides Wrocław. Wrocław relies on the water from Nysa Kłodzka. And because Nysa Kłodzka experienced what has already been discussed, and what was the result to our infrastructure? This is the Michałów weir, the water intake in Michałów. This is our pumping station, which we use to pump water through the dam to the canal. It has 27 kilometers and through this canal it flows down to Wrocław. So our weir had to be switched off. Sorry, not even the weir, the entire intake system had to be switched off. The physical structure, the building survived itself, but we had to switch it off from operation for one day. So this photo is from our water-bearing areas in Wrocław partially and around Wrocław in the east. Wrocław 100 years ago made this aquiferous areas its main source. So we have different wells and infiltrating meadows and further processed. Half of the water for Wrocław is processed directly from the river catchment. And here you can see this river catchment, river intake, sorry, that was totally flooded on September the 19th, and it still had to be operational. In this photo you can see the risks to our infrastructure, a very typical flood-related risk. So we have here
Tak, taki właśnie
some debris,
bo tutaj
mainly trees.
ta woda ma mniejszą energię niż
Water
woda
has
w górach,
lower
więc,
energy than water
to
in
też
mountains, so
drzewa
this is
i
why we
takie,
mostly had
no,
trees
różne śmieci, które są
and
niesione po
different
wodzie,
rubbish, waste carried by
stwarzały
water,
duże zagrożenie
which
dla tej
really created a high risk for our infrastructure.
W tej chwili jakby chciałem o tym dwa słowa powiedzieć. Tutaj
I wanted to say something more about that.
zatoru pomagało nam
So
wojsko,
to
też dysponując pojazdem
counteract
amfibia,
this kind of blockages, we were supported by the army. Amphibious used it, but mainly
z dużą sprawnością i, że tak bym powiedział, brawurą oczyścili nam ten
mainly we had the engineering army that helped us. So let us discuss cooperation. From my point of view, there were two main elements, two main teams.
Natomiast to jest sztab miejski.
We had the city team.
Też współpraca była bardzo dobra.
And our waterworks team, and the cooperation was very good. So I've already thanked very much to all actors. You can see also a mayor from territory protection. We have police, city guardians, firefighters.
Centrum Zarządzania Kryzysowego.
And it was all headed by the emergency management center with the mayor, who was supervising the meetings of our emergency meetings.
Nie widać, ale mieliśmy częstych gości.
Very often we were visited by from the management of the Odra River catchment.
Wrocławskim miejskim była bardzo dobra, była prawie można powiedzieć.
So I can say that we have a very good cooperation, nearly no conflicts. In this photo shows a certain tension on our faces because there were moments which were very emotional. Many things were happening. We didn't sleep much back then.
My jako MPWiK
ourselves as waterworks, a few days before we activated our team because of the Genoa depression and precipitation. Because precipitation also causes urban floods. It has already been mentioned here. So the role of waterworks is very important here because we are responsible for 350 water outlets from the city into the river. And the last picture is the second element of our cooperation. I'm very proud of it. We had a lot of support from our colleagues from other cities and towns, which offered us help. Most help. Well, we couldn't use all the support we were given. There were no such needs, but we have managers of several of these cities. So again, I'd like to thank them. You can see here just the most important cities listed. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. From Szczecin and Warsaw. So that's an example of this industry solidarity. not only sports games between different cities and waterworks. Also in crisis we meet. We can count and rely on each other, also in crisis. So let me just add one more word, that different private companies we've been cooperating with, that work for us and provide us with different services, also joined us and several of our activities, such as protecting our infrastructure against flood.
And it's also about the water intake areas and water purification. We have went through the multiplicity of different scales of problems, so thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think that our panel members have deserved another round of applause for their very inspiring reflections. And I want to thank you very much. And in just a second, we'll have a break. But please listen to one more important communication. Please have a look at two exhibitions available in the exhibition area. This is an exhibition of water for rivers and river waters, and it's organized by the Water Sisters, and it's organized by the Architectural and Cultural Center of Wrocław. Also, welcome to Open Eyes Economy, where you can purchase different publications on the economy and quality of water. Now we'll meet here again at 2:15 p.m. So have a nice meal now.
Czy Europa to nadal bezpieczna przystań w świecie targanym kryzysami? Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit. Unia Europejska straciła swój obywatelski charakter. Trzeba jej go przywrócić. Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit. Europa nie może wyłącznie polegać na potencjale obronnym USA. Powinna być silna i samodzielna militarnie. Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit. W nowych realiach geopolitycznych Europa musi przebudzić się z letargu dobrostanu. Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit. Czy Europa może nadal wierzyć, że sprosta konkurencji Chin? Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit. Czy Europa to nadal bezpieczna przystań w świecie targanym kryzysami? Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit. Unia Europejska straciła swój obywatelski charakter. Trzeba jej go przywrócić. Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit. Europa nie może wyłącznie polegać na potencjale obronnym USA. Powinna być silna i samodzielna militarnie. Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit. W nowych realiach geopolitycznych Europa musi przebudzić się z letargu dobrostanu. Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit. Czy Europa może nadal wierzyć, że sprosta konkurencji Chin? Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the break at the 6th International Congress City Water Quality of Life. It is an event by the City of Wrocław and Open Eyes Economy Summit and co-organized by Waterworks Wrocław and Wrocław Technical University and Convention Bureau in Warsaw. And our partner is ING Bank Śląski. Now I'd like to welcome you to join us on the blog titled Setting Tariffs for Users in the Context of Risks and Threats, a very financial aspect. And finances are very popular among most people, so I think that the next 2 hours you choose to spend with us. Let us start from a voice that will focus on methodology for setting water service tariffs for supplying water and distributing sewage in Poland by Mateusz Balcerowicz, Deputy President of PGV Wody Polskie.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa serdecznie.
Welcome everyone.
Na początek pozwolicie Państwo,
So,
że troszeczkę się wytłumaczę, że
let me just explain to start with. I'm talking about tariffs. I've been asked about that, and on everyday basis I'm doing something totally different as part of Polish Waterworks. First of all, I'm embracing here my colleague who is in charge of tariffs, who couldn't join us because of private personal reasons, but she's watching us, so I'd like to say, send my kindest regards to Alicja Michalik-Kucińska. I know that if she could, she would be here with us. The second thing is that unfortunately we are all referring to the events of September this year, that is the flood we had in the water system of the Odra River. And this is what I'm dealing with. When it comes to tariffs, this is also about risk management, and for myself, the city of Wrocław will always be the place related to flood risks. My career in water management started from the flood in 2010 and my return in 2024, which was, for me, a return to broadly understood administration, and water management also started from flood. So that's why it also relates for me to the events of Odra River and this flood. So I received invitation here for the third time. Before I was a journalist of a magazine related to water. Then as a representative of Wrocław Waterworks, now I'm going to tell you about tariff system. So I'd like to see the presentation on the screen. So very briefly, I'll describe the system to you in a nutshell. So while preparing this presentation in Polish, Waters refer to statistics that you can see in the slide, but also to the system that is going to be described, because it's also related to the Act on Water Management and Water Distribution. So, since 2022, when we had the change on the water law and the water sewage management, it changes every 3 years. The motion is done by the relevant body, that is the operator of the system. And it's managed by in the first instance by Polish Waters. So you can see how many submissions were there in 2018. Then we had also other applications for other years. It's 214. And it's related to different river catchments and from territorial activities of regional management, but it also showed us the challenge for Polish waters, because for people dealing with that, it was something totally new, and being engaged in this tariff system was a new challenge for everyone. I didn't work in Polish waters then, and I can say it now that the challenge was very big, and people coped with it in different ways, individual regional centers. And because of that, both the applicants and employees of Polish waters and then administrative courts could practice very well. So another situation, apart from tariffs that are submitted in this 3-year long periods, you can shorten the tariff period. And when this application is well grounded, you can try to file it, make it under the tariff. If the answer is favorable, then the tariff is set anew, and it affects the price. Here we can see the statistics related to the entire activity, the whole period of activity for the first 3 years and the second 3 years. You can see how many tariff submissions were there, over 11,000. Out of these tariff applications, over 10,000 were reviewed. It wasn't only about setting a tariff, but also about giving opinion about tariffs, about sewage,
czy operatorami, a odbiorcami tych usług wodociągowo-kanalizacyjnych.
And different conflicts between service providers.
Po stronie organu regulacyjnego też było duże, żeby w zakresie pozostałych zadań i wniosków.
So we were really busy to work on certain laws and regulations that we would be able to apply afterwards.
Samej dyskusji w ramach panelu, więc przechodząc dalej, powiedzmy sobie również o tym,
so moving on, who submits those applications. It's important not only for the regulatory body, but also for entities that apply. These are mostly water work and sewage companies that are operating as commercial companies as well as municipal companies. There are also other forms of activities such as one-person companies or cooperatives. It is important because for big entities, applications are very professional. I think that initially they were probably even more professionally than than the assessing body was able to appreciate. Then we could see a change in approach and in quality between the big and small entities. This is quite important because this is how the market is divided. And it was already mentioned that sometimes we need to support the smaller entities. As the regulatory body, you can see that small companies require some professionalization, and either it happens because we share knowledge with other entities present in the market. We have the Polish Water Works commercial chamber, or we provide counselors. Because if there are no professionalization of this kind, these applications cannot really be accepted afterwards. Because the body has to check it both in terms of its formal aspect and contents. If there are mistakes, such application needs to be dismissed. So we need to remember to support each other and use professional entities when you apply.
Oczywiście to wszystko zależy od tego, jak podejdzie
And
do
it
tego
all depends
składający
on the
wniosek.
applicant, of course.
No i teraz coś, co interesuje bardzo często
And
zarówno
now what is
polityków,
very
jak i
interesting for both
odbiorców usług
politicians
komunalnych,
and
czyli
the
ile
recipients
średnio,
of
bo to jest średnia
services,
dla
how
całej
much
Polski,
in average, that's an average for
kosztuje
the entire
metr
Poland,
sześcienny wody, czy kosztuje,
how much is a cubic
kosztuje
meter
metr
of
sześcienny wprowadzanych
water
ścieków.
or
Tu widzimy
discharged
porównanie
sewage.
danych sprzed
We
wejścia
have
systemu
comparison
z
of
2017
data
do
before
roku
the system entered, so up to
2023.
2017
No
up
i
to
też sobie powiedzmy,
2023.
że to nie jest tylko tak,
And
że
well, of
ceny
course, it's not
wzrastają
only
ze
that the
względu
price goes
na
up
samą kwestię świadczenia usługi, bo pamiętajmy, że to jest
because
usługa
of
dostarczenia
services
wody, to nie jest
themselves. It's
tylko
about
ceny za zasób
water,
wodny,
of supplying
bo ten ułamek
water.
zasobu
It's not
wodnego
only
to jest
the water
ułamek w
resource,
ostatecznej
that's
cenie,
just a
ale
fraction.
tutaj widzimy wszystko, co się działo w
Resources are
gospodarce, czyli widzimy
just
wzrost
a
inflacji,
fraction. So
widzimy wzrost
no,
wynagrodzenia
it's more
minimalnego,
because we see here
widzimy skokowy
the
wzrost
raise
cen
in
energii, bo to
inflation,
szczególnie będzie
in
widoczne
prices,
teraz w
in
okresie,
energy
który
prices.
obecnie się
We are
zaczyna
going
jako
to
okres
experience
taryfikacji.
that especially now.
Widzimy także rozwój sieci.
And we see
Pamiętajmy
also
o tym,
the
że my jako
extension
Polska
of the
nadal
network.
wdrażamy
Ourselves as
dokument,
Poland, we are
który się
still
nazywa Krajowy
implementing
Program
the
Oczyszczania
national
ścieków
document on
ten dokument
treating
wymaga zarówno od tych podmiotów, które już
municipal
osiągnęły pewne cele
wastewater
modernizacji sieci,
sewage.
ale także jej
So we
rozwoju.
need to modernize
Także rozwoju
and
oczyszczania
extend
ścieków, nie tylko
our
sieci.
network,
A od tych
including
podmiotów, które dotychczas nie
water treatment
przeprowadziły niezbędnych
stations.
inwestycji, by
And
wdrożyć
those
dyrektywę
investments
ściekową
that
i
still
osiągnąć
haven't done,
odpowiedni poziom,
haven't
to wymaga po
implemented
prostu
it
inwestycji.
and
Te
haven't
inwestycje
received
widać
the
we
required
wzroście
level, they need
tych
to
cen.
put in money, and you can see that in growing
Warto
costs
również
and
powiedzieć to, że
prices.
cena, która jest składana w
So the price that is applied in the tariff application is the price based on 36 months period preceding the application. So from the point of view of economy, it's a never-ending story. A certain settlement which takes into account the costs that have already been incurred and those that are only going to be incurred, plus amortization due to investments. So we cannot really say that the prices will stop at a certain point. No, they will always grow to reflect the condition of our economy. The average price, if you want to know the average, it's 13.2. That's the total of water plus discharged sewage for the entire Poland. When you divide it into administrative areas, just regions, voivodeships, let me remind you that Polish waters work in the catchment system, so it's slightly different, but it's more or less like this. When it comes to voivodeship, you can see certain trends related to what is going on in waterworks and in other operators, and a certain justification for the changes.
These are prices for 2023. We do not have any comparative slide, but if we had the average growth, in particular voivodeship, is comparable all over the country. It is not so that it grows somewhere and doesn't elsewhere. It's a general progress. That was the last slide for the introduction into the discussion. It is also worth mentioning the current tariff period, because I was asked by Ms. President, I'm replacing today, so we would like to appeal to you as a market regulator that before we have structural changes, and we do not know what kind of changes there will be, so that you applying for a tariff regardless of what this entity is to cooperate with us. We want to be open for this cooperation. We want to draw conclusions from previous tariff periods, and we don't want a division where the owner of the waterworks and sewage entity comes and intervenes because his application was rejected, and we simply have to say that it was rejected because of formal reasons or because of false calculations. So we appeal to you, be open to that and contact our employees in regional management structures who deal with that every day and who can give you a hint whether your doubts are reasonable or false. I don't know whether they are going to check the applications before their submission, but they can share their knowledge and give you hints. From my very short period of work in the Polish waters, because this is my second approach to this institution, I can tell you that I see the professionalization and on the side of the waterworks employees, and they're willing to cooperate, but the emotions that grew during the two last tariff seasons are so high that it would be nice to offload them, because the tariff period starts. We have 2,400 applications in the first period, a bit less now because some of them were shortened. The director tells me we're going to have about 2,000 applications, so lots of work. We appeal to you. It's going to make the life of all of us easier if you decide to take advantage of that, and will also be open to such solutions. The approach is the following. If this is submitted properly, we cannot reject such a tariff application, and if there are mistakes, the entity cannot accept that and will have to send it back for correction. So pay attention to that. We appeal on that to you strongly, and we'll be talking about the details soon. So I encourage you to cooperate with Polish waters. I have 30 seconds left. Looking at the clock, I used those 30 seconds because you will be expressing gratitude for the help during the flood. I can tell you that from my point of view, I have survived the first flood in Mazowieckie on the embankments, and the second one governing the headquarters. And I want to thank everybody, both the engineering companies who deal with the water economy on an everyday basis, as well as the contractors, because we never expected such a huge support for the market. And when talking today unofficially about where the construction equipment is from, please trust me, sometimes we even don't know ourselves where it comes from. Somebody just came and gave it to our disposal to cooperate with us to remove the damages, and I wanted to thank you for that in the name of Polish waters.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy, panie prezesie, za pański głos.
Thank you, dear President, for your speech during this Congress. And now we're about to find out what the methodology of setting tariffs for water services in France, and this is what Dominique Catella is going to tell us about.
Chairman of FP2E International Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to know how these methodics look like in France. Ladies and gentlemen, Dominique Gattel.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you for to the organizers. I'm very humbled to be here with you and to speak in front of your very kind audience. So yes, I'll be speaking on behalf of FP2E, the French Association of Private Water and Wastewater Service Providers, even though I work with Veolia. Yes, this is the outline of my presentation. I have a few notes from the colleagues from the other companies, so I will keep the notes by me. First, a few descriptive figures regarding water management in France. Basically, I mean, I don't want to be too extensive about it, but the idea behind that is to give you a flavor and allow you to recalibrate what I'm going to say according to the Polish standards. Then I'll dig into the tariff structure. I'll give a grasp to you regarding whether it makes a difference or not to have private operators before I conclude. So in terms of the descriptive figures, first, the water consumption in France. We take an average 120 cubic meter per year as a sort of horizontal data that we use to calculate the price and anything, but you want to observe that according to the household composition, obviously the actual consumption can be much lower. There is a gradient across the country from the southeast up to the northwest, with the lowest consumption in the northwest, of course. In the southeast, there are a number of, how can I say that, stereotypes. I mean, they have swimming pools, etc. Fair enough, it's beyond the swimming pools. This is where the tourism takes place, and it explains for a large part of it. Plus, on the top of it, they irrigate quite a lot. I mean, everyone has gardens, and they irrigate such gardens. In terms of the price, how much it cost, 540,000 euro, which still is much, much lower than the average electricity or telecommunication bill. And it boils down to 4.5 euro per cubic meter, which stands in the European average, if you wish. In terms of the variability of this cost of the water across France, everything included, water and wastewater, basically what you can see on the top is you have one order of magnitude. It can be as low as 1 euro per cubic meter, up to 10 euro per cubic meter, again covering water and wastewater, so quite a spread. And interestingly, you have the same spread across the country, the south being the less expensive, up to the northwest being the most expensive. The average split of the water bill, you have 22% of taxes and fees for the so-called water agencies, and then it splits more or less half and half, water and wastewater. You want to know that it wasn't the case, say, 20 years ago. The wastewater bill has increased dramatically over the years. I'll come back to it in a minute. So in terms of structuring the structure of the water tariffs in France, let me first give you a grasp into the organization of water management in France. There might be a number of differences compared to Poland. The first thing I want to insist on is water and wastewater are definite responsibilities of the mayor, full stop. The second thing is we have a fragmented landscape with over 10,000 utilities in France. There is a forced consolidation underway, but still today, more than 10,000 utilities that we're talking of. Prerogatives and obligations of the municipalities, legal status of public service, industrial and commercial, and in terms of the finance, coming to the price, it is called, the terminology matters there, fee for rendered service. So municipalities have to set the price. It's a municipal responsibility. There is no, how can I say that, or little national framework. I'll come to it in a minute. And revenues must cover the cost. There is some theoretical capacity for municipalities to offset part of the cost temporarily, but on average, the cost should be covered, which results in about 100% of the cost being covered through the water bills. Freedom of organization, you probably cannot read because it's beyond the chairs. It's an almost, it's a very strong principle across the country that the municipalities must remain free to organize themselves as they deem appropriate to deliver the service. So that can mean nearly anything, including, of course, recoursing to the private sector to carry the service. In terms of the water bill, these 450 I talked about earlier. You have a fixed part. That's the only national guideline. There is a fixed part and a variable part. So all over the country, it is metered. The fixed part is capped at 30%, but you readily observe that between the cap at 30% and the 12% average, it means that very few municipalities actually go to the upper bound of this fixed part, which means that most of the water bill is actually on a volumetric basis. Yes, I'm not going to stay any longer. How the municipalities make their way about it. Just like in any country, including Poland, as I could witness through the previous presentation, there is always a struggle between the efficiency, the fairness of pricing, and the sustainable long-term financing. And there are tensions which are obvious in this country, in France alike, in terms of the recovery of costs, especially the energy price, which raised by a factor 2 or if not 4% recently, and the declining water demand. In other words, we have a so-called scissor effect: less water demand, less cubic meter consumed, less revenue, yet to cover booming prices for energy, etc., which caused the price of the water bill to raise by a factor more or less 15% on average from 2010 to nowadays, and a factor of more or less 30% for wastewater from 2010 to nowadays. Of course, we want to incentivize economies of water consumption. So in a way, this volumetric billing must remain somehow. And there is, contrary to that, there is the affordability issue which has to be targeted. I would it's on the bottom of the slide. I would direct you to a good publication by the OECD, Xavier Leflèvre, which produced something on the difficulties of coming up with proper water tariffs. It's not going to save your issue, but at least it gives good direction and it's well thought. In practice, well, you have the standard I showed you a minute ago. You have a fixed part plus a straightforward volumetric part. You have fairly standard social support system for the household in needs. I would just mention the Fonds Solidarité Logement, which was spearheaded by the private sector. It's a fund which is, how can I say it, provided with money from the water bills, and it helps the households which are mostly in need. There are a number of innovations which are being developed since a couple of years. Block tariffs are being introduced, Dunkirk in the north of the country. There is a call to separate out vital use, drink, food, wash, etc., which can be anything, including free, up to comfort uses, which of course have to compensate for the rest. And so we have such block tariffs, in quite many cities nowadays. And last but not least, maybe seasonal tariffs are being used nowadays in Toulouse, whereby the tariff of the water is higher during the summertime, low level of water in the river. I will go very quickly for the sake of time. In terms of regulators at central level, there are quite a few. So there is no notion of a central regulator. It's actually several. I skipped the first part about the parliamentary control, but in terms of the bookkeeping, you have the Ministry of Finance and, of course, the city. For concessions, you have a number of specific setups. Audits by the city themselves, most of the time outsourced, and the regional chamber of accounting. Plus, you have the consumer consumption stuff. Public or private, does it matter? A very quick scan of the market, basically to sum up that in one word, half and half. Half is being operated in-house, the other half is being outsourced to one of the three main private operators. It's done under the concession directive anyway, and there are about 10,000 active contracts and 500 tenders annually. I'm not gonna stay too long on that. What does it change for tariff setting? Well, not much, because the municipality remains the boss in any case. So definitely in terms of chairing any decision impacting the service on the long term, that's down to the municipality. Tariff structure, price formula, down to the municipality to decide. And of course, in the case of private operators, KPIs, control, penalties, and all the rest of it. The dominant contract in France, though, you want to know, it's not a concession in the old terminology, it's rather a lease contract rather than a concession, properly speaking, meaning that all the major capex are still carried by the municipality directly. In terms of the price revision when there is a private operators, of course, there is a price revision formula in any contract it has to exist. It takes care of a number of, say, contingency which are local, the urban natural environment, the structure of the workforce, CAPEX, OPEX, you name it. And there is a price correction formula, which you can read there by yourself. It's a very standard one, which is there to incorporate the cost of labor, the energy price, etc. So it's being revised. If there is a spike in the price of labor, it will impact the water bills. Results. Does it impact this private management? Does it impact the way the water is, the performance, if you wish? For leakage rates, I just grab a few. Leakage rates, you have in the light blue bar, the average in concession, in dark blue when it is in-house. In terms of the non-compliance, basically the level of non-compliance is 0.5% when it is outsourced, 1% when it is in concession. Transparency, it's really an order of magnitude higher in terms of the number of KPIs which are used for the private operators. And ultimately the price, there is a price premium which is plus 5% on average again when there is a private operator. So my conclusion, very quickly, I was requested to explain the methodology, and I'm afraid I have to admit that there is no methodology in France to set the tariff. It's rather, as you could judge by yourself, an adjustment which is done gradually against the constraints that we are faced with to recover the cost, including the rising cost of energy, etc. So, again, sorry to say, it's not a methodology, it's a practice rather than anything else. One last message. Honestly, there is no reason to oppose public and private, knowing that in the end there is no, how can I say that, solution completely without the private sector. With that, I'm over.
Thank you very much for your speech, Mr. Gattel. Teraz, drodzy Państwo,
and now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to our discussion panel,
jest tutaj awizowany na najbliższe 90
which is anticipated for the next 90 minutes. So the panel is titled Water User Fees, Competences of the Center or Local Government, How to Approach the Costs of Risk Mitigation. The panel is going to be moderated by Professor Janusz Zalewski, Vice Chairman of the Congress Program Council. He has already had his presentation today. Other wonderful speakers include Mateusz Balcerowicz, Deputy President of Polish Waters for Flood and Drought Protection, Paweł Chudzyński, President of the Management Board Aquanet Poznań, Izabela Godyń, Kraków University of Technology, Anna Kwidzińska, Director of the Water and Sewage Management Department, PGW Polish Waters, Tadeusz Rzepecki, President of the Management Board of Tarnów Waterworks, and Mariusz Śpiewak, former Vice President Plenipotentiary of the Mayor of Rybnik, and Piotr Ziętara, President of the Management Board of Kraków City Waterworks SA. So a whole group, whole bunch of waterworks celebrities.
przyjemnością oddaję głos.
At the panel session led by Professor Janusz Zalewski.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
próbuję króciutko wprowadzić do
I'll try to make a brief introduction into this panel session, which I would like it to be, first of all, a discussion. For us, a platform to share our opinions, views, even spontaneously. I'll do my best to provoke you to this kind of verbal exchange by making a few statements here. They may be quite a challenge. So I'm really happy that this panel session was preceded by a presentation which is close to my heart in its content. The fact that decisions about tariffs should return to the level of local territorial governments, because I remember this is what used to be in Poland in 1990s. This was a starting point for us. Then we followed a long road, and I'm sure that the participants of this panel session have been following as long as myself, at least some of them. And now we've reached a solution where we have one central regulator for fees, and its decisions have been politically inspired, and I'm not afraid to say that, even though I'll be criticized for that. And this is why different cities are treated in different ways depending on political conditionings. So it was a bad solution when local governments had it in charge, because some local governments weren't very serious in their decisions about tariffs and prevented, in fact, the operation of companies, even the ones they created themselves, that were responsible for water supply. While on the other hand, recently we've had some cases of politically driven decisions on tariffs, which is also a very bad way of making decisions. So I'd like my panel participants to give us their ideas what to do. Which solution, in their view, perhaps the French solution should be an inspiration for us? Of course, there are some other good practices from Europe. But we didn't have chance to see them, so that's the first aspect I'd like you to discuss. We have representatives here from administration. Mateusz Balcerowicz, which is the deputy president, who is still involved in tariff making, supported by Director Kidzińska, who is in charge of this task for quite a long time. We have a strong representation from waterworks companies. We have the president of the board, Piotr Ziętara from Krakow Waterworks
prezesa Pawła Chudzińskiego.
President Paweł Chudziński from Poznań, Aquanet Company, and Dr. Engineer Tadeusz Rzepecki from Tarnów Waterworks. So the presentation from Waterworks is really strong. And my local governmental view on tariffs will be supported by Mariusz Śpiewok, who is the plenipotentiary of the mayor of Rybnik for investments and roads, but for a long time he was vice mayor of Gliwice, also responsible for waterworks. So we have also an external view by Izabela Godyń, coming from academia, so also this academic view on this topic. So I've mentioned the first topic, which has always been important. Now, another subject I'd like to add here is that we are still in this period following the flood, and everyone who was involved in floods, I would say they still suffer from this post-traumatic disorder, and it takes months to recover from it. This is why I'd like to mention the second topic, how to approach the costs of mitigating costs of risk. I'm not only talking about this catastrophe of water supply for inhabitants of Lądek, Zdrój or Stronie Śląskie. I also remember in 1997 for Wrocław we had to organize tankers from the army, because the army was the only force that had enough tankers to supply all everyone in water. So should risk mitigation cost should be included in tariffs or not? Have you got any ideas about that? I would like to provoke you, because my first provocation is to involve the fact that I'm more convinced to the fact that it's local governments who should be responsible for establishing their own tariffs, perhaps based on a few mechanisms that would prevent madness, so to say. And in the second topic, my opinion is that this risk mitigation is very difficult, because risk mitigation, for example, for surface intakes, as in Wrocław, mitigation would involve underground water intakes, which is a huge investment and a very big venture. And the second element in Wrocław, we know that nothing spilled in Wrocław, but we are very close to a situation where we'd need to get the tanker cars back to Wrocław. So I'd like to congratulate everyone and highlight how successful the whole waterworks team was. Because even though we spilled flood to water-bearing areas, we had the right management and technology to prevent these areas and water processing very well. So even though water perhaps didn't smell very well, it was still treated at a relevant level. And we could still supply inhabitants of Wrocław with water. So just two examples. One that I could see how risk could be mitigated. The very simple solution from moving from surface water intakes to underground water surface, and two, showing how close we were to having a huge problem and risk of flooding our water supply sources. I know how difficult it would be to organize water supplies for a city such of the size of Wrocław by water tanks. So I hope that with this introduction I inspired you and provoked to share your thoughts. So please be spontaneous. Is there anyone who would like to respond as the first person? And my introduction? Yeah.
No, zostałem wskazany przez kolegów, którzy siedzą po bokach.
Okay, my colleagues around me showed me, pointed up to me. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to start from two elements that are related, maybe not directly to answering your question, but to getting prepared to this panel session. First of all, I'd like to thank Professor that you didn't prepare the list of questions we were supposed to answer, because that would allow us to be actively involved in the discussion. And two, I'd like to address Professor Balcerowicz, because I was inspired by Professor's presentation from a moment ago. I'm incredibly happy to have the experience with the regulatory body managed by Mr. President, that the management board of this regulatory body is speaking up about communication between applicants, because that used to be a very difficult moment, and this is why we are still in some kind of a conflict. So I'd like to thank that. As for regulations, that's a huge topic. We could be talking on and on. We all have different experiences, both good and bad. But I must admit that I have approached from 2016 or 17, the turn of 16-17, when we started together with the government, the parliament, and our industry to work on Water Act. It was a huge project. It evolved several times. There were 16 or 14 drafts before the final version was prepared, but several representatives of our waterworks industry were advocates of central regulations. When I listened to other reports, not everyone was in favor. Now, I'm no longer an advocate for that, because it evolved in a way that created not only good but also negative phenomena. But as Professor Balcerowicz noticed, there was a certain professionalization. When the first regulator well, I had several meetings with people from waterworks, and my colleagues were surprised that I had to calculate all costs and all turnover. And over these years, everyone learned, regardless their size, to precisely work on calculating things. One more thing I need to add, that between 2018 and 2023-4, there have been many interpretation changes from Act on Water Supply and Water Law itself, Water Act. So there was some conflicts about the composition in intake groups. Well, now we have up to 100 tariff groups, 30, 40. We used to remember water, sewage, household, industry, and possibly sewage discharge. And now it's much more complex.
pana profesora w
So
kontekście
answering
tego,
to
gdzie
your
regulacje
answer
i
where
regulacja powinny
regulations should be established and how
branży
should it be
zostało
solved. So the industry
wyartykułowane we wszystkich ankietach,
articulated
które otrzymaliśmy jako
it
gospodarcze,
very
ale też
clearly
mamy swoje własne przekonania.
as
Myślę, że to jest element
Industrial
powrotu
Chamber
do
of
samorządu,
Commerce
ale powrotu nie dlatego, że to jest powrót
we could see
przeciwko
it.
wodom
It's
polskim,
coming back
a
to the
mianowicie
regional
uważam, że to
level.
powinien być powrót, który jest pewną konsekwencją kierunku rozwoju państwa, w
Because
jakim podążamy.
it is
Pierwszą
to
rzeczą
develop
jest,
the
szanowni
state
państwo,
we
o
are
czym
now
rzadko się też
following.
mówi, a rozwój infrastruktury liniowej,
We
o
need
której
to
pan profesor
develop
Balcerowicz
the
wspomniał, to jest kapuśka, ale nie tylko kapuśka, bo to też jest
linear
realizowanie zadań
infrastructure.
inwestycyjnych związanych z kierunkami rozwoju gminy. I to jest,
It
szanowni
also
państwo,
includes
naprawdę
other
level lokalny.
directions of
To nie jest
developing
level, o którym moglibyśmy mówić gdzieś
counties.
ponadlokalnie, ponadgminnie,
And this is a very local level, nothing above.
I druga sprawa to jest
Secondly,
przyjęcie
it
polityki
is about
inwestycyjnej.
accepting investment and investment policy.
Z Francji pokazywał nam model
Our
czysto
French colleague
operatorski,
showed us a
czyli mieliśmy
purely
inwestycje w gminie,
operational level,
a,
investments within the
operatorstwo
county and
osobno
operation
przed podmiotu prywatnego
by
wymienionego tutaj na
private
slajdach.
entity.
Natomiast my mówimy tutaj o
So we
pewnej
are here talking about
koniunkcji zdarzeń,
a conjunction
którym kierunku
between
chcemy, żeby gmina
different
się
actions,
rozwijała
where we want the
i jak bardzo
county to
chcemy mieć
develop,
fair
the
taryfy,
commune,
jak bardzo chcemy
how
mieć
much we want to have
naprężony ten wskaźnik affordability, czyli wskaźnik
tariffs that are
dostępności
fair,
cenowej.
and how
I to
much
jest
we want
dyskusja
to
na
care
poziomie
about affordability.
dzisiaj niestety
And
mocno lokalnym.
today
Oczywiście
is
każdy
very
ma swoje
local
uwarunkowania
because we
lokalne,
all
nie
have
będę
our
determinować tego typu
local
zachowań. Także
conditions.
odpowiadając wprost na pytanie,
So to answer
to
your
jest
question
regulacja
straight
powrót do
away,
samorządu,
this is the
ale nie
return to
wykluczam
local
tutaj
government level.
jakiejś roli
However, I don't exclude
nadrzędnego
here
regulatora,
a role
bo
of
przypominam,
some
że regulator gminy do tej pory
primary
uchwalał
regulator.
taryfę bądź nie uchwalał taryfy.
Because
I mieliśmy
before it
odwoławczą
was the
ścieżkę do wojewody w rozstrzygnięciu
commune
nadzorczym
that
i dopiero później
established a
postępowanie
tariff
sądowe.
or not,
Natomiast
and then there
wyobrażam
was
sobie, że
appeal
te- jeden
to
z
a
elementów,
higher
bo
level,
ja
and only then it
ustawy
went to
żadnej nie
court.
widziałem, ale w medialnej przestrzeni
But
pojawiają się procenty.
in the media,
od jakiego
we can
wzrostu taryfów
hear
powinno się
the
rozmawiać z regulatorem,
percentage
który regulator powinien pilnować. Nie wiem, czy
threshold
procent jesteśmy w stanie
where
dzisiaj określić,
starting
bo
from
wiecie
which
państwo, mamy inflację
level
na poziomie 4,752, natomiast jeszcze niedawno mieliśmy 18-19 i inaczej rozumieliśmy
at which
to.
level tariffs
Tak
would
samo
need to be
inaczej rozumiemy
socially
złotówkę dzisiaj,
discussed.
złotówkę w 2017 roku.
So our
I,
understanding
myślę, że to
of
trzeba mieć z tyłu głowy, że otoczenie nam się gospodarcze również bardzo
inflation
mocno
has
wpływało w okresie,
changed
który związał
as well
związany był
over
również ze
these
zmianami,
years.
miejsca regulacji. Ja myślę, że tyle na
And
wstępie,
I
bo
think
nie
that
chcę-
would be
nie chcę
enough
za
for the
długo
introduction. I
mówić.
don't
Tak
want to
patrzę na
speak
zegar, który
so much
nieubłaganie bije.
because the time is ticking.
Bardzo proszę, rozumiem, że strona rządowa.
I can see that the government is responding here. I'll be very brief.
15 minut wcześniej zabrałem, natomiast muszę zawiązać do
I need
historii
to
także, jeżeli od tego
refer
zaczynamy,
to history because
nawiążę
since
do
we are
tego,
starting from history, we
dzisiaj
need to
wody
relate it to
polskie,
things.
przez
Today we
wiele
have
lat byłem
Polish waters,
dyrektorem
but I used to
Departamentu
be
Zasobów Wodnych w Ministerstwie Środowiska.
responsible in the Ministry for water, in the Ministry of Environment, which dealt with establishing the water law, Water Act. And I need to recall the whole story. We were all involved in the process of preparing the drafts and agreements. We all collaborated on that. It was nothing imposed. Solutions were not imposed. So these solutions came from some conditions, both from local authorities, from the government, local government, plus reports from National Chamber of
Natomiast ten model się zrodził jakoś tam wskutek tych wszystkich dyskusji i wydawało chyba nam się wszystkim, że
National
wtedy ten model
Inspection,
jest optymalny.
something like that. And then we thought that the model we developed was the best possible, but the practice turned out it was slightly different.
Zupełnie inny obraz rzeczywistości.
And we saw a totally different picture of reality. I'm not entitled to talk about the drafts of the act we have now in the Ministry of Infrastructure. Professor Koperski could share his knowledge in this respect, but we need to take into account, because you were asking us about the direction, so we need to take into account the experience from the two tariff periods and the third one as well, because this year we'll need to make new applications again and go through the whole process.
Bardziej pani dyrektor Kidzińska będzie w stanie się podzielić tymi doświadczeniami z punktu widzenia regulatora, no bo jednak te 2-3-letnie okresy taryfowe też pracowników Wód Polskich wiele nauczyły, więc warto to doświadczenie również wykorzystać, więc jeżeli pani dyrektor będzie miała okazję, to bardzo proszę, żeby podzieliła się szczegółami.
Bardzo proszę.
To ja też zacznę w takim razie od historii, bo ja od 98 roku byłam pracownikiem branży dużych wodociągów i tutaj panowie prezesi, pan prezes Balcerowicz wdrażali ustawę, ale ja tą ustawę również patrzyłam i opiniowałam ze swojego punktu widzenia. Od samego początku na moim biurku były wtedy jeszcze opłaty, ceny, taryfy, bo jestem ekonomistą z wykształcenia i zajmowałam się kalkulacjami. Więc mogę powiedzieć z punktu widzenia takiego szeregowego pracownika wodociągów, że faktycznie zrobienie wtedy wniosku taryfowego i dzisiaj jest zupełnie inne. Tak jak pan prezes Balcerowicz tutaj wspomniał, to są doświadczenia przede wszystkim bogatego orzecznictwa sądowego, które mamy dzisiaj, bo i ścieżka sądowa wtedy, jak mieliśmy tą uchwałę do Rady Gminy, a mamy dzisiaj Wojewódzki Sąd Administracyjny czy Naczelny Sąd Administracyjny, to jest zupełnie inne podejście. Do tego momentu, w którym byliśmy wdrażając do nowe rozporządzenie, na którym pracujemy dzisiaj, no nie wrócimy, bo tak jak tutaj pan prezes Ziętara wspomniał, mamy już inne grupy taryfowe, mamy usługi wodne i to jest taki dorobek, który został wypracowany przez obydwie strony. Natomiast pewne rzeczy i aspekty, które miały miejsce chociażby w zeszłym roku, bo ja w Wodach Polskich jestem 3. rok, muszę przyznać, że zaskoczyły zarówno regulatora, jak i branżę. Ten tryb na przykład skróceniowy, który dominował w zeszłym roku, ani ustawa, ani orzecznictwo nie było na to gotowe. Uczyliśmy się go i po jednej, i po drugiej stronie, więc ciężko było ten wniosek taryfowy i dobrze go zbadać, i dobrze go skonstruować, obiektywnie biorąc. Dzisiaj mogę powiedzieć, że ten okres taryfikacji, który mamy w 2024 roku jest trochę łatwiejszy, bo to jest taki zwykły tryb, który wodociągi przyzwyczaiły się i składają wnioski. Natomiast jeżeli chodzi o jakieś moje osobiste doświadczenia z wnioskami taryfowymi, to tutaj panowie prezesi są przedstawicielami dużych wodociągów.
Applications, we are the representatives
najwięcej pomocy, najwięcej naszego wkładu tutaj jako
of the administrative staff, and we mostly help in tariff application in smaller
czasem się zdarza, że te osoby
municipalities who calculate those tariffs. Very often they work for a very short period of time and they don't leave much work behind, and the role of the regulator is to help to prepare such an application for tariff. And this is something that the President has mentioned. This is something we're asking for. Come and talk, we'll help you. Because big professional sewage and water works have no problem with that, but the smaller struggle with that. And regardless of the regulator, as for the rest of the law, we are needed here as assistants.
Dziękuję bardzo. Rozumiem, że
I understand that the answer from the waterworks will be given by the President Paweł Kuczyński. Well, it's not even an answer. We have one simple solution with the regulator. Water for free. But I don't know whether we want something like that. Ireland is now exercising that. In Australia they do not measure water, and we have the regulations on about 90 liters, and they have about 250 to 300 liters per person per day. Let's take a not very bold assumption. Not to use 3 times more water. A regulator should be there. It will be needed. And with respect to your competences and the competence of your employees, there is no institution that could process 3,000 applications or every third year. So this is a delusion that you'll have a central regulator for about 2,000 enterprises. It's a delusion. It's not very effective. So one should do something about it if it's supposed to be regulated. For a while now, I'm trying to push this idea forward, that the big sewage or waterworks should be regulated, but we don't know where. Centrally, let's have a national authority On average, the waterworks can be regulated on a provincial level. Let's say the big cities should be regulated on the national level, the provincial cities on a provincial level, and small cities on a county level. What's needed is the transparency of the whole process. You may not know the beginnings of the UK system, and everything has been very transparent right from the scratch. And Whitewater has been setting goals for the next 5-year cycles, and the whole email exchange was transparent. And everybody knew how it works. Then something has changed, but let's leave it aside. If we're going to head towards setting goals as waterworks, these waterworks goals have to be set rationally. We had a very joyful health minister who have said the new quality of drinking water in the law and told us that it's going to be introduced in a week's time, but that was about 20 years ago. It's not about that. But there is a chance that with the help of a regulatory system, we'll be able to increase the functioning of the sewage systems and waterworks systems. As most of you know, the costs of such a entity are usually based on the cost of assets, not of the functioning. So we need to consider these costs, but let's not get into details, because then I'm going to talk for too long, and the other panel members, participants, won't be able to say anything. So there is a chance that when setting long-term goals, we need to, for example, set a goal that in 5 years you need to achieve something, and in 10 years you have to achieve something else. It can not change every year. So that's one idea that could take the burden of being a bad wolf off our shoulders, off the shoulders of Polish waters. But on the other hand, each and every enterprise has its cost basket. Let's say it's 20% spent for energy, 20% for remuneration of employees, salaries, and so on. And the increase of costs in particular groups is well known regionally. And so by combining the costs in a basket with the income, manageable income, or with the price divergences, that can be managed. It's not simple, but since we're among scientists here, they'll give us a hand in settling that and implementing that. But please, just I beg you, not from 1 month to another, but let's skip this tariff period now and let's start talking about the implementation of solutions within 2 or 3 years, so that we can say that this is the perspective we're trying to implement, and we should simply also try to jointly implement goals and set goals and implement, and then not throwing one another under the bus. Thanks for the participation in the first series of this conversation. It's time for the representative of any municipality. Then it was time for Mr. Zarzewski, and I'd like this first session to be summarized by the representative of science. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been active in the self-government for 25 years, mostly in Rybnik in the Silesian voivodeship, and I'm very active in very different societies, like the society or associations of Polish cities and cities in Lower Silesia or Silesia. And I think that in the name of all the self-governments, I can say that I don't even know a single one self-government representative who would be trying to make money on waterworks and sewage facilities. Each and every programs had a well-grounded justifications. There were some problems sometimes that have encountered difficulties, and these were mostly claims based on claims by self-government members against activities of private enterprises for receiving and managing wastewater from the public facilities. And I think that we are not learning the lessons and would like to have the law introduced that is giving the competences of setting tariff specs to the municipalities. But there are no solutions allowing those few percentages of self-governments an actual influence to reasonably verify the tariffs presented. We just had a presentation from France. One of the important points was the possibilities to run audits. We know how all these are supposed to be run. We also commission such tasks to municipal companies, and everybody knows that the audits conducted there are indicated inconsistencies. The main problems are the cost of devaluation, and most problems are on the cost side. And when we reintroduce the tariff systems managed by the counties, we should eliminate the problem that we've been dealing with before, change the competences on setting the tariffs. The next accusation mentioned before is the fact that some self-governments were gaining dividends from companies dealing with the water delivery and sewage water disposal, and I don't know any self-government member who would have anything against. And in each case, the opposition of the currently incumbent government was verifying those problems in all cities, and in all cities the self-government members had a justification for the dividends. This was simply because of bigger investment in the infrastructure while running their own investments. And this system allowed to run such investments in a more flexible way. Nowadays, in order to be in line with Polish waters, we sign agreements with water delivery and sewage disposal entities, and the sewage water disposal company pays most of the bills. Before that, our approach was more flexible. We had one entity ordering and commissioning this task, and then through internal arrangements we've been settling the cost of such a task. I wanted to underline that we self-government members are fully supportive towards handing the competence of tariff acceptance back to the counties, but we need to draw conclusions from the previous period and aid those self-governments where the height of the tariffs was restricted or none, and we have many such counties. It's a small percentage, but still this is the small percentage that has been introducing doubts towards the previous tariff acceptance system. In the end, I wanted to mention that the professor has indicated that we should also talk about rainwater management, and in many cities the rainwater management is tragical. This topic is not solved. The rainwater drainage system is in terrible condition because we lack money for maintenance, so the next investments are not introduced in a scope that it's supposed to be applied, and just the drainage of a road without any futuristic planning because of the cost of the investment itself and the maintenance is not right, and I think it's the right time to talk about it. We should maybe take the bold decision to finance the system fully, and it is time to add a proper financing model in Poland. Today we know that we have two models in our country, but each and every self-government member is scared of introducing any fees because of the bad PR and because of the common name that is supposed to be a rain tax, but it's actually a cost of financing of the rainwater drainage infrastructure, which is of vast importance to all of us. This topic is not raised enough, and even in the self-governments where such fees are applied, those self-governments are still struggling with many legal interpretations of the financing of this drainage, rainwater drainage system. Now I'd like to ask Professor Trzebicki to close the first round, voluntary round, and then we'll see who would like to speak. Thanks for the first minute of your introduction. You've indicated 2 last years that were traumatic from the sewage water industry, because we've been through huge financial problems. That was a very tough period to keep the financial means at flow. Some of us forget the peak inflation of about 18%, where we had to sustain the sales on the level of 3 years progressive tariff that was obligatory by then, with a growth of 3 to 4%, and we had problems with keeping the companies profitable, and with a huge problem to keep the company running. What did it end up with? It ended up with a shift in time by about 2 years of all the investments that are necessary. The investments that are hard to finalize because there are so many, and the challenges are so numerous, so that we need a constant source of income allowing us to gain resources for new investments out of our own capital or through external financing, and this is even is deteriorating because the Phoenix program is very unfriendly to the waterworks and sewage industry because it's just €1 billion for 7 years. What is it actually for the whole industry? If just the assessment of the impact of the introduction of this directive is about 40 billion zlotys, so there is no money, and some managers of those companies simply did not make it, and it has to be admitted. Some were replaced, and the politics played its role as well. That's another topic, the change of the government in many self-governments, and that has also changed many boards of water and sewage water industry.
So the quality change in the dialogue with Polish waterways, Polish waters is very visible. Over the last 2 years, I made 5 tariff applications. 4 first were proceeded 2 years. The 4 were proceeded for 2 years. The 5th one, it took 1 month to be proceeded. The 5th one, which was exactly the same as the 4 previous ones, was admitted very quickly, while 4 other ones were sent from one body into another. So we need to stop a situation where we apply for tariff changes, whether from local authorities or from central regulators. The tariff process has to run once every 3 years or every year, maximum over 3 months, preferably 1. We have very tedious work to do. And now the question is, who is to be the regulatory body? I thought I would agree with my colleagues here, but I can't with my friend Kudziński. He is probably expecting that I'm not going to agree with him regarding this 2-level regulation or 3-level regulation. This is a revolution, and it needs to be described somewhere first, and we need to make it more precise to become the 3rd, 4th or 5th alternative to what we have now in different suggestions in new tariff solutions. We need clear information how to prepare a tariff application, how it is going to be proceeded, how we can dialogue with the regulator, and how short is the period can a tariff be approved. So that's the role of a very good law. Here, the act on agreeing tariffs is not a perfect one because its interpretation also act on group supply, and the tariff process was so vague, and now court decisions are very different in very similar cases. So that's the basic flaw of the previous system. So can it be done quickly? Mr. Balcerowicz mentioned very tedious work on Water Act and group water supply from 2016-2018. Indeed, there was a huge team working on this law. Now we should return to the dialogue to be able to have regulations very quickly, regulations that will stabilize the situation in waterworks and sewage industry. Because now, again, we have the act on group water supply related to water quality, Sewage Act, plus cybersecurity, plus critical infrastructure. All these acts cost. And we need to get funding for all of these.
To teraz ja, tak?
So my turn now.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie doktorze, że
Thank you, doctor,
za regulatorem
that you support
nie w gminie.
Regulations not at the local level. Okay, I overinterpreted it. Because I'd like to have someone on my side. We need to realize the situation is as it is. That water and sewage industry is a natural monopoly. It cannot be run by an entity which has their own interests. Local authorities, as we've heard, plays three roles. Nearly all waterworks are owned by local authorities, and the very same local government is to control the tariffs it established. Simultaneously, a local government is also a representative of inhabitants, who is to protect inhabitants against monopolistic, irregular price. It is impossible to have good situation here. And what is this local government? We have one official who makes the law, the second one who establishes it. What's their knowledge? Not much. Then it's decided on local government council with people of different competences. And water works provide us with information, and when we read it without any knowledge and experience, we need to vote and decide on a tariff or decline it. I'm sure you will all be for if you've got a well-justified, professionally prepared application. Because nobody would have competences not to agree with this.
Patrzeć przez pryzmat tych niedobrych doświadczeń.
So we have some bad experience here.
Przeżyliśmy te 6 lat. Dojrzaliśmy.
So we've been through the last 6 years, we survived, and now let this regulator to get some more competences and experience. So these people working there, they were able to learn several things over these years, and we want to return it to counties where people don't have this competence. So we'll come back from this, we say, incompetent regulator down to the regional, local, even more incompetent regulator. My personal opinion is that we should use the experience, develop experience of the regulatory body that it has now, for it to create methodology and even calculation sheets, calculatory sheets, so that it creates some kind of guidelines, for example, for projecting inflation and price increase. And when we have change in some parameters, then we could apply to change it, and it would be much easier for us to understand it. Many countries have central regulatory bodies. Sometimes they deal only with water, sometimes it includes also energy, post, or mail, or other public services. And what matters more, that water is not only about economic regulation. This is what we are discussing now. But a mature regulatory body also takes care for social and environmental side. They also accept investment plans and imposes investment plans when it comes to limiting leakages or overflows from stormwater system. So it imposes certain obligations and monitors whether obligations were fulfilled and checks investments and either punishes or awards those who do it well or not. So that was an opinion from the world of science.
Po przeciwnych skrzydłach, reprezentując naukę. Ja tylko oddając za chwilę głos.
So before I give the floor, I'll say that I was a chairperson of the county council.
Mam zupełnie inną ocenę.
And I assess it's totally different, the operation of county council. Because if we don't have competences, we can always rely on external councillors. So I don't agree with your view on county councils, that it's a representation that as a definition is incompetent.
Nie zgodzić, a resztę zostawię sobie na podsumowanie. Bardzo
I'll leave the rest for the summary. So I can see that Dr. spurred the discussion.
Ja już odliczyłem od 10 do 1, także już spokojnie.
I've counted down from 10 to 1, so I'm calm now. Let me just say this. I'm not used to defending counties because they should defend themselves, but I definitely don't agree with Madame Doctor said. It's too far stretched. So let's imagine you live in a county where someone sets for you tariffs for public transport or energy. People who know nothing, they vote because they were presented with some idea.
Reprezentujących nas, wybranych w wyborach powszechnych, reprezentujących strukturę społeczną.
People selected at official elections are sometimes experts, lawyers, etc. So I assure you that in committees which decide about communal matters, there are well-qualified people who have been responsible for such topics for years. In Krakow, perhaps. Well, that's what I'm talking about. So, Mr. Łazęcki monitored tarification processes for years. They are highly qualified units who analyze the tariff system. And the regulatory, I'm not defending it, but I want to defend people who have developed their competences very, very high over the years. The whole analysis and appellation process is undermined here. So I don't agree that the county cannot agree on a tariff.
To, szanowni państwo, to dlaczego gmina może
Why county can agree on the how high the property tax can be or waste management? Why it can agree on public transport tariffs? This system is very unfair if we cannot decide about water management. Mr. Rzepecki, I fully agree with my colleague. Even though he's from Krakow, the capital of province where I also manage my company, but I need to absolutely agree with his words, because my practice from local governments in approving tariffs in the municipality where we submitted our application, and 7 other county offices. We had special teams for that, for the mayor to verify them. And the team was highly competent. They required more more data than Polish waters today. We had meetings every day, 3-5 hours every week, because the verifying time was very short. Verification was positive every time. The mayor approved everything, but only once in 20 years the councillors raised their hands to approve the tariff, and this is the difference that we don't understand from that we don't remember from the history, because it was 7 years ago. This is what we had. While in rural counties, because the mayor was already, they verified it very well, they accepted this positive opinion and they raised their hands because they knew that that's a blessing for them, because they were getting their services cheaper than they would if they did it individually, rather than in the setup of being consolidated with a big municipality. So these processes were very difficult, which were not always successful, but on the other hand, we never had a process of rejecting a tariff. So that was a very difficult moment.
Proszę Państwa, problemem jest tylko jedno. Tam, gdzie
So there's only one problem. As Mr. Chudziński has several local authorities in his province, so this process requires several visits from individual self-governments. It's going to be more tedious, more difficult, but this is what we've been through for so many years, and we still could do that. We coped. Today we've got a tendency and this opinion from waterworks and sewage works to return to the system from before 2018. These are the results of our public poll, and these are the changes proposed today.
Tak, ja mogę. Nie ma litości.
No mercy here.
Ale mówiąc na poważnie, teraz
But to be serious, my second side is going to answer here the scientists' perspective. Data are not very up to date because they are 3 or 4 years old. I wrote a publication on regulatory body in European countries. Okay, you have.
Przepraszam, myślę, że się rozumiemy, ale regulatorów, którzy
so these are regulatory bodies
znacznie mniej
who need to regulate much fewer companies than we have in Poland. The Netherlands, the UK, Portugal, etc., etc. I'm not going to list it all.
Regulatorzy regionalni.
Sometimes they were even regional regulatory bodies. So I made a research about the results of waterworks and investments, and their investments. There was no country which would show a stable situation, where the situation would be stable. Not even one country had a stable situation. We need to remember that in some Western European countries, there was not enough money to implement European laws referring to safety. And this is dangerous. So, I'm sorry to say, but there is no good example, no good practice in terms of regulations, regulatory body, at least in Europe, not in Europe. As some of you may know, there are regulatory examples in some in some states in the US, but they are very atypical because their regulatory system is totally different than in Europe, and there is no point discussing it, in fact.
To jest jak gdyby pierwsze.
So that's one point.
Ja nie usłyszałem o pana doktora Rzepeckiego, chociaż rzadko się zdarzamy, żeby on powiedział, że jest zwolennikiem
It's rare for Mr. Rzepecki to say that he's in favor of a central regulatory body. If he said that, so I'm really doubtful about how sober I am.
To, co warto powiedzieć, państwo...
What is worth saying?
Tak patrzę na pana prezesa.
I'm looking at Madam Director and Mr. President here. I can see them to be very attached to reviewing 3,000 applications every year. I think that that's the number they need to review.
Ja bym nie dał sobie nic obciąć za to, że wszystkie są analizowane.
I wouldn't bet that they are all assessed the way they need to be.
Stron tych, które trzeba przeczytać, 30 000 stron do przeczytania.
Well, you need to read about 30,000 pages within half a year. It's not possible. And that's why I think that we need to think of how to modify the system. One of the possibilities is to transfer it to the counties, municipalities, or the question remains whether it's easy to come back to what we already had. But when different conditions, this can be discussed. But setting it together in a current form is actually condemning us to pretending, because at some point somebody will say we seem to live in different realities and we'll have to go back to mutual hatred as we've already experienced before, and we'll meet, maybe not all of us, because I still remember when hydrogen and oxygen were separated, we'll meet in a couple of years and say that we could have drawn conclusions from that, and it's now time to draw conclusions and talk about how to figure it out so that the system is more humane. Thank you. Well, just 2 words to what has already been said. I won't repeat the arguments already mentioned, but this is the dispute about the shape of our country. I'm a full self-government member, and this self-governance, this empowerment is the best what we can imagine, and she says that centralization is more recommended, and even if we had some cases, and the professor has mentioned particular cases here, mentioning that the decision has been taken by the representatives of the inhabitants of the country, of the county, with the consequences for those inhabitants, and they will then decide again whether they want such a representation within their authorities, both in representative and implementation authorities. And we have to remember that this tariff system acceptance has to go through 2 levels, and during the next elections they will decide whether these representatives are representing them honorably and whether they manage the county well. And the functioning of the electoral system is confirmed by numbers. After each elections we have significant changes in the representatives of the municipalities in our country, so I think that self-governance is the best reform after '89. And taking one of those decisions belonging to the self-government away is weakening it. I am fully committed to the self-governance with all my heart. There are definitely areas that are not supposed to be regulated by the regulator. For example, that we have many counties where we have a municipal heat distribution system, and such an example is Gliwice, where we have the biggest county owned company with a fast distribution network and with very inflexible tariff acceptance systems. And the tariffs currently in force are rarely changed, much rarer than the market changes would require it to do, for example, during very dynamic changes in prices a couple of years ago. Now, my proposal is 2-3 minutes for a summary. So 2-3 minutes for each panel member. You have the stop clock here. This is how we managed to end this session on time. And so everybody have an equal speaking time, and to avoid a situation with the last speaker will only be able to thank for the session. I'm still in the second round, not the third, but in the third round, I won't be participating in talking about system of securing against catastrophes. I'm also a huge proponent of self-government. I think that the self-government is the biggest achievement of our democracy. But a certain regulation is supposed to be introduced, and we should not waste what we've gained during the last 6 years. Looking at the answers of the President Szepecki, and he said that in every self-government we had a few people, teams dealing with that, so let's multiply that by 1,400 municipalities, even if they've been not active for the whole year, but this is an amount of work that has to be conducted by such a huge army of people. I believe that the self-governments and the municipal councils are competent people, and I elect them. I'm from a very small county where the distribution network had to be distributed, water distribution network had to be built by the inhabitants and then handed over to the municipality. And we mentioned that the water price was very high because of huge losses at the base of about 60%, and the municipality did not know that, and they did not pay attention to that, and they've been accepting this situation, these losses for years, and they were then transferred towards very high water prices. That is why a high-level regulation of an institution that observes not just the only one tariff application based on one county, introducing the cost of its counting and claiming they are justified, and if we have a regulator who has few applications, then he has a proper perspective to make the right judgment. He can also train the employees better and turn it into a more competitive institution.
No, dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. I do not want to heat up the debate. Let's restrain ourselves. That's my opinion. I'm not against self-governments, but let's not talk about them from the point of view of big municipalities, but also from the point of view of small municipalities where we lack the competences, and we should not hide that. Now, let's apply a geographical criterion, and let's go towards having 3 minutes equally for each and every speaker. I'm a proponent of tariffs to be accepted by the municipalities, but let's not go back to what we had before 2017. Let's introduce additional mechanisms for self-governments that are not maybe that big, but also for those who've been using services of external companies. And I think that the audits, or a possibility to run an audit, regulated by law would solve many problems, both of the small counties, municipalities, or those who are using external companies. They are using those services, and there is a couple of percentages of those in Poland, and it's about the fee for water distribution and sewage water collection. Let's start a serious discussion about rainwater management, especially in big cities. I think that we still have a lot to do because current rules are not coherent and we have a lot of different regulations and court rulings concerning cities, for example, in the Silesian agglomeration, where the rainwater amount is quite huge, and many of the solutions were not introduced because of not favorable rulings. So this rainwater management is in fact the fabric of the existence of the cities and the basis for each and every big investment. And we put this topic aside. We are not implementing those investments because we're afraid of future costs or that we won't be able to manage that in the future. And I think we should have very clear rules that this system should be financed by the users, and it will be mostly the cost of the municipality itself, because in many municipalities the biggest roofs are the schools and the administrative buildings of the municipality, but the situation is much different in bigger cities. So I lobby for the introduction of such a system that should function without any political threats, attacks against such solutions. I am a proponent of a rainwater canalization system to be handed over to the waterworks. They don't want to manage that because of the costs that cannot be connected with basic income. Thank you very much. I just care for the just distribution of time among panel members. You talked about risks. Well, we need to shoulder that risk and its cost. Please remember that all current challenges the water managing enterprises are managing are based on the risk assessment, both the water quality directive and cybersecurity, and all of this is heading, all of those actions and changes within our organizations are heading toward flexible rules and assessments of what can happen in case and how to prevent that through this risk analysis. It seems that we are ready for that. The risk limit is where our work is concentrated. We assess the risk, we assess what can happen in a particular situation, although legally those risks were not the basis of our activities and they were not required in terms of particular procedures. Now it has to be implemented. The challenges ahead of us is something we cannot underestimate. This is a huge effort for us to reconstruct the whole water distribution and sewage water disposal network and its organization. This is an effort that is going to be expensive to us, and I've mentioned that already. We need resources for that. Who is supposed to pay? Well, it's us consumers who should shoulder this cost. Nobody wanted until now. So let's be aware that our services have to become more expensive
Ja już nie będę odnosił się do tematów, które poruszaliśmy do tej pory.
in relation to the growing costs. I'll concentrate on risk management, and I'd like to point out a few elements partially related to geopolitics and the surrounding world. We need to be aware of the fact that the waterworks are not added to the critical infrastructure operator list, but they actually are part of the critical infrastructure, and those that have huge responsibilities. They have to manage themselves. And we need to build a system of resilience in terms of critical infrastructure, but these are not all the challenges. The other challenges is the safety. One of the directive, if it covers this 1,400 enterprises, then 50 enterprises will be left and nobody will be able to fulfill all the parameters. So this is a huge challenge, both in CapEx and in OpEx. I don't know whether you're aware that if that the administrator, safety administrator is have a salary at about 30 to 40,000 zloty per month, and he won't be also willing to work just for us, and will be reading in newspapers more and more about threat to the water and sewage water infrastructure. We also have challenges related to climate resilience of the municipalities we live in. This is the management of flood water and the removal of consequences of the floods. And this is also the law on confidential information and all other requirements that cannot be mentioned publicly and that generate a lot of costs for the company. And last remark, we are talking about 2,400 and about 3,000 tariff applications. Soon we'll be living in a reality where within a decade or two we'll be facing a huge civilizational challenge on how big should the waterworks be to safely open the tap. We need to prevent some political ideas, for example, reservoirs built as reservoirs for as water wells, and they are supposed to be used for recreational possibilities. We should defend ourselves from such threats. There are many other risks. I very much appreciate what Mr. Witek Ziomek said, the president of the Wrocław Waterworks. He told us that when the crisis comes, the waterworks support each other, and we do that, and we have such mechanism within many scenarios. And I think that it's also an value-added element in the work. Sorry for the emotional presentation, but looking at the representative of the city waterworks, I could not stop myself from defending him. You've definitely heard my honorable colleague when saying how much you paid for that in Krakow. I couldn't stop myself. Rainwater. We have a fee collection system that went through a court campaign, so you're welcome to Poznań and look at the local law on investment infrastructures that give such possibilities, but it's not the main topic here. I used the presentation of the French representative who mentioned two important elements that add something to our panel discussion. I'm looking at my watch, so I'll be ready soon. First, in 2026, we need to merge some of those entities, enterprises, and it's not just bigger companies going to consume small ones. I don't know what the restrictions will be if you won't do that, but I think that few small, that is going to be a step into the right direction, because we know such examples. For example, in Krakow, where we had a lot of small companies, and those acts of law proved to be wrong. Don't look at me like that. You know who I'm talking about. Now, last element, the hidden subsidies. Polluter pay principle should solve that matter. It should simply be banned, and that's it.
I'll refer to what has been said before. Indeed, we have 2,700 tariff applications, a huge work to the tariff departments. And to what you said, 10 pages to read. The application from Poznań had 900, and it arrived, it was one of a few which was filed online in an electronic form. So my summary is whether it's going to be within competences of local authorities or a central regulatory body, it will be agreed by the ministry. One thing that comes to my mind as a summary is that the key to all that is simplifying the tariff application. We need to simplify it. I remember when it was very difficult to file your annual tax declaration. Now it was simplified, everyone can do it online. If it is simple, if the tariff application is simple, whether it's going to be sent locally or centrally, I don't know that, but it would make the work of everyone simpler if the system was simpler, keeping in mind the experiences we had hitherto and our legal base. It should be just simpler and more edible. Then we wouldn't be so emotional about this topic. I had a chance to finish now, to start, now I can finish. And there won't be a chance for any punchline, but I'll do my best to be very diplomatic. So as a representative of Polish Waters, that is the regulatory body, participation of the future, what can happen as part of lawmaking process. I'm not going to tell you what solution could be best. I'm happy to hold this discussion in an open form, because we already had one several years ago, and it was a similar formula. We are looking for a best possible model, but we need to remember about the final user. We need to remember about the acceptable price, the fair price. Because we may sometimes overdo things. I absolutely agree that all the risks, including the drought, we've just experienced flood, but we are really affected by drought occurring concurrently with flood in Poland. So we need to remember about that while talking about group water supply. We can't use 300 cubic liters per head, per person. We need to cut this amount down, definitely. And the last thing that comes to my mind, before we have all the changes in place, I'll return to what I said. That's a difficult period of 3 years of tarification. We encourage you to cooperate with Polish Waters. We need you to communicate, even if it is done in 10 pages rather than 900. It's still worth discussing and communicating us. I encourage you to do that. Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to thank my panel speakers, because we had a very vivid discussion. And discussion is always very vivid, if we have extreme voices, when we can hear extreme opinions. So thank you very much for that. I hope that this meeting, this discussion will turn out useful to really do something, because the political context in which the central regulatory body was over the last years was unacceptable and really wrong for the operation of Poland as a state, for the industry. This is one element. The second element is that strengthening governance in Poland has ceased. Throughout Europe, we have this movement of centralism. I think that the European Commission also considers different centralization movements for different funds. In Poland, we also had a moment where everything we could was being centralized. And I think that this discussion showed that, at least in this group of speakers, there is a certain consent that this competence should return to local governments. Maybe not exactly in the same form it happened in 1990s. But we know that the situation was better than not only in big cities. I was a member of a local rural authority, and it worked quite well as well. But there will be no fast changing. There will be no changes happening overnight. So we have a project in the lower chamber of parliament, so there is a long way ahead of it. We've heard there is a project, a draft from the central government. Nobody knows what this draft is going to include. Should we be scared or happy? We still don't know. But the conclusion is certainly that we need to change something, because if nothing changes, we are going to have again the same situation that we had before. Although all activities run over the last years contributed to one thing, to professionalizing the whole process of establishing tariffs and building tariffs. So we shouldn't just overdo it, that's the point. So I think these are my first conclusions from these panels. Everyone was very disciplined, so I'm going to be equally disciplined, and I'm going to close my speech. So we could spare 4 minutes. We'll catch up. I don't want to make any summaries. I just wanted to ask, because we've been talking here with my neighbor, Professor. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity, because I'm going to tell you that it's the first time for 8 years that we are sitting on one stage all together, and we can discuss things. And yet we didn't harm each other. So thank you very much for this, Professor.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo dziękujemy.
So, thank you very much. We spared 3 minutes and 30 seconds in the program. That was slightly delayed. So, let's close the session. Thank you.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję, drodzy Państwo.
Thank you very much. Now, if you approve, I'll ask you for a round of applause, because this panel session is going to be well remembered from our Congress. So thank you very much, Professor Janusz Zalewski, the Vice Chairman of the Congress Program Council, and our excellent speakers for sharing their experience and thoughts. So we had a very global overview on user fees for water. Now let us move on to the next block, the session dedicated to quality of life. The great water has recessed, but the challenges in the cities are, the number of challenges in the cities is growing. So as the first, we're going to have Zbigniew Kunzewicz speaking. He's a vice chairman of the Congress Program Council, with speech titled Riders of the Apocalypse, Challenges for the Cities. There are numerous challenges, and Professor, the floor is yours.
It's an international congress, so our session will be partly in English because we have foreign participants. And my role is to set the stage for the whole block, consisting of 2 talks after me and panel session. Right. The global population has considerably increased from 1 billion in 1800 to more than 8.1 billion now. And also the life expectancy has increased from below 30 200 years ago to 73 now. Most people of the world live in towns. I like this sort of presentation of a density of night lights. You see, top panel shows that intensity and density of night lights in Europe, over Europe, was much lower than in 2012. I'd like to refer to a famous book, a bestseller, Homo Deus, A Brief History of Tomorrow, published by Harari in 2015. This is important because it was before the COVID and before the war. So, until recently, many thinkers and prophets concluded that famine, plague, and war must be an integral part of God's cosmic plan, or our imperfect nature. So, it must be with us forever. And what people could do was to pray, Lord, deliver us from air, fire, war, famine, and sudden death. This is the title of a painting exhibited in a National Museum in Warsaw. But now, the finding of Harari is that today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, the situation is going to be completely different. We know what needs to be done in order to prevent famine, plague, and war. And usually we are successful. And when the situation breaks out of control, then we feel that somebody must have screwed up. We set up a commission of inquiry and promise ourselves that next time we'll do better. Well, I have big problems with these statements. Not yet, I would say, not yet. Maybe sometime in the future, but not yet. However, for the first time in history, more people die today from eating too much than from eating too little. More people die from old age than from infectious diseases. And more people commit suicide than are killed by soldiers, terrorists, and criminals combined. However, the share of deaths per cause show you that health issues are responsible for 94% of deaths. Then come road accidents, suicides, alcohol and drugs, fire, war, and natural disasters, less than 1 promille, very little. Lancet Planetary Health, this is a top impact medical journal, shows you that actually total pollution, as well as smoking and secondhand smoking, are responsible for a huge majority of deaths. Then come malnutrition, drug and alcohol use or abuse, AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria. Road injuries are high, and interpersonal violence. Unfortunately, horsemen of the apocalypse are coming to town from time to time, and they bring destruction, death, and suffering. It is not the end of hunger yet. This is a Sahel drought, 1983. But even more recently, since 2015, many tens of thousands of Yemeni kids have died of hunger. And kids are still dying, keep dying of hunger in Gaza. Now I'd like to announce the forthcoming two presentations that come after my talk. The first, well, everyone is interested, or many people are interested in the war in Ukraine, but this context of ecocide in Ukraine is very little known. So I'm sure that you will be excited to listen to Dr. Eugene Stakiv, who has Ukrainian and Polish roots, but has worked over 40 years in a US Army Corps of Engineers. Just one slide to add to Dr. Stakiv. Often missile strikes destroyed or damaged health infrastructure, including children's hospital here in Kiev, or before that, a hospital in Mariupol. The second talk will be devoted by a Polish lady, Professor Anna Barcz. It will be on floods, but from the perspective of a historian. It is very rare that an expert in history talk about floods, so I wait for that with excitement. But as I have been interested in floods for 50 years now, I add a few slides. Millennium flood of July 1997, 56 fatalities, 12 billion zlotys material damage in Orienting Wrocław. Probably it can be an entry to a Guinness Book of Records. 4 times the cover team of a most opinion-making Polish weekly magazine, Polityka, was devoted to flood. Never, ever such things happened, nor in Poland, neither in Poland nor elsewhere. There were many references to the recent flood in September 2024, and all of us have seen sandbags over the streets of Wrocław. It was a fresh risk. This slide links the warfare and the floods. It demonstrates, well, the panel to the right was prepared by Ukrainian scholars. It's a what-if analysis. What if Kachowka Dam falls? And to the left, you have a satellite imagery presented by Institute for the Study of War in the USA. The Kachowka Dam indeed collapsed, was destroyed by the warfare. And the last slide on floods dating back to well, it was 25 years ago, a joint paper by myself and Japanese professor Kuniyoshi Takeuchi. It's a new index that we suggest on the y-axis, on the vertical axis. We divided material losses by the number of fatalities. So in poor countries, and in the x-axis, it's a wealth, GDP or GNP. In poor countries, many people die and the damages are low. In rich countries, the damages are very high in material terms and less people die. So if you divide the two, You go from the left corner, 20,000 people per fatality to 400 million, $20,000 per fatality to $400 million, 4 orders of magnitude. Next, there will be a panel session. It will be announced by the man who announces all sessions, so I don't spend time here. We have excellent speakers. I'm so pleased that they accepted our invitation. They come from Poland and China. Heat waves. This will be one of the topics presented from a Chinese perspective and Polish perspective. But here I want to show you a French perspective. There was a huge heat wave in the year 2003 when on the 12th August, the average temperature, daily temperature in Paris didn't fall below 30 average. So you have to imagine that there was no way to cool down in the night because the night was hot. So in the result, 6 times more fatalities than in a normal day. The Minister of Health had to resign because he did not estimate the risk. And it was a heat wave in the whole of Europe. In Switzerland, temperature was higher by 5 standard deviations above the long-term average. Heat extremes in Gulf regions. Millions of pilgrims come to Mecca, to Mount Arafat, and many of them die there. The temperature is 40, but it can be 45 in the warmer climate. And some areas around the Persian Gulf may be uninhabitable, not only hot, but also very humid. So humidity, if humidity is high, then already temperature like 35 kills is lethal. Polish people do not know these mosquitoes. There are 2 species of mosquitoes, Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus, who transmit dengue. Dengue is a terrible disease, and we have a talk from China showing what is the risk for large cities in China, risk of dengue. And also we will deal with the COVID. For many years there was no pandemic in Poland. The last, for many years, nothing. And out of sudden, the disease that killed more than 7 million people directly. But if you think of excess death, it's far more than that. It can be perhaps 30 million people. So COVID killed 7 million, but there were extremely many additional deaths above normal. Partly this was because of the weakening of the system. Actually, the hour is getting late, and I want to save time. So I thank you for attention and give room to the next speaker.
Panie profesorze, bardzo serdecznie dziękuję za te...
Thank you very much for those reflections. I recall just that the riders of the apocalypse, the challenges for the cities, and we've heard a lot about that, about how all of that can be, so to say, using English, challenged. in the near future. I just recall that the professor is a deputy chairman of the program board of the Congress. Now we hear a remote interpretation, the Ecocide in Ukraine, Toxic Legacy of the Russian War by the Eugene Stakiva University of Maryland. We are ready, we can start.
Mr. Stakiv, the floor is yours. We're waiting for your reflections.
Thank you very much, Professor Kunzevich, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to speak to this important topic and ecocide in Ukraine, and which will become a major issue after the war. Basically, not for war crimes and reparations after the war. Can I see the first slide? Gentlemen, next slide. This is just to give you a reminder and an overview of some of the large cities that have been destroyed by the war. And I'm showing Mariupol, Avdiivka, and which caused over 10 million refugees, many of which are in your country in Poland. Next slide. My major aim is to provide examples of your experience about the future costs of what remediating intergenerational pollution that is caused by the war and that are needed for a full accounting of the damages, because many of the reports that I've seen, including World Bank report, the Kiev School of Economics, they haven't gotten into providing a proper accounting for the environmental and ecological damages, and certainly not the public health damages. Next slide. Next slide. Bakhmut is another example that you are very familiar with, but these are just a handful of the 20 major cities that have been damaged in Ukraine over the past 1,000 days. Next slide, please. One of the big looming future environmental problems is the toxic contamination caused by missiles or military ordnance and concentrated toxic contamination of unexploded ordnances and landmines. UXOs are unexploded ordnance. You could see where the density of the largest battlefields are in the red zone. That's about a 500-kilometer zone, and it's probably more than 50 to 100 kilometers wide. Next slide, please. Next slide. So while cities and towns are being reconstructed in Ukraine, they need to take into account what's looming ahead for them. Ukraine is right now the most mined nation in the world after Cambodia, and it will take decades to make it safe. There's millions of pieces of unexploded ordnance, including landmines, that have already been quantified, and the battlefront stretches 1,500 kilometers from Kiev to Kharkiv all the way down to Kherson. And that accounts for something like 156,000 square kilometers that have the potential of explosive ordnance in it. Now, most of this territory is in the Russian occupied zone right now, so we don't have very good figures, but we do know that right now in the battlefront lines, that is the most densely concentrated area for UXOs. And that's about 35,000 square kilometers of heavily contaminated lands. Next slide. Before reconstruction can begin, you need to clear the landmines. And that's clearing the landmines in urban areas is the priority. So the World Bank estimates that the reconstruction costs, total reconstruction costs of everything, is over 500 billion by now, probably increasing. Out of that, they estimated that demining and clearing UXOs is about $37 billion out of the 500 billion. Now, there are two types of demining. The very painstaking hand personal demining, what they call humanitarian demining, which is very slow and costly, and military demining. The problem with military demining using machinery is you explode the landmines in place, and you contaminate the soil and the groundwater beneath it. So that's a big part. That's the dilemma that we have. Military demining is very quick and cost effective, but the toxic residues of all of the explosives remain in the soil. Next slide, please. This is just a representation of the various types of military ordnance and landmines that are in place in Ukraine. Now, it takes various specializations to defuse these mines. So it isn't a straightforward, simple process where you could train one person to do all of this. You need many different types of experts to deal with these mines. Next slide. Next slide. This is just another map that shows that information is being collected constantly by various entities here in the United States. This is by the James Madison University. They have a center where they literally have a dot for each incident, each landmine, each explosion, each death, damage infrastructure, etc. So we have a lot of information about what's happening, but in the Russian occupied zone, we don't know specifically what the costs and the damages are. Next slide. The Institute for the Study of War puts out these daily reports on the battlefront and the battles that are underway. So you can see with the circle, the one on the left, the chart on the left is around Donetsk province. The chart on the right is Luhansk province. The largest circle there has a diameter of 40 kilometers. So the area of any one of these battle zones that are littered by explosives, by artillery, by landmines is roughly anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 square kilometers. And this battle zone has been moving left and right for the past 1,000 days. So the zone really stretches over a width of about 100 kilometers. Next slide. So some of the environmental impacts, I think most of you are well aware of. The UXOs contaminate soil and they cause water pollution because the shells that remain in the ground corrode over time, releasing antimony, barium, and lead, and they filter into the groundwater, causing serious public health risks, including a whole variety of cancers, including then the explosives themselves, like TNT, cause a lot of different problems of liver function, cancers, and anemia. So it costs only €2.5 to lay a mine, but it costs 900 euros to clear one. And the humanitarian demining, a typical deminer can only clear between 15 to 25 square meters a day. So given the current rate of progress, it's going to take decades, if not centuries, for Ukraine to clear all of these mines. Now let's, next slide. Now let's move, Professor Kunzevich mentioned the Kakhovka Dam destruction. There's a very good report on all of the facets of the damage, including a good economic assessment. But let me just remind you all that it caused a loss of over 30 ecological reserves and biodiversity in the Kakhovka reservoir system itself. There's no irrigation water for 600,000 hectares of agricultural land in Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia. And these irrigated lands provided a lot of food and resting areas for migratory waterfowl. Ukraine is home to 35% of the Europe biodiversity. And the war so far has damaged 160 out of 271 Emerald Network ecological sites in Ukraine, totaling 627,000 hectares. Now, just for a comparison, to restore and repair these lands, these damaged lands, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers every year spends about $750 million on ecological environmental restoration. And that's just one agency. There are many other agencies in the U.S., National Park Service, Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Reclamation, etc. They all spend, so totally they spend billions of dollars on ecological restoration. So just to give you a sense of how much this costs, it's $13,000 per hectare to restore degraded forests, swamps, aquatic and wetland habitats. But these restoration costs are not included in the World Bank estimates. Next slide, please. Now, this intensive bombing will also affect agriculture and food supplies for generations. You can see the slide on the left, the same field on the left before bombing and on the right after bombing. And there's another field below that shows the bombing. Now, it's very difficult. It will be very difficult to remediate these damages over time because it's very expensive. So therefore, it threatens global food security. Next slide. This slide shows which countries are going to be most effective by the fact that food exports from Ukraine are going to diminish and decrease over time. And the Kyiv School of Economics already did an economic analysis and the indirect damages to the agricultural sector. Next slide. This is the France and Belgium established a red zone. This is after World War I. Basically, this is where the Battle of Verdun and all of the other trench warfare of that time occurred. And right now, that red zone, there's no agriculture, no farming, no forestry, nothing can occur in that zone because mines, the shells are still exploding. It's a very dangerous zone. Next slide. So I'm thinking that on this battlefront, given what we know now about the intensity of bombing and the landmines, millions of landmines, that Ukraine will have to consider setting aside about 10 of these exclusion zones that are contaminated by UXOs, similar to the exclusion zone in Chernobyl, which is about 2,300 square kilometers. For each of these circles, I think they're just representative, they would be about 2,000 square kilometers. So you're going to have an archipelago of contaminated sites in the future, simply because it's too expensive to remediate. Next slide, please. We know that it takes a lot of effort to clear a mine. There's risk assessment. We have technologies now, radiometry, magnetometers, et cetera, but they're only about 70% accurate. So while they could detect 70% of the shells in the landmines, that means 30% are still out there and undetected. So the clearance operations, you have a choice between the humanitarian ones versus the machine-aided ones. And remediation of contaminated soils is the most expensive part of the whole operation. Because literally to remediate soils that we have, for example, in the United States, you have to scrape off the top layer of soil and then take it to an incineration site or a disposal site and clear it away. So you're talking about hundreds of millions of square meters, cubic meters of soil that need to be decontaminated. Next slide. So I said I would give you a sense of what all of this costs in terms of the U.S. Obviously, the costs are going to be less in Ukraine because of pay parity and different economic circumstances. But even if it's half of the cost, it's still big. This is just gives you a chart of Department of Defense clearing up Department of Defense artillery firing ranges, which is very similar to what the front lines look like. And you can see that costs are somewhere in the order of $7,500 per acre, roughly 50. Hello?
Czekamy na...
We are still waiting for the connection to come back.
Ale już mamy, dobrze.
Ah, there it is back.
Continue.
Okay, next slide. Next slide. So you can see the big costs that we have, and we have many examples of what it costs to remediate all kinds of sites that have been affected by military operations. $21 billion in compensation for families that have been drinking contaminated water at a marine base. We have Superfund sites, which is the program in the United States to clear industrial sites, basically $41 million per site. But the biggest cost is going to be in the future. That is the public health costs, which is in the United States has been estimated to be $232 billion per year for all of the military personnel suffering from disabilities, loss of employment, and direct treatment. So this will be a big intergenerational burden on Ukraine's social well-being. Final slide, please. Next. So just to reiterate, Ukraine will have to consider setting aside 25,000 square kilometers of battlefront lines with heavy concentrations of shelling and zones. Technologies that we have for detecting mines are improving over time. The forbidden zones will also overlap some of the most fertile agricultural land in Ukraine, reducing Ukraine's agricultural production. The World Bank estimates of $37 billion to clear UXOs, I think will have to be at least doubled. And to date, Ukraine's allies have only allocated about $700 million to clear the landmines, most of which have gone to urban areas, as they should. And finally, we know that humanitarian mining is very costly. It's going to take a long time between military demining versus humanitarian demining. Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękujemy bardzo, pomimo
Thank you very much. Despite
trudności natury
minor technical difficulties, we could successfully run this presentation to the end. And now the time has come for Dr. Anna Bacz from the Institute of History of Tadeusz Mantow Institute of Polish Academy of Science, who is going to tell us about Beyond the Beach and Boulevard, What can we learn from the history of river floods in Europe?
Witam Państwa serdecznie. Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie pana profesora.
Welcome and thank you very much for this invitation.
I bardzo się cieszę, że mogę.
I'm very happy that I can take part in this interdisciplinary
wielogłosowym, jak zresztą w programie jest to określone, kongresie.
Congress that
in English because it's an international congress.
Fits into many voices.
I hope I am fluent enough to do that. I want to say also that there are historians who work on floods, but in general, history of floods was part of economic history in Poland. This was the tradition. There are, I think, in Polish context, very serious studies of Professor Elżbieta Kościk, just for your knowledge, especially on Silesia region, dating from Middle-aged period century. And my research approach to addressing flood risks may not seem particularly scientific to some of you. I also work with other scholars, so I'm not an independent historian, and I think that what can be, in fact, called as an umbrella of my approach is something that in Poland is also now rapidly being developed, which is environmental history. So a lot of scholars, not only historians, meet under this promising umbrella. And for nearly a decade now, I've been dedicating my studies to reconstructing water cultures, societies that have integrated the risks of flooding into their very identities, and also questioning why others, often living in the same flood-prone areas, have not. For example, here in Wrocław, it is very different when you study adaptation cultures before the war. When you study Silesian traditions, for example, of farmers whose families were resettled and this flood knowledge evaporated. And very different when you interview people after the war who were resettled from the regions that did not experience repeated floods, or they didn't brought flood cultures, flood knowledges with them. And the historical data since our 15th century old chronicles of Jan Długosz straightforwardly show that rivers are dangerous, monstrous creatures that flooded and will flood even more in our warming climate era, that many call the Anthropocene against the Royal British Geological Society. And yet not only professors, but also our politicians in the events of recent major floods stop viewing floods as rare, once in a century or once in a millennium events, as we heard today. But still, the anthropogenic factor of climate change, or to be more adequate here, global warming, indicated by the IPCC report, is slightly neglected. River floods are not anomalies, and it's not the river's fault when they overflow. It's just the nature of the flood event that has radically changed because of climate and anthropopressure. And it's also the job of historian to explain that. For too long, rivers have been across modern European cultures, and this has shaped our urban development in ways that now has to urgently recognize the living status of the river, the elemental nature, or what we call in Polish żywioł. So rivers are not entities that can be neatly controlled by borders, aqueducts, canals, or engineered waterways. They are forces that will breach our boulevards, flood our beaches, and remind us of their elemental nature, sooner or later, in the very unpredictable period of time. Recent flood events only reinforced most of our speeches today. The catastrophic floods in Western Europe, and I hope it will work. Yes. In 2021 and more recent, of course, just months ago. And here are some covers from serious journals like Science, The Guardian, and they also illustrate how deeply we've misconceptualized rivers and how our post-industrial histories require including the flood risk into more hazard-prone and future-oriented policies. So we have the measures and hazard-related tools to indicate the danger, but we are not adapted to warming planet flood events. Especially the most urbanized areas where historic hydro infrastructure is inadequate to face the climate-driven challenges of today. Or there are no new projects to be set up, as it was discussed on the example of Kłodzko. But historically, the first measuring river water levels instruments started to be used in Europe at the turn of the 17th and 18th centuries. I live and work in Warsaw, and the Vistula there represents this beautiful paradox of a European urban and flogged by people river. On the right bank, it is embanked, while on the left, some floodplains have been kept or restored, also for the migratory birds. In the pre-modern past, it was a wide and slow river, and it also massively flooded, as in 1813. Warsaw doesn't have such flood memory culture as Wrocław. Instead, my city has preserved the memory of war. This wartime lens happens to frame the flooding river treated as enemy. Yet the river is not a human militant and often it cannot be conquered. And more than that, it is also not capitalized nature. It is part of our urban landscape, something, for some indigenous cultures, even someone we are attached to, stick to, glued with. That's why I wanted to show you this beautiful picture of just after the war, people, just gathering and relaxing at the beach. So it is the city that is part of living nature, and in consequence, prone to its dangers now magnified by climate change. The history of European river floods can offer inspiration for the future resilient cities, but only if we rethink our models and cultures of the city-river relationship. For example, the communist Poland and the period of late modernity, this is a concept by Zygmunt Bauman, overlooked these key lessons from flood histories, and now we face as a mess, urban planning mess, of course. So this is post-communist heritage. So floods are not wars. They aren't adversaries to defeat, but processes, events we must learn to live with and also try to, I will say maybe later, try to accommodate and adapt people. Floods have become more catastrophic since the 19th century. So in literature, there is a prevalence that catastrophic floods are connected with industrialization, urbanization, something that historians or environmental historians acknowledge as accelerated industrial era. So in Europe, it will be, of course, long modernity, starting with 18th century until even today. And so minor are narratives how beneficial have been floods for the first agriculture, of course, civilizations. This biocentric story is almost totally unheard in how we communicate about floods. I don't have to probably explain that floods does not repeat in these period cycles, of course, is historically untrue. And the fourth point, that flood patterns have shifted to climate change, and so must we. That's why we should start adapting to them by negotiating the space with rivers. So this is something that I would like to to stress, and this is something that I look also in my sources, this negotiational model of how people adapt to floods. Coming to the question, so what does the history of the major river floods in Europe teach us? One crucial lesson is that we now understand the role of changing climate, and we can trace its influence in the history of rivers' floodings and damage records. This knowledge challenges the modern mindset that seeks to control and discipline the rivers. And it's really positive to see that there is this, it starts to be very critically recognized. One of the best examples that I research now are the Danube and the Rhine, but you can see in this slide that scholars try to look, at, especially at these big events of flood in their conglomeration, and also look at the data connected with the weather patterns and with the let's say, factors. And Professor Kunzewicz is also inspiring for historians because we can trace back where there is this decline in the flood events, in the nature of flood events, that they are not connected with ice jamming, but they are more connected with summer rains. So this is also, in fact, part of historical data. So coming back to the Danube and the Rhine. In fact, we might ask whether the Rhine, especially, can still be called a river, given the extent of human intervention. And this approach is rarely addressed in flood events. To what extent history of hydro infrastructure and also anthropopressure, but on the river itself, is also part of the flood history and maybe flood prediction or mitigation even. So this is, of course, an example how not to present, but I want to show you that this slide is part of what I am doing every day. I'm trying to connect the flood events and hydro infrastructure history and of different rivers. But here this data is, of course, a selected periodization, but it shows also that in the history of the Rhine and the Danube, there were some moments that people started to reflect that maybe if you look at the calendar, and you have these floods and these events connected, these projects connected with big hydro infrastructure interventions, that perhaps there are some connections. So especially the Rhine floods in the late 80s, and after this big, or maybe the greatest even, hydroengineering project of of Johann Gottfried Tula was finished, and some historians noted that maybe the flooding was at least in part engineering related. So this is for sure very interesting to find if there is some kind of connection. We also know that the river floods in such flood-prone settings as German, Köln, Cologne repeat. To comfort people in Wrocław, in Cologne, it's about now 5 years. And here you can see this 1925 event of the historical damage of the city center. But Cologne now is a really great pioneering example that people are able to protect their historical center, but the suburban areas absorb the flood waters. And this is also an example for me of this negotiational model. And just to conclude and give you a picture for your imagination, something to maybe reimagine and to encapsulate what I am trying to argument for and what I am looking in the sources. That this early modern imagination before modern cartography, it has in fact inscribed the river as, let's say, much more grandeur, much more powerful into their orders of knowledge. And this famous map of Paris from Sebastian Münster, Cosmographia from 16th century, illustrates this concept adequately and beautifully, that our future cities perhaps reconsider what we mean by negotiating space between the city and the river. Thank you very much, and sorry for 1 minute more, taking 1 minute more.
Dziękujemy bardzo serdecznie.
Thank you very much for this voice, and now we're going over to the next discussion panel titled shortly but very densely, The City and the Health. The moderator of the panel will be the Professor Zbigniew Kunczewicz, the Vice Chairman of the Congress Program Council, and the participants will be Professor Buda from Nanjing University of Information Science and Technology, Professor Magdalena Kuchcik, Head of the Climate Research Unit, Institute of Geography and Spatial Planning, and Professor Piotr Kuśnierczyk, Hirschfeld Institute, PAN in Wrocław, Professor Piotr Matczak from Adam Mickiewicz University, and the doctor will be connecting remotely, and this will be an online participation by Mr. Tomasz Śmiatacz. And we welcome Professor Jiang Tong from Nanjing University of Information Science and Technology. I'll give the floor to Professor Kunczewicz. This is going to be a 75 minutes panel on city and the health.
Yeah, maybe I sit here. Językiem naszej sesji będzie polski.
And we'll be talking in Polish during the session, but the foreign guest will, of course, be speaking English. Well, the first speaker is going to be Mr. Tomasz Śmiatacz, the Pro-Dean for Student Affairs from the Medical University in Gdańsk, who was not able to
ale znam jego prezentację.
All right, here he'll be participating online, but I'm fascinated with his presentation. That is going to be a fascinating beginning, so I don't want to take more of your time. So, Professor, dear speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you can hear me. Thanks to Professor Koncewicz for the invitation to participate in this panel. This is a great honor to me. I am going to greet you from a rainy Gdańsk, and I regret I can't be there with you physically. And I'll swiftly start my short presentation, if you allow me. And I start with reminding you that not recently, in the 19th century, the average lifespan was 20 to 25 years. For the particular reason, most children were dying below the age of 7, and this is data from Starogard Szczeciński, but the other parts of Poland looked very similarly. The causes of deaths of children were very well noted by the provost of one of the places not far from Krakow. These are diseases that you may not know today, including hunger. Now we live 3 times longer, and on the way a lot has happened. From the medical point of view, the prolongation of life can be attributed to few huge achievements: the access to healthy water and food, and then antibiotics and vaccinations. And this is of key importance. You very well know that since the 19th century many things have happened. The population on Earth started growing, as well as the temperature on Earth, but something else has happened as well. The structure of the deaths has changed dramatically. Children don't die anymore, and so today almost nobody dies of hunger. In Europe we live in the age of plenty, and civilization diseases are a result of lack of movement and obesity. Currently, we have seniors in our cities dominating the population that are very fragile to a lack of access to fresh water, fresh food, vaccinations, lack of electricity or internet. Those everyday goods that seem to be obvious to us have to be actively and uninterruptedly delivered. We also have to introduce very well functioning geriatrics that is taking into consideration the length of life, the independence of our seniors. And let's start with the influence of the heat waves on the human health. We already have a lot of information about such events, and based on the information for 2023 from Germany and France, the risk of death grows from the 35th years of age, and that's related to heat. We know that one of the many mechanisms of that are the cardiovascular diseases, but this is also a threat to young pregnant women, as well to people who are not stable emotionally. In the recent decade in the US, we've seen statistical growth of deaths for reasons that are directly related to heat, as you see in this publication. A very interesting work on that comes from Belgium, and it describes very precisely the influence of heat waves on the summary of deaths in the Antwerp, a coastal city. We've managed to establish a particular threshold above which the amount of death grows, and we can dynamically describe the speed of this growth. But the analogous analysis for Brussels, that is not far from there, has indicated vastly different parameters, and the curve of deaths is much different in lower temperatures, and this results of impurities related to heating systems. Such a a symptom was not observed in Antwerp because probably frequent winds resulting from the closeness to the coast. The authors have created a very complicated algorithm describing different weather factors and their influence on the inhabitants. So you can see that the cities are not equal. And a slow heating of climate is also related to migration of fauna and flora. Different vectors and animal reservoirs of congestive diseases also migrate. And there is also, for example, there was Zika virus related to the Olympics in Brazil, and the Zika virus attacked the wombs, so the youngest pigron, and caused microcephaly and the death of young children. Also the allergy risk for children grows. We also have different technologies restricting such occurrences, and we'll be taking advantage of those, but our attention is mostly drawn to sudden catastrophic events related to climate change, and I've mentioned them here on the left. Please add them to the recent floods. The medical consequences of those are simple and trivial. This is drowning and contaminations, and this is what catastrophe medicine deals with, and they have very different ways of acting in comparison to regular medicine. For example, the hospital in Nyssa that was supposed to be used for the victims of flood was flooded itself, and it requires help. Flooding of water sources and the new water treatment plant generates new epidemiological threats, and flooding of roads makes rescuing of victims impossible. This forms a row of events that I'd like to illustrate on the basis of cholera epidemics in Haiti. There was an earthquake causing 300,000 deaths, and no health system could help at the same time so many people. Out of all the world, teams of rescuers arrived, but some of those rescue teams were sick with cholera. This caused 800 people. This has caused that 800,000 people got sick and thousands died. After that, there were unrest, deaths of officials, and so we had biological epidemia, then serious social and political problems. Haiti has also very weak governmental system, but better organized countries are preparing for such challenges. For example, in the US, there are state plans of oncological therapies consistency in case of such natural catastrophes, and particular states have big amount of such plans. After the COVID experience, the lockdown in the city means cutting the routes of spreading of the disease, but it also means brutal interruption of all humane contacts as well as supply chains. Lockdown is not a prophylactics of contamination. This is an attempt to deal with a society that is not prepared. In first wave in Poland, the lockdown has rescued probably millions of lives, but the cost was enormous, or even too big. And this is and we had an example of very restrictive COVID policy in China, but the sudden suspension of the lockdown has caused 2 million of deaths. So lockdown works, but it's very expensive. So a much more efficient tool are vaccinations, and here you have accumulated deaths for all reasons in 3 groups of states. in the above the states which were not well vaccinated with the most excess deaths, and down there you can see the countries that use excessively the vaccinations, and Poland was somewhere in between. The interdependency is almost counterlinear. And there are also statistics proving the rule that my vaccination protects your life. The vaccinations also show that in our decisions we are not rational. That is why rational education about facts and scientific achievements is not sufficient. This is so-called Socrates' mistake. We don't have time to dive into it more thoroughly, but in the end of my short presentation, I would like to underline the necessity to sustain our longevity on a constant basis, about the risk in contacts between people that are very especially important in urban areas, and about our own behavior, about making everybody aware that senioral medicine is different than the pediatrics, with the underlinement of the necessity to take responsibility for your own actions. And this is where I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you very much as well. I agree that this was an extremely interesting presentation. The next speaker is going to be Professor Subuda. In his presentation will be given in English. Professor Subuda works in Nanjing University. It's Miss Professor, and she works in Nanjing University of Information Science and Technology. The floor is yours. I would like to ask for the presentation of Ms. Subuda. Can we ask the professor to give the presentation? To show the presentation. We have it there. Okay, right.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And okay. So my topic today is about cities and health, and the importance of the cities is already mentioned many times, because cities are center of the population, economy, culture of our human beings. So people more and more prefer to live in urban areas. So according to the United Nations report that in the early 1900s, the percentage of world population living in cities is less than 10%, but after 50 years, it increases to nearly 30%. And again, for another 50 years, the percentage increased to the 50%. If the historical trend continues, it was projected by United Nations that urban population will exceed 2/3 of the world population. So the research on urban area and urban cities, urban population is very important and attracted the scientists' attention. So another main issue is about global warming. According to the IPCC report, the global mean surface temperature already increased 0.85 degree during 1994 to 2015 compared to the pre-industrial level. And in the last century, the increments of temperature is already reaches 1.09 degree. And with the combined effect of ever-increasing temperature and the growth of population, people are now facing the great risk of being affected by heat waves. So I think the map is not very strange for you, because the heat waves can do damage to our urban population in many different ways. For example, heat wave can affect our neurologic system, affect our respiratory system, and for elder person especially, they are facing many severe cardiovascular disease. So we are very needed to put attention to the human health for the urban residency. For example, in year 2003, in France only, the heat-related mortality already exceeds 70,000, and after 20 years, although our living standards is increased, but the population density, the death toll for urban residents almost exceeds 60,000. So, to address the negative bad effect of the climate change, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, abbreviated as UNFCCC, proposed a Paris Agreement. And Paris Agreement proposed that we need to hold our global warming to well below 2 degrees above pre-industrial level, and to pursue efforts to limit the warming to 1.5 degrees. So after 2015, many research have conducted to understand the benefit of holding the global temperature. So in our group also engaged in such studies, and we have done lots about climate change impact on water resources, climate change impact on water availability, and human health. So in latter case, we collected many mortality and morbidity data from the major cities of China, including 4 municipalities and most of the provincial capital, except for the cities located at a very high latitude region or very high altitude region. For example, cities in Tibetan Plateau is excluded from our research. And for the main task of our study is to establish or set up a relation between the climate and heat waves and mortality. And because we need to save time, so I didn't want to go deep into the data set and the methodology section, but I just want to mention that the main task is to set up relation between the heat waves and mortality. But this relation should be city-specific, because every city has its own adaptation capacity to resisting the disaster. So this is our first results. We know that for projecting the future heat waves, we need to rely on different global climate models. But because of the background of the DCMs are different, so we need to statistically downscale and bias corrected all DCM data to fine segure the grids. So according to the bias corrected and downscaled data, we see that both the frequency and intensity of heat waves will increase in future under the medium and the high emission scenarios. But only for the low emission scenarios, the frequency and intensity of heat waves might stop after the mid-21st century. And because the heat waves affected the human health in lots of regions, so many similar studies already have been conducted, but existing studies usually didn't consider the changes of population structure and population size. So in our study, we consider the population changes under the global framework, which is called shared socioeconomic pathways. And we see that even many incentive population policy was conducted in China, but the total population in China already peaked it in 2020s. And we see in the end century, the percentage of aging population will be increased a lot, and the population parameter is changed and almost reversed in end century. So this is our main result. We see that the lowest bar is about the mortality caused by the heat-related events. And we see that both at the 1.5 warming degree and the 2 degrees global warming scenarios, the mortality for the male and female both are increased, but we also can see that the female was and will be more vulnerable than the male population. And for different aging group, we can see that for working age population, the mortality might decrease the rate, but for non-working age population, both at the 1.5 degree and 2 degree warming, the non-working age population, except especially for the aged population, will increase a lot. So the first panel is mainly due to the global warming, but the second panel is mainly due to the changing population structure. So my last slide is about another main issue, because existing studies, none of the existing studies considered our improved adaptation capacity. If we didn't consider our improved adaptation, then we can see the mortality rate will overestimated. And if we consider the adaptation capacity, because our economic is developed, so our adaptation capacity must be improved a lot in future 50 or 20 years. So if the adaptation capacity is considered, then the mortality rate will be reduced at least 40 to 50%. But we also can see if we curbs our global warming, then our mortality rate also decreased to 20 to 30%. So this is the benefit of the holding the global warming. So this work is jointly done by the Polish scientists and Chinese scientists together, but the work also has some limitation because we only consider the daily maximum temperature and didn't consider the compound events. For example, if the daily high temperature overlaid with the daily night temperature, high night temperature, and if the daily high temperature overlaid with the high humidity, then the mortality rate might be increased a lot for the urban areas. So this is the task we need to do for our next step. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Swoboda. Pozostajemy w tej samej.
Let us stay in the same area of topics. Now we are going to have a Polish perspective on heat waves and problems related to that. I'd like to invite Professor Magdalena Kuchcik.
Ja już nie mogę wysiedzieć. Przepraszam Państwa, ja postoję.
I need to stand up, if I may. I'll stand up. Okay, so we do similar research in Poland. We also investigate mortality. When I wrote my PhD thesis in 1990s, I investigated mortality in 1994. You'll see that we have research that is done not only globally, we have also interesting studies in Poland. Let me see if it works.
Obawiam się, że jest problem z pilotem.
I'm afraid we have the problem with the remotes. Oh, there it is, it works.
Dobra, to znaczy, że jest jedno miejsce.
Okay, it means there is only one spot from which I can give my presentation, and I need to sit down. So let us remind what is the city about. The climate in the city is totally different than it is outside of the city. In the city, well, this presentation is in English, so it make it easier for everyone to understand. So the climate in the city, we have a totally water and climate balance. We have water balance, solar conditions. We have lower air humidity, different cloud cover, and due to pollution. So the climate in the city is something totally different to what we have outside of the city. We are talking about urban heat islands. I don't like the plural we have in Poland, because this phenomenon is very much related to the density of buildings. We are talking here about, we used to only say about air temperature, measured within 2 meters, so we only discuss urban heat island. Now we have urban surface, SUFI heat island. So here we have the average heat island in Warsaw from 2019-2022. Also an example from the surface studies. We have beautiful thermal photos and the differences in temperature. The temperature of asphalt can be up to 57, nearly 60 centigrades, but that's not the temperature of air. Very often in media we mistake these two things in mass media. So this graph shows average temperature, average intensity of heat islands from below zero. It's much cooler in forests and in suburban areas, up to 2.8 degrees in dense central areas and by roads. When we go to Warsaw, we have also same photo for Wrocław for heat islands. So we are talking about averages and individual it's different. So and on the 6th of January 2024, the difference between the center and the suburbs of Warsaw was 20 centigrades. So 20 degrees difference between the center and the suburban areas. So we have here the temperature over the 3 days outside the city. So heat waves, we understand them as 3 consecutive days with temperature more than 30 days, including nights. And we had a time when the temperature didn't fall above 18%. Now the tropical night, the threshold is 20 centigrades, but the 2 centigrades for human organism is a big difference. We can see what happens after 1 year. After year 2000, how the number grows of hot nights, and orange bars show hot days, gray days when we have minimum nights temperature 18 degrees. We didn't have such hot nights. In fact, such hot nights started to occur at the end of 1980s. Before, we didn't have nights that were so hot. In Warsaw, we have a network for measurement. We have so-called temperature and humidity measurement banks. Look at the chart that we have below. Nights with temperature above 18 centigrades. In 2009, we had 19 nights in the center, and at the outskirts suburbs only 5. In year 2017 and 18, we have 6 times more hot nights in the city center than at the outskirts. Why did it happen? And how? Look at the average. That's the sum of 6 years from 2017-2022. In the city center, we have 120 such nights, outside only 26. This is the minimum temperature. So we have 86 days like this, and outside of the city just 1 night above 20 centigrades. So what is going on in the city that makes it so hot? We just built up everything. We started to build up some ventilation corridors. We built up parks. So heat islands grow significantly. And the last 2 slides for me. The entire environment affects us simultaneously. All stimuli from outside affect us at the same time, simultaneously. So all this causes big heat stress on human beings. As climatologists, we use different indicators that describe and models that describe these conditions. And if we add here what happens in the city, that is all reflections in the streets, the place where there is very big winds, no wind at all, plus the noise, all this affects human beings. And we have increase in mortality. Here we have the example of heat waves. In average in Poland, I studied for 8 years, from 1974 to 2018, 8 biggest cities in Poland. In average, we have 27% increase of mortality in females. Men 22 in both groups above 65. When we have heat waves, or when we have, cool waves, the mortality is lower. So this is a chart that is similar to the one we saw online for 8 Polish cities from 74 to 2014. I don't have a pointer because I would like to show it to that, but have a look that at the bottom we have 30 centigrades. With 30 centigrades, we have an increase in mortality. This is general mortality, up to 30% for Warsaw, Wrocław, Poznań. 30% increase when we have a day that is very hot, 30 centigrades. Next to women. For women, total mortality in women and men, they are different. Look and pay attention to the fact that increase in mortality in women in Łódź, that's the black line, it's up to 50% when the temperature goes more than 30 centigrades. And mortality for Wrocław, it's the red line, it stops at 25% on hot days. When the days are cool, the image is not very clear. Look what is happening in men. The mortality only in heat waves reaches up to 30%. It's much lower, but then men die in cold waves when it's cold. Because women are biologically better adapted to, men are better adapted to heat, so they have more ways to emit heat. This is why female mortality in heat waves is higher. The last slide talks about adaptation. The studies that we've made, we show that there is a certain adaptation to mortality, heat waves. First bars are 1970s, then 1980 to 85, and the highest bar here was for the first heat waves in Poland, 1995, 2004. In next years, mortality falls, so it seems that there is a certain adaptation to the heat wave that we cannot observe for cold waves. We can't see this pattern for cold waves. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy również.
Thank you.
Myślę, że to porównanie.
I think that this comparison between China for the future and Poland for the future, China and Poland is very interesting. So I'll give the floor to next two gentlemen. I'll start with Professor Jiang Tong, who is going to tell us about dengue risk. That's a horrible disease that is still unknown in Poland. We don't know. Aedes aegypti, Aedes albopictus mosquitoes are still not present in Poland, but many people has already contracted dengue while visiting the world, still not in Poland.
The floor is yours.
First, I would like to come. Very thanks for organizer or Professor Quinspitz to give us a good chance to come here to communicate our research and to learn some of your research and your management and for water and the city and the life. And also, I'm the third time for me to be in the Poland. But in Wrocław, first time. Very nice to give me a lift, very short, but very impressive cities. And so thanks very much for this. And today I would like to short present about dengues, which Professor Quinspitz showed the mosquitoes. Two kinds of mosquito will be infect the dengue fever. This mainly happened in the south of China, Southeast Asia area, and they make the children fever, and so you can find these both maps, and you can find in 2000 there only we can find 50,000 cases in 2000. But now, in 2019, we can find nearly 5.2 million cases in the world. And in such amount of the cases of dengue fever, mainly happened in the 70% of these cases happened in Asia area. And mostly concentrated in the urban or cities. And also you can see the cities in the Asia area. Urbanization is associated with dengue transmissions through the multiple social and environmental factors. We see populations, densities, human mobilities, access to the reliable water, because dengue fever transmitted by mosquitoes. Mosquitoes, they rely on the water, and so on. And this is mosquitoes also connect to the environment is temperature, suitable temperature, and precipitations. Their rainfall and temperature is mosquito abundance, and dengue transmission rate play an important role in explaining in temporary dynamic dengue incidence in the human populations. Then, these current situations. Then the future, the Asian and regional Balkan area will be expanded. Yeah? And annual precipitation and the temperature in Asia will significantly increasing. So that means the dengue or mosquito living condition is much more broad, larger, and much more suitable for mosquitoes. So mosquito will be expanded. So this is a temperature and the precipitation in under global warming. The temperature much more area warming, and precipitation expanded large area in mostly focused on the south of Asia and expanded to the north. Then you can see we can predict then the probability of occurrence of the mosquitoes and the mosquito vectorial capacity are projected to rapid increasing. bridging highly risk of dengue fever transmissions. That means expanded dengue fevers because of the mosquito expanded. Then we can see some new area which we're facing on the emerging risk, new risk. You can see the dark colors, and the point is urban or city, metropolitan cities. And you can see large area in north of the Indian continentals and north part of the China will be infected by the dengue fevers. Currently, we could not find it in north of China or such regions. The future will be happened. Then, because as we mentioned, in future, we need considering for research, we need a consideration about the change of populations and change of economies. So in last 10 years, we are working for this data bank for projected in next 100 years for the populations. And we make population calculate how much people to exposure to the dengue. And we make this data bank for in the global scale and regional scales. So it covered whole globally with great data sets and including population, total populations and aged populations and genders and economies and GDPs and all the informations included. And you can find it in Asia metropolitan area, the populations increasing and in total area increasing until the 2060. After that, the population will decreasing in Asia area. And you also can, we can also calculate how many populations exposure to the dengues. After, in generally, when the temperature warming from the 1 to 1.5 degrees to the 5 degrees, and the exposure of the populations to the high temperature will be increasing until from the 411 million people up to the 587 million people. And this is our main work. But next step, we try to working including the adaptations. How our adaptation levels change will be increasing dengue transmissions. So we also developed our idea is using the health investment for adapt dengue fevers. So this is our mainly work published in the Earth's Future, is one journals. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Jiang Tong, for your excellent introduction to something that we do not know yet in Poland, but unfortunately it is going to come soon. Ostatnim mówcą w naszej sesji.
The last speaker during this session will be Professor Piotr Kuśmierczyk from the Immunology Institute and Experimental Therapy of Hirschfeld the Hirschfeld Institute of the Polish Academy of Sciences. Professor will be talking about a topic that has been really important until recently, vaccinations, especially COVID vaccinations. Thank you very much.
Slides will be in English, so you will get an idea what I am talking about. But my speech will be in Polish.
First I wanted to thank Professor for the invitation to this extraordinary session. And I'll be talking about COVID-19 as the first pandemics and probably not the last one, as we just heard in this century. COVID is caused by coronavirus, as it's caused by SARS-CoV-2. This is severe acute respiratory syndrome virus 2. It has been called coronavirus because the elements on the surface of the virus resemble the solar crown during the eclipse. And it is in this small outstanding part is very important because it is used by the virus to get infected. This is the second receptor of the angioceptin convertase that is causing this is a very complicated chain of chemical reactions lowering the blood pressure, meaning that it counteracts the effect of another particle, AC, the convertase that is increasing the pressure. So within our body we usually have an equilibrium between the functioning of those two enzymes and we keep the regular pressure. But the virus, coronavirus, attaches to the AC2 particle and entering the cell and infecting it, draws AC2 with it inside and increases the amount of AC2 on the surface of the cell, that is increasing the blood pressure related to one of the complications of this disease, ACA19. This is an image from the Mexican paper indicating that this AC2 particle can be found on many different cells and tissues within the body and also on the surface of palm. So this greeting with a so-called turtle instead of palm inside was not protecting against infection. This is the ACE2 that is lowering the blood pressure. I won't be talking too much about that. But different vaccinations against the virus appeared. They were used with more or less success in different countries. These are pictures from April and January 2022 after the introduction of this vaccine. And as we can see, our socialist countries are left far behind. Western Europe, especially bad results were visible in Romania and Bulgaria, where there were at least the least people vaccinated. Poland is somewhere in the middle. As you can see here, the average amount of those vaccinated. And here with the confirmed COVID deaths, is in the lower graph, and additional deaths resulting from the fact that many hospitals were clogged with COVID patients and other diseases were not treated, like oncological diseases, were much higher in Poland than in the Western Europe, meaning within the EU.
Jak tutaj mamy po lewej mamy
on your left, you can see the cumulative deaths,
na milion ludności.
COVID-19 deaths per million people. And below you can see the percentage of fully vaccinated people. And in here we have Bulgaria and Romania on the left with the least vaccinated and the most
Na samym końcu jest Portugalia i Malta.
Deaths. On the right is Portugal and Malta, where the percentage of people were vaccinated, except of those who were not able to be vaccinated because of health reasons, and they had the least amount of deaths. Poland is in the middle.
I niestety,
unfortunately,
nauka
the science since Ludwig Pasteur claims that the vaccinations are very good in preventing the infectious diseases, but an Englishman, one of the scientists, said that vaccinations cause autism among children, and that is why we have so many anti-vaccination proponents who also decline the necessity to vaccinate children even against the most popular diseases. In the Scandinavian Journal of Neurology, which is quite a nice journal, with the rating of about 4. I've seen a letter of so-called Polycrates who've been employed in the Applied Physics Institute near Florence, who said that the mRNA vaccines are terribly harmful because they cause the antigen, virus antigen in all body cells, and since the antigen is foreign body, so it destroys all body cells, and it means that we have autoimmunological disease, and which can be fatal. This letter has outraged me a lot, and I have swiftly written a counter letter pointing out all the mistakes that this other researcher have committed. But I made a mistake. In the title I said fake news, and after a month the main editor of the journal wrote that it is not going to publish that, and then 2 more Indian researchers have written a letter against this publication of Polycrates. So Polycrates found an ally from the US, and they have written a counter letter against the Turks. But since I was so outraged that they have rejected my letter, I wrote immediately to the president of the Scandinavian Immunology Association and to another great immunologist from Scandinavia describing the whole story. And on the second day after I've sent the email to these 2 people, I've got an invitation from the Scandinavian Journal's editor to publish my letter. My letter was finally published, and he even helped me to edit it. he helped me to, he sent me the list of the Turks and the answer to the Polycrates to the Turks, and in the meantime it appears that Polycrates is not working in the Applied Physics Institute anymore. He has become an independent researcher, means that he was probably laid off from there. And McAuliffe, who'd been the head of the Baylor College of Medicine, was also laid off, and he had a court case because he was insisting that he still works there. So the university went to court against him, and the letter was also used by Takala Carson, the guy who quite recently have conducted an interview with Putin and then published his views. Tucker Carlson has done, when still working in Fox News, has quoted the letter of Polycrates, a Mehalog, as a scientific proof for the claim that the mRNA vaccines are harmful, and he's not working in Fox News anymore. I will not quote all these facts because we've heard a lot of them in the both professors' presentations, but the scientific proof showed that the symptoms after mRNA are not worse than after all other vaccinations used for children. There are very rare side effects, and they are usually temporary. There are much worse side effects after COVID-19, after the vaccination, after the infection with the virus. Quite recently, we've also heard the news that the flu vaccination, that is also very rarely used in Poland, can also improve the immune resistance against coronavirus, although this effect is very low. That's what I have to admit. The daily vaccination rate has fallen down to almost zero. We apparently have some sort of vaccination in Poland available, but the Ministry of Health has purchased the Pfizer. The previous government was in dispute with because they didn't pay for the vaccination. They have purchased a small amount, and it's going to be available only in a paid version. It will cost about 200 zloty. Recently, or not very recently, in 2019, there was a publication of three Polish authors. Do not turn to charlatans, listen to what science tell. This is a very clear book, so even those who are not well prepared scientifically can understand that. And then there also is a chapter about vaccinations and about flu.
Dziękuję za uwagę i arigato gozaimashita. Niestety tych
Well, unfortunately, I don't know any other languages.
Read the others. Japanese.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers at this session. The time for final remarks. My first remark would be, well, I'm deeply grateful to colleagues from Nanjing who took such an effort to come here to participate in our session. It was a very, very long and tiring travel, but we enjoyed your presentation and we learned from them. One could say the title of a session is Town and Health. Well, it doesn't cover the whole ground. It covers bits and pieces, but I think it covers interesting and important bits and pieces. To cover the ground completely, there should be a different convener. I'm not an expert, but I'm interested in many things. So maybe even if I go with beyond my kind of competences, I have try to analyze different data and participate in different research works. So I think that the home message that could be taken from Chinese presentations is as follows. The international global climate policy is about reducing emissions so that the temperature increase is not higher than 2 degrees above the pre-industrial or 1.5 degrees. 2 degrees is less ambitious, 1.5 is extremely ambitious. Some people say it's nearly impossible to reach now because we have warmed up already. So 1.5 degree or 2.5 degree above the pre-industrial. But there is a big difference on the impacts, whether 1.5 or 2. And these two Chinese presentations showed you that indeed this 0.5 degree makes a huge difference. So there are tens of millions of additional, there are many additional deaths and many cases of dengue. Heat wave deaths are related to large towns in China and dengue to large towns in the whole continent of Asia. The message that results from Professor Kuchcik's talk is perhaps that, well, she showed clearly that there are many more fatalities related to heat waves in the warming climate. And that this is particularly strong for old people. This is not a good news because our society is getting older and older. And it is particularly strong for ladies, for women. And the principal message of Professor Piotr Kusznierczyk is perhaps that, well, there is a very strong political component in our reactions to risk. There are many climate negationists, people who negate climate change. They said climate change is not true, but it is very true. The numbers show it clearly. And there were also many people, some of them were really scientists. So scientists support a non-scientific view that immunes may have a fatal side effects. Actually, in the moment when vaccines were introduced, people could not know the side effects because this vaccine was developed very quickly. It was extremely well tested, but the long-term consequences could not be known. Now we know more, so I thank all of you for the participation. I know that there are 1,000 people registered. Most of them are online. The hour is getting late, so maybe they do not stay with us, but we have done it well in time. And actually, I want to finalize nearly 1 minute before the time. Thank you.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję panu profesorowi za
Thank you, Professor, for moderating this panel session. I'd like to thank our wonderful speakers. Thank you for their contribution and a lot of thoughts they provided us with. I would like to remind you about accompanying events such as Open Eyes Wro Festival, the exhibition Quality of Life created in cooperation with Eugeniusz Shepherd Academy of Fine Arts presented by Boulevard at Księcia Witolda Street. This exhibition is brought up in collaboration with the National Center of Culture. In addition, we also have the exhibition of American Dream by Wojciech Fangor. Here in our Congress Center of Wrocław Technical University, we have exhibition titled at the beginning there was the rain. It's in the foyer of our university and it's done in cooperation with the Museum of Architecture and with the National Center of Culture. We also have the arts exhibition Art for Rivers, Rivers for Art, also in the hall of this university, presenting the activities of a collective called Sisters of the River. And tomorrow we have the panel session talking about art and water, also prepared by female members of Sisters of the River. There will be artist talk at tomorrow. So the first day of our 6th edition of this international congress, we are inviting you to join us tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And thank you very much for tonight. It was a great pleasure to meet you today. Tomorrow, I'll have the pleasure to welcome you again. So thank you for today. All the best.
Czy Europa to nadal bezpieczna przystań w świecie targanym kryzysami? Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit. Europa nie może wyłącznie polegać na potencjale obronnym USA. Powinna być silna i samodzielna militarnie. Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit.